FM. We're praying together for ourselves, for our families, for our businesses, for our country, for our leaders, and we'd like for you to join us to do this together. All right? While we are at it, we're preparing ourselves for the big one. We here believe in the family unit, and so we are gathering as one family under the umbrella of God Almighty to seek His face and His blessings going forward for the rest of the year. What will we be doing? We'll be consecrating as a family on Thursday, May 1. Yes, Thursday, May 1, at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra is the family consecration service. You have Reverend Stephen Wengam, Reverend Mauli Chikata, Reverend Mauli Benson, Reverend Michael Noagbewonu, Reverend Nelson Arintia, and of course, Reverend Freddie Mark Davis will be consecrating as a family to pray, to seek the face of God, to seek His guidance, His blessings, His favor, and His grace, even as we continue to navigate the rest of the year. So let's see you there at the Oil Dome Royal House Chapel here in Accra on Thursday, May 1, 2025, from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. Remember that the family consecration service is brought to you by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 Television. We want to see you there. And guess what? Married couples will have the opportunity to renew their vows once we get there at the family consecration service here in Accra. Okay? So let us see you there. Let us pray together as one family, as one big unit, and let's seek the face of God. The family consecration service is always marvelous. A number of testimonies that come out from that particular service. You would want to join there and also get your own testimony. Okay. Now today is Easter Monday, and as we have been appealing to you all month long, we've been asking for you to help us put a smile on the face of these little ones who really have no one. Okay, so we're visiting a number of orphanages under what we call the Easter Orphan Project, and we'd like for you to help us put a smile on the face of these little ones. You have been supporting, you have been sending in your donations. We appreciate you so much. We want to say thank you so much to all those who have sent in their donations already. It's the D-Day today, April 21, which happens to be Easter Monday, where we get to visit these orphanages. Now, for those of you who have sent in your donations already, God bless you so much. We appreciate you. We thank you so much. If you still want to support, you can do that via Momo. Okay, you can send your donations in cash via Momo. The number is 0550 900 006. 050 900 006. You can still support and help us to feed, maintain, and support these little ones. This Easter, let your kindness shine a light in the life of these orphans who by their own accord are unable to feed, and of course the management of these orphanages who need all the support they can get. Okay, they need all the support that they can get to be able to feed, sustain or maintain and support these young ones. All right. Thank you so much. And of course, we appreciate you. We thank you. And of course, thank you to you who is yet to send in yours. We're still receiving these donations. Okay. All right. Let me take you online real quick and bring you some stories, okay, that are making it to our news portals. I'll start off with Channel 1 Television. Channel 1 TV says government must match quality demands with prompt payment. This is the construction chamber speaking. Government must match quality demands with prompt payment. And it's attributed to the construction chamber. Local contractors now leading road projects. Again, the construction chamber is speaking. Local contractors are now leading road projects. 21 billion Ghana cedis owed contractors for completed work. That's a revelation by the construction chamber. Then you have the construction chamber backs minister's tough stance on road quality. Construction chamber backs minister's tough stance on road quality. Now, we had the big man for the construction chamber himself, the chief executive officer for the construction chamber. He's in the person of Emmanuel Cherry. He sat with Charles Owusu-Kumi on the Channel One newsroom last night, and these are some of the stories that have come out of that particular interview. So quite a number of them. If you go to channel1news.com, you get all the 411 regarding news stories surrounding road projects in the country. Okay, all these are live on channel1news.com. Let's bring you some other stories on the web portal as well. Tensions rise in Pandai as NDC youth demand DCE appointment, warn of unrest. Okay, tensions rise in Pandai as NDC youth demand DCE appointment, warn of unrest. Police seize ammunition on Accra Benin bus at Volta Region checkpoint. Police seize ammunition on Accra Benin bus at Volta Region checkpoint. Kwawu Business Forum has strengthened my resolve to reset Ghana. Kwawu Business Forum has strengthened my resolve to reset Ghana. And guess who's speaking here? The First Gentleman, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. Mahama hails Kwawu's entrepreneurial drive during Easter visit. Mahama hails Kwawu's entrepreneurial drive during Easter visit. Government to use chassis numbers to unmask Galamsey financiers. Well, that's good news to me, if you ask me. This is Dr. Mane Boama speaking. Dr. Mane Boama speaking. Says government to unmask or to use chassis numbers to unmask Galamsey financiers. Omane Boama, Dr. Edward Omane Boama, the defense minister. And it's good news because this is what I've been preaching. That Kwekuata in the village there has no money to purchase an excavator. Okay? That Kwame Ofori down there in that pit is unable to buy an excavator on his own. Of course, there's someone behind somewhere who's financing this entire enterprise, which they are profiting off. And so, like I keep saying, if you're going to kill a snake, you need to cut off its head. And so if government is going up after the big shots, the big wigs in this illegal enterprise or illegal activity, then, I mean, we're all for it. Kudos to the government. We pray that this will see the light of day. And in fact, the strategy works, that we're able to trace these financiers using the chassis numbers. We wish them well. Dr. Mane Boama, good one there. We wish you well. And of course, we'll be here to support you. You know, the Channel One Television and City 97.3 FM, we have been very strong on this illegal mining issue, campaigning, of course, running campaigns after campaigns to help put a stop to this canker that is destroying our water bodies, destroying our forests, polluting the environment, and of course, leaving a number of children with various disorders. We pray and hope that indeed the government will crack the whip on this matter, will be bold enough, okay, have the political will to deal with this matter decisively as it should be dealt with. And then at the end of the day, you and I can heave some sigh of relief and hope in anticipation that in the near future or in the shortest possible time, our river bodies will return to normal, and these water challenges that we've been experiencing over the period will not be as dire as it currently looks. So thank you very much, Dr. Mane Boama. We wish you well. We will support you. Let's bring you other stories on the channel1news.com. This one says, Easter festivities, Akufo-Addo, Mahama meets in Kwawu. Easter festivities, Akufo-Addo, Mahama meets in Kwawu. Betting is not a livelihood. There's a DACF boss cautions youth. Betting is not a livelihood. DACF, that's the District Assembly's Common Fund. The boss there cautioning the youth. All right. Deliver quality work or lose your contracts. Roads Minister to contractors. Bold move. Again, we are for it. You understand? We want to move from that era where roads are constructed and overnight, okay, they begin to deteriorate. Bold move there. The Honorable Governor Kwame Agbodza, we support you on this one. We hope that you will also be bold enough to insist, okay, on the quality of roads. And then again, take it a step further. We need roads designed for specific purposes, okay? They should meet certain standards, but then again, they should be fit for purpose and should be used for purpose. And so we're not constructing roads in areas where trucks are not supposed to ply, but we allow them to move there. They are not checking their axial weight. They are doing all sorts of illegalities. They are destroying the roads. And so in as much as we are demanding quality roads, we are asking also that we crack the whip on the improper use of our roads. Let's make sure that standards are upheld regarding this particular matter. Okay? I'll bring you a final one, and then we can move on to citynewsroom.com. The final one on here says, rebuild markets to modern standards or risk more fires. Rebuild markets to modern standards or risk more fires. That's the Ghana National Fire Service issuing that warning there. Ghana National Fire Service issuing that warning there. Let me take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com is leading with the construction chamber, and the story says, pay us if we deliver. Pay us if we deliver. Construction chamber fires back at roads minister. Recall an earlier story I read to you from channel1news.com that says that the roads minister will not be compromising on the quality of roads construction in the country. Well, the Chamber of Construction or the construction chamber is responding to the roads minister, Emmanuel Cherry, being the CEO of the chamber, saying that pay us if we deliver. Okay, I guess what's good for the goose is equally good for the gander. And so if the work is done and it meets the quality standards, it passes the test, of course the laborer deserves his wages, right? So you need to pay these contractors once they deliver. Okay, let's do some other stories. Also stemming from that interview on channel1news.com or Channel 1 Newsroom, I beg your pardon, between Emmanuel Cherry and Charles Owusu-Kumi last night on our major news bulletin. NPP government left 105 billion Ghana cedis in road sector commitments. That's the construction chamber speaking. Says NPP government left 105 billion Ghana cedis in road sector commitments, is attributed to the construction chamber. President Mahama is here speaking, and he says Ghana needs policies that truly support entrepreneurs. Ghana needs policies that truly support entrepreneurs. Okay. Volta Regional Police intercept ammunition on Accra Benin bound bus. Okay, so we understand this particular bus is moving from Accra to Benin, and on board that bus, or on that bus, were some ammunition which have been intercepted by the Volta Regional Police. Kudos to the police on that one. Let me bring you to the Greater Accra region. Zongo youth launch drug crackdown, shut down over 20 shops. Zongo youth launch drug crackdown, shut down over 20 shops. Okay. Ghanaian students in US face visa deportation threats. Ghanaian students in the US face visa and deportation threats. We're sure and convinced that the Foreign Affairs Ministry will look into the matter and help address it as it should be. Christians worldwide celebrate Easter Sunday. Christians worldwide celebrate Easter Sunday. We know that Easter Sunday is commemorated to mark the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ after he arose triumphantly on the third day following his crucifixion. We believe in that, okay? The death and resurrection plus the ascension of Christ. And so Christians worldwide celebrated Easter Sunday yesterday. Quite colorful. Today we know that there'll be picnics across various cities and towns. So you might just want to catch somewhere, have some fun. But while you're at it, let's be reflective of the death and the resurrection, and of course the hope that it brings to us as Christians. Akufo-Addo and Kufuor reunite during Easter. Akufo-Addo and Kufuor reunite during Easter. Betting is leisure, not livelihood. District Assembly's Common Fund Administrator cautions youth. He says betting is leisure, not livelihood. Okay. Ghana National Fire Service urges Kantamanto authorities to rebuild market to modern standards. Ghana National Fire Service urges Kantamanto authorities to rebuild market to modern standards. And then you have the Ghana Health Service here. It's a directive to its directors. So it says GHS 2 directors, stop charging washroom fees in hospitals. Stop charging washroom fees in hospitals. I mean, sometimes some of these issues, when you come across them, you actually don't know how to approach them. You are offering an essential service such as healthcare. You have a facility to provide healthcare, and you want patients who patronize your service at your facility to pay for washroom fees. Are you running a public toilet or you are running a health facility? I think the Ghana Health Service should not just be directing them. You should be going in there and dealing with directors who are still engaging in this practice. It is so archaic. I do not. What is it? Are you generating funds internally by charging washroom fees? So I come there, I have an emergency, and I have to pay. I mean, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. So please, Ghana Health Service, you need to be strong and bold on this one. Tell the directors to stop the thing and move in there and insist, okay, ensure that this is stopped. Why are you charging washroom fees? So what? I'm not a patient, but I have a cousin or a relative there who is on admission. And if I come there, I have to pay for washroom fee. In this day and age, Mother Ghana. No, it is well. Ghana Health Service, please, we beg you. Deal with this issue decisively, okay? And let us put a stop to some of these things. We beg of you. Anyways, this is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. My name is Nana Tufu Boateng. We'll be getting into the conversation pretty shortly. Thank you for staying with us. We'll see you after this break.
This April, 97.3 City FM invites you to join us for a powerful journey of faith, reflection, and connection in our seasons of prayer. As we step into this season of renewal, we bring you a month-long special encounter that will uplift your spirit and strengthen your soul. Whether you're seeking peace, guidance, or simply a deeper connection in faith, this is the perfect opportunity to come together in prayer and find inspiration in the midst of daily life issues. It's time to reflect, refuel, and reconnect. So, mark your calendars, gather your loved ones, and be part of something truly reviving. Seasons of Prayer is on 97.3 City FM this April. Stay tuned and let's pray together for brighter days ahead. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2025. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Call 0244-981112 for more information. Let the power of prayer guide you this season. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM.
Nabahalia Malina Chotama and Ling Hasubekasi Kahasi Doma Abeche Ana Domonesia Abloya Kirigi
This Easter, be the light in a child's life. As we gather with family and share meals and beautiful moments this Easter, let us not forget the little ones who have no one, no mother's hug, no father's voice, no warm bowl of food to return to, no pencil to write their dreams with, no exercise book to call their own. They are orphaned, vulnerable, alone. But with your help, we can change that. Support the Easter Orphan Project and give these children some hope to hold on to. Your donation in cash or kind will help provide warm meals, decent clothes, school supplies, and the care every child needs to grow. Because even the simplest things, soap, gari, clean bed sheets, a pair of sandals, these things cost more than many orphanages can bear on their own. How can you help? Send money via mobile money to 0550 900 006 or write a check to the City FM Foundation. You could also bring your donation to City FM behind the Adabraka Police Station. Visit www.citynewsroom.com or call 0550 900 006 or 0302 226 013 for more information. You can also give milk, sugar, bags of rice, toys, books, detergent, whatever you can share. Get together with your friends, involve your church, spread the word, because every child deserves more than survival. They deserve love, dignity, and a fighting chance at life. This Easter, let your kindness light up a child's life. Will you be that light? The Easter Orphan Project is powered by 97.3 City FM with support from Channel 1 TV.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in
us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I have two gentlemen seated here with me, and we're going to go into the conversation surrounding some of the topics that we've selected from the lot, okay, that is making the rounds within the news cycle this morning. Elvis Darko, he's the editor of the News Center newspaper, editor of newscenter.com. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning.
Ibrahim Ajay is here, former assistant secretary, office of the former president. Good morning, Ibrahim.
Nana, good morning.
Happy Easter, gentlemen.
Happy Easter to you as well.
I trust we're good.
Yes.
Some people were in Kwewu, but we were in Accra because we had to work.
Yes. Yes. But it's good. It's good.
All work and no play.
I know, right?
Make jack and all.
But not all the people who went to Kwewu actually went to have fun. There was a business forum there.
No, but I knew they had fun, and so what? It's a public holiday. You can't work every day.
It is. I mean, it is.
There must be time for you to go and relax and distress
need to
from
enjoy
all
the
the
fruits of your
pressure.
labor.
Of course. And leave all
Why
the.
do I get a feeling that you had some proper fun this weekend?
No. It is sometimes we don't know the value of having time for ourselves as black people or Ghanaians.
Leisure.
Leisure is so important part of life. See, we stress ourselves on daily basis.
Yeah.
So there must be a time where you decide that, look, I think this weekend I want to just take some distressing moment, go sit somewhere. In this country, most people, when it's time for their leave, they say, oh, pay me for the leave, I want to remain and work. People work for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, they never go on leave.
Yeah.
Because we don't understand that resting moment is important for the body to rejuvenate and reset and make sure that you get more strength to be able to work. So we see it as, because it is leisure, we think that it is for a certain class of people.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it's a certain class of people. We must all find time once a while to distress from all our stress. Because stress is dangerous for health.
Yeah.
So if you don't have
you.
strategies of distressing, you may die out of stress, you may have BP, you may have all these things, all because you are just working the body without giving the body time
to rest.
To actually rest.
Yeah. Good stuff. I agree with you. But it was beautiful. I mean, in Kwewu, we saw the former president uniting with the current president. Then we also saw His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor also there. I think it was a beautiful moment. But it was the Kwewu Business Forum, and basically bringing together entrepreneurs, business executives, CEOs to fashion out a way to improve the business environments, the business community in the country, and of course to boost the local economy. Kudos to the organizers, great initiative. Have we seen efforts like this in the past? What results have they yielded? What lessons have we learned from them? Ibrahim, I'll start from you and what you make of the Kwewu Business Forum.
Thank you very much, Nana. And a good morning once again. Happy Easter to all our viewers and listeners. The Kwewu Business Forum is not new. Let's establish that fact. Now, I was in fact not surprised, but informed by His Excellency himself, President John Dramani Mahama, that it was in a conversation with Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff, some time back, when they were invited to Kwewu, and Julius Deborah, as he called him, his co-conspirator, suggested that let's not use it just for the leisure that Elvis was talking about, but let's see that government's policies, this at the time, we can use that as a platform to communicate what government can do, how it can work with businesses, and that's what created the Kwewu Business Forum. So it's been going for some time. And what I like about it is that you're seeing strong, let's say, titans of industry, let me put it that way, coming together, and those who want to get there, and finding out what are the challenges that we face, what are the opportunities that are available, and by creating that space for conversation, we can somehow, become those African lions, like we have the Asian tigers. There's always been that conversation right from the 80s and 90s. When will we see the emergence of the African lions to match the Asian tigers that saw Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Taiwan to an extent, Vietnam recently, and South Korea really developing, and of course, mainland India as well. So what it does is, as I say, it creates an opportunity, and opportunities can help to inspire activity and get people moving. But I think what you wanted to ask was, per the earlier question that I got from your producer, if I can go in that direction, was what government policies can be implemented to help drive entrepreneurship, And I think as Ghanaians, we have to recognize that, and it's increasingly being the case since 2001, when President John Agyekum Kufuor came to power, that the private sector has to be the engine of growth.
Yeah.
This thing about let me leave school or university and look for who you know in government, we have to disabuse our minds of that and really make sure that we chart, when I say we, as individuals, you know, chart your own path. There are so many business opportunities. Sometimes you're in a market or any private business environment, and you have that eureka moment, that light bulb moment, that I can do this better. Or if we change this, add this, you know, we can create an economic market for this product or idea, and we've all had it. So what can government do? Government has already started some initiatives.
Yeah.
You have the National Entrepreneurship Innovation Program, NEEP, which has started some time back under President Akufo-Addo. And then you also have YouStart.
Is it still running?
It's still running.
Okay.
Now, what we can do, policy-wise, is to make sure that maybe the process is streamlined, the application process is less cumbersome, and the disbursement of funds, the money needed for those young men and women, not necessarily young men and women, people in general, entrepreneurs, can be dispersed more quickly once we've done your due diligence and checks. But one of the key government policies that I would recommend, this is where government can legislate action for we, the citizenry, to buy in, by force, let's say it's obligatory, is making sure that entrepreneurship is instilled within our curriculum. I'm talking education.
Academic, yeah.
Academic, from primary all the way to university. When you go to school, you know they're going to learn English, maths, science, am I right? It's a given. Entrepreneurship needs to be in the same, you know, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, as it used to be called, plus entrepreneurship. Because when you inculcate business ideas, that private, I call it innovation, that private vim, trying to instill within our young men and women, I'm talking from, from 5, 6 years old,
basic level.
Be business minded. Can you imagine if we were business minded from kindergarten all the way up to university? The pool, the critical mass of people, that suddenly will have those light bulb moments. That would really, really help. Again, what do entrepreneurs need? Access to finance. So again, this is somewhere where government can come in policy-wise. What can we do to make sure that entrepreneurs have access to finance? It's not like I have an idea, where's the money? But again, you have angel investors, venture capital. What can government do? And we've done it. It's not like we've been sitting down while the rest of the world is moving. But again, we can continue to add value to these initiatives so that there's more opportunity to access funding. Again, from a corporate point of view, what again government can do is to give a tax incentive to businesses and say that if you do a mentor matching program, mentor matching, you have an idea. I'm a corporate giant or a businessman with experience. Government can give me a tax break if I adopt a certain number of young men and women or business people. Again, I want to move away from the young. You can be 70 and then have that, I can do this business. Where business can match you, government will give that business tax relief so that you, with the experience, can help mentor these young or people, again, with these ideas. So these are some of the government policies. Access to finance, education-wise, and again, scaling up programs like NEEP. That will go a long way to really help. And then again, we're in this digital age. We started with the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project, and then also the Digital Transformation Center, which started in 2020, 5 years now. What does it do? It's giving access to broadband, internet, and innovation skills to those who can be part of that ecosystem, those being Ghanaians. So these are some of the areas that government can, policy-wise, really make a difference by making sure that you, if you will, handcuff business to entrepreneurs by giving incentives. And again, that access to finance, because you have the idea, what can you do? Again, within agriculture, we have agribusiness. And when you go online to, for example, the Ghana, is it, what do you call it? GIPC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghana Investment Promotion Center.
Promotion Center. Within that portal, it takes you to agribusiness within the GIPC portal, where it matches, you know, the international markets to you.
Right.
You are in Ghana and you don't know who in Taiwan or Malawi or Nigeria or Switzerland, okay, or Portugal or Namibia that you can sell to. Now those portals give you, and it's across business, across sectors, whether it's palm oil, mangoes, coconut, you know, you name it. I'm talking agribusiness.
Yeah.
It's giving you.
But now agribusiness is under the Trades Ministry.
Yes, but that particular portal is giving you access. Now, what you need is that same sort of facility for entrepreneurs, whereby entrepreneurs, and they're there, but that education, that communication of those facilities, those digital connections, government can make a more determined effort to link entrepreneurs with all those opportunities that are there both locally and internationally.
Very well. Elvis, Co-Business Forum. The president says Ghana needs policies that truly support entrepreneurs. Now, when I hear politicians, especially presidents, speak like this, I'm wondering who exactly they are speaking to.
I've told you in Ghana, we just waste money on talk shops.
Oh,
yeah. Look, we are not being realistic, and we should accept it.
Which of the realities?
If they want to tell you the budget for this particular meeting, it could set up a young person's business. Who said that in the past 20 years we don't know the problems of our business, our account in terms of business? Who said we don't know? We are not bold enough to take the steps that will make sure that this country move forward. And we only go and sit at conferences and talk shop. That's why we are where we are.
But some of these steps will come up from these.
It's go nowhere. We have been having these conferences upon conferences. Just look at the past 2 decades. Who doesn't know? Every year AGI prepares what they call the AGI's top 10 problems. They have press conference and they tell government for business to grow in Ghana, these are the top 10 issues that AGI feels as critical to business. Every year, AGI, which is the Association of All Industries in Ghana, tell the government and the people of Ghana that for businesses to grow, these are the problems that must be solved. So the problems that must be solved, every year AGI makes it known. So why do you need a forum? You see, we like talking, and Ghana, we are talking too much. That's why we are where we are. We need to be working, okay, and getting results. And that's the problem. Government is the single largest driver of economic activity in Ghana. Because we are running a procurement economy. And about 70% of all procurement is done by state agencies. How do we target government procurement power to empower local industry? If we were doing that in the past 10 years, we will not be where we are importing everything, including kontomire and kokunte or whatever. This is the problem. So it's not that we don't know the problems of Ghana or business. We know. Because every year AGI tells us that for business to go, these are the issues that must be addressed. So it is clear. So I don't see why anybody thinks that we need to be going to conferences, talk shops, drinking tea. That is what means that we are thinking about the country. It is not. And we must be clear. 2001, Agambiri realized that tech will drive this country. He decided to start a company called RLG. A government contract to RLG has issues. Oh, they've not delivered the quantities they are supposed to deliver and all that. Instead of first sitting down like where the world is going, this company is going to be key in Ghana's economic prospect. So whatever the challenges are, if he's not be able to deliver the number of laptops, let's make him deliver. Let's do it. What did we do? We turned into a whole convoluted, and at the end of the day, the company is gone. Today, we say we want to buy 1.2 million tablets to stock it, and it is imported. And you spend huge money to go import it. Which company hasn't had problem in the world? There's no big company in the world today that has not had problems. But when countries realize that this company, its relevance to the state is important, no matter what the challenge, they will never let the company collapse. The owner of Samsung is in jail. He came back from jail, they sent him back to jail. But the South Korean government knows that the company called Samsung is so vital for South Korea because nothing should happen to the company. The person who did something was fished out and dealt with, but the company has been supported to continue to compete with Apple in the market. So who said companies don't have problems? But in this country, the small problem a business are the best thing we think to do is to make sure that we frustrate the company to close down. And then you say you want to grow. What are we talking about here? You have the power to empower local industry by using government money that you need to buy things, give the contract to local company, and make sure they produce it here. The best thing is that we have financiers who are interested in importing and making money to their pocket easily. So they'll go and import those things instead of giving the money to local industry. And you say you want to grow industry. How will you grow the industry when the government, which is the largest single driver of economic activity, prefers to spend all our taxpayers' money to import rather than giving it to local industry? So look, I'm giving you this incentive in addition to the contract I'm giving you, so that you deliver this locally, so that we make sure that the economy runs, the business is running. Do you know where RRG would have been today? It might be a whole West African company. And today that we are talking after, they might be one of the leaders in terms of tech on the continent. Do you know the impact that will have on Ghana as a country? Do you know the impact that it will have? But today we are here. We don't have a single phone assembly or mobile phone or laptop, anything, not even assembling plant in Ghana. We don't have. We don't. But look at the market in West Africa alone. We are 250 million population. And look at the whole Africa. So we should stop talking and come out with proper things that make sure that we select this industry. We know that this industry will make a huge impact on the economy if it goes well. Let's support A, B, C, D. 5 entrepreneurs in this sector. They are doing something at the nascent stage, but they lack finance. They don't have this. They are being crippled by taxes and all that. Come out with a policy and say, these 5 companies that we have selected, this is how we are driving them, because we know this is the driving. They'll become a pillar of the economic development. But that's not what we do. We go and sit here, spend money that can set up somebody's business to drink tea and say we have gone to conferences. And at the end of the day, we'll come and sit there and talk. President Mama has been president for 4 years before. He knows all the problems of businesses in Ghana. He's back as president. And then we are thinking about having an economic forum to think about Ghana's economic problems. Are we saying that for the 4 years that has been, but he didn't know the problems of business? Look, let's be practical. That's what I'm saying. Let's be very practical, okay? The countries that Ibrahim mentioned about, the Asian Tigers. It's not about talk shop. It's about they sit down a master plan and says, if the Taiwanese economy, if the South Korean economy will grow, if Malaysian economy will grow, if the Singaporeans will grow, these are the growth pillars that will make it possible. How does the state support this institution to make the impact they want to? That is how they've done it. Ours is go and talk, but we are not able to determine. Who doesn't know that the cost of credit is a problem to business in Ghana? Where is any capital from the state and says, while the commercial banks are giving you a loan at 30%, government has set up this fund that if you are into this area, which we believe are the pillars of industry that will move Ghana, we are giving this loan to you at 10% interest rate. Where is it for the selected sectors? Who is doing it? We talk about agro industry, we want to be growing because we are agrarian and we want to support the... Where is the master plan for raw material production? Every company that is struggling to survive in Ghana is because they are finding it difficult to have access to regular supply of raw material. Where is our master strategy of making sure that this and this and this companies that in the agri value chain are key, and therefore we must make sure that we invest this and this in these areas to provide the raw materials that they need to be able to run. We are not doing it. We allow cheap imports to come in to compete and kill the ones that have been produced in Ghana. We talk about what's the loan rate in the bank if you go. Who can go and take a loan at the bank at 30%? In addition to almost 21% of VAT and levies that you have to pay as an industrial and say that your business is going to grow. The countries that we point to that they have made it, is that the amount of VAT they pay in their countries? Is that the amount of interest rate they are paying in their countries? Yet you sit there, you compare yourself that Ghana wants to be like you, Malaysia, Singapore. But if you look at their interest rate, it's not what we are giving here to business. If you look at their cost of credit, that's not what their access to credit, that's not what we have here.
Clear examples to learn from.
So we should stop this talking and say, look, this sort of talking, this is not the way to go. In the scheme of after. from planting for food and jobs to feed Ghana now.
Yeah.
Almost every instinct that's going to go into it, probably only seed production will be done locally. The rest all are going to be imported.
Fertilizer.
It's going to be imported. Chemicals are going to be imported. Then you ask yourself,
chemicals.
Nigeria is next door, major petrochemical producer. We are also doing into petrochemicals. Have we been able to sit with Nigeria and say, look, maybe our oil is not big enough, but with the strength of your oil, we want Nigeria to be where we produce fertilizer for West Africa. All the smaller countries, whatever thing you need to send to Nigeria from your petrochemical industry, produce the fertilizer. Let's get at this price for our local farmers in the sub-region to do. But then we'll go import fertilizer from Brazil and other places and bring it here and say we want agriculture to grow. Why is agriculture to grow when you are spending all the money to go import this thing from far away countries instead of looking around within your country and neighboring countries around you and see how you can take advantage of what happens there to be able to make sure that the local industries get the things at affordable rate, they get cost of credit lower. Electricity tariffs, we just increase the electricity by 14.75%. Talk to AGI, they will tell you cost of power is one of the reasons why things produced in Ghana are so expensive.
Guta is up in arms with them.
Because the tariffs we pay in Ghana is like among the highest in the sub-region. So you cannot compare, even in the sub-region, let alone talk about you want to produce something that will compete with China.
International markets.
You look at the energy rates, the tariffs they pay. So the truth of the matter is that, please, this idea where we are always pretending that we don't know our problems, government should stop.
Okay.
We know our problems. Government should take the bull by the horn and say, private sector, we start with you. You said AGI every year you give us a report that these are your problems. Okay, the tariffs. Okay, let's give special rate to industry. How do we get there? How do we make sure we're able to get that special rate for industry? Cost of credit. You can't borrow at 30% and pay 21% of VAT on top of it and say you are doing production in Ghana and you make any meaningful profit. So the VAT for businesses and industry, maybe we want to cut it down maybe 10% or 12%. Okay. We want to cut down, give you credit at 10% or 12%. Look, let's come up with those practical things that will give that breathing space to the people in the industry to grow. But we have stifled the entire industry with government policies and programs. And the same government now go and sit with the private and say, please, what can we do to help you? And they tell you, you don't do anything about it. You go and hold a conference and say, what do you think we can do? And we are just repeating this thing. There's nothing we are doing practical to prove that we want this country's economy to drive the way we want it. Because if you look at all government policies, they are all stifling business. Go and register a small business at GRA today. Whilst you have not even done a single business, they said, the law said they have to assess you for a tax. So for the first 3 months, they give you an amount to pay that whether you have done anything or not, it is an estimated that you must pay. If you don't pay, you are default. And you have to pay with penalty. A business that I have shown that I have not done anything. The mere fact that I've come to register with GRA, I'm assessed for tax purposes. Where the little capital that probably I need to start a business, now I'm paying it to government in taxes because the law says once I register a business, I must be assessed for tax and be given estimates to pay. Why do I get a capital? The little that I'm going to buy raw material to start, you are taking it in the name of taxes. When I have not done anything.
Obvious, thank you. Victor Kwadwo Adawudu has been kind enough to join us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Looking good, though.
Oh, by His grace. And good morning to my panelists.
Sure.
And
our
church viewers.
Were you in Kwawu?
No, I couldn't make it. You
couldn't make it. Very well.
Yes, I couldn't make it.
Very well. We're looking at the Kwawu Business Forum. The president says Ghana needs policies that truly support entrepreneurs. We keep saying that the private sector is the engine of growth. Have we made the environment conducive enough for private businesses to thrive?
Yeah, thank you, Nana. I think that I've listened to Elvis, I've listened to... Sometimes it's said that better late than never, right? I think that consistently, or for some successive governments, have always tried to see how they will be able to bring businesses or bring up people, entrepreneurs, so that they'll be able to have the economy grow and also people to have businesses to do. And I think that whilst this is being done, that we are meeting, there is a forum that at the end of the day, like Elvis is saying, it does not become the usual talk shop. I think that we have learned lessons. And this present government has learned so much in the sense that whilst the manifesto was going to be crafted, it had met everybody, entrepreneurs, every sector, to know what are the teething problems that they have, the issues. I think that it is time that we get sector by sector strategies and policies that we need to grow the sectors and meet them. You see, we should not be the top to down approach that we use every time. Let's meet the people involved, the actors. Now, I'm happy that the politicians, the hardcore politicians, the leaders are there. Sometimes we assume, we make it like, once you become a leader by popular vote, you have been elected, you become a leader. Excuse my language. Please forgive me if the language looks blunt or harsh. We think that they have all the knowledge, the political leaders, and they themselves, they hold themselves thinking that what they say and that they have all the knowledge, thinking that the other people, because they've been elected into office, the other people do not have that modicum of intelligence that they will be able to contribute to how the nation is governed. And I see this as one of the practical things, that knowing that they are bereft, that they don't have all the knowledge how to do it. That's why they brought people who are being in the business to know exactly the first-hand information. Yes, you may have a perception that this is what it is, but what are the practical issues? We may have theory, it's put on paper, if you do A, B, C, D. And we have seen it, government, successive government, what do they talk about? Tax rebate. And this tax rebate they want to give or incentives, at the end of the day, ends with cronies. It ends with people who even have to pay. It ends with them. So you see the person down there, the downtrodden, who is trying to make a living and make a living, do not benefit from it. So for me, it's a good thing, it's a starting point. One of the other things that you see one business growing, it gets to a point that it goes down, and another one. So it's like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. In a sense that we have tried to politicize every business. Yes, it might not, yes, the politicians or the politics might be blamed for that. But I think that the drivers of this businesses also, make the grounds fertile for political leaders, that when there is a change, they try to clip your arms, which should not be the case. Because whilst they are controlling the business, business is growing, they also arrogate to themselves that we have the power to call the shots who becomes a leader. And I have the power not, this man will not win elections. And when all this happens, and the person who you were against comes in, also will try to say that, look, yes, because you are liquid, you are able to finance my opponents against me. So your business tend to suffer. And I'm happy that whilst the political leaders and the people got there, they realized, a practical example that Afenyo Markins gave was when his bauxite, he was hauling bauxite and what the things that had happened. Yes, so I think these are issues that will resonate with them. That once policies are being made, policies for every sector, I think that it should cascade down to every sector by sector, so that anybody who comes, whether this party in or other party, can see some policy, some strategy that we want to grow the economy. People should get jobs, people should be able to do. Why is it that we have investment code, we have strategy policies for people from outsiders, but we within, we do not have policies. Or we even have, and it is on the shelf. So for me, I think that this is the growth pillars that we should be looking at. We should have a target. I think they said almost at least few companies that will be brought up that the measuring yardstick will be the next time they go, how many enterprises that were we able to create and develop. I'm sure in a year, we should be able to have the results and say, this is what we have done. This is where this business is growing to. And let's look, we are the same people. Yes, the politics is part of it. It is part of everything. But
and that's where the bigger problem is, because you see, we've had development plans over the years.
Yes.
What has happened to all of these?
You know, Nana, too, sometimes the truth hurts. The truth hurts. The issue is that we as citizens, we are also part of the problem. Because election is only 4 years.
Right.
We are looking at the elections. We are not looking at the generation. So policies that are being made are made tailored towards the next 4 years. Because if I come and I said, this is what I want to do for generation, because 1 or 2 people will not be able to have the immediate benefit of it, I will say, or gratification, they'll say, oh, no. You people came, we haven't seen anything. Nothing is happening. Right? So the politicians or the parties have also learned that in as much as we want to do things for the generation, the short term should be how do we get power? How do we remain in power? So it is for the citizens to always come and say, no, we think we have practiced, we have done this for too many years. Let's see what homegrown solutions we can have. So that people don't come and the immediate thing is that, yes, how will I win the next election? After the election, how am I going to win the next election? Once I come and tell somebody this is the plans and we kickstart the plans, it will take us the next 8 years or 6 years to do this. And the benefit will outweigh what we do. How many people will want to take that? I think the realization is now coming. People are becoming to see that a long-term planning and will be more better than what we do now. So it is for the citizen. If you're an MP or anything and you go now and say, oh, this is the plans that I have that we want to do for long term, they say we haven't seen anything. They will kick you out. And you also don't want to be kicked out. So these are problems. I think that let's do it sector by sector. Go down. It's not only conferences we should have. Once we go down and we have the strategies, we ask the people themselves. I always believe in participatory democracy. When you ask them, they will give you the practical problems and what are the plausible solutions we will have. So I think that in as much as the politics will be part of us, let us see the common good. And also people who are blessed, maybe entrepreneurs, business, they should not sometimes, they should tone down, not should always try that. With their money, they can flaunt it in the face of others. If that is, no, Ghanaians, they like people who are doing well, they like money. But if you try to flaunt it, and that money, they will bring you down. And that has always been part of our problem. So I think that is a good thing, and let's see how. But before I even finish, listen, for so many years, our cocoa is going down. How many hectares have we deliberately said we want for the next 5 years to have about 10,000 or 20,000 cocoa farms, hectares? No. Go to Ejura. How have we consciously said, look, Ejura, there's a vast land there. We are going to do huge maize farms, commercial farms. No. Look at the Fumbisi Valley. You go to Yagabo, all those places. Huge land, water resources, everything available. So I think these are things that we need to do sector by sector if we really want to grow this economy.
Ibrahim, how long are we going to allow the politics to hurt us? You've listed some wonderful policies, but we both know that at the end of the day, when there's a change in power, in government, these policies will not transcend the political parties.
To an extent, Nana, I agree with you, to an extent. But let us also understand the reality. Ghana has really come a long way. You know, we really have. I'm talking specifically from the 1980s, you know, when we had the structural adjustment policies and what have you. Ghana has come leaps and bounds, but there's so much more that we can do.
Exactly.
So that's why I say I agree with you to an extent. Some of the programs that have started, you know, you've seen them being followed through, hopefully scaled up. but you cannot remove the politics from it. Let me explain why I say so. There needs to be that harmony, that relationship. 1868, this is the Meiji period in Japan. 1868, for those who want to Google MEIGI. What happened during that period? You had what you call Zaibatsu. Again, let me spell it for those who want to Google. Zaibatsu. Zaibatsus were, the Japanese, if you translate it to English, is wealthy clique or financial clique, whereby these companies, and we all know them, Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Yasuda, okay? These were companies were family owned and they run along sectors. So banking was there. They had a central bank within there. They operated in finance, manufacturing, and trading. Now, these companies were forced together, within the Meiji period of the time, 1868, whereby the leadership or government at the time, wasn't the government as we know it now, but the leadership at the time in Japan recognized that all these different sectors, let's force you to come together. And that created the Kawasaki that we know today, and it was dissolved after World War II. Why am I giving this reference point? Government and private sector worked together to develop. During Kwame Nkrumah's time, I know we had those initiatives, Boachi Mattress and Co. Do you get me? And we can do the same thing now, whereby we recognize that we have these industries, and government can help to, if not force, because we're a liberal democracy,
of course,
create incentives so that, for example, Hubtel can work with other companies, and Hubtel, you know, is a tech company within that ecosystem. Hubtel can also have a bank working with, so you grow the industry. What we have in Ghana is this one-man show, you know, and he or she doesn't want to open the business up. Meanwhile, you lack the efficiencies and the know-how and the intel that maybe Victor can add to your company, or Elvis can, do you get me? And that closed door mentality is affecting us. So I think that government can help create a conversation. You can't force us as we had in the Japan with the Zaibatsus that I mentioned. But it's important that that conversation takes place. And it's a mindset. Now, when I say it's a mindset, and I said it before Victor came in, we often think that, let me graduate and get a government job. Why I mentioned the entrepreneurial part of the curriculum, to somehow liberate our minds and free up our energies and say, what can I do? We need conversations to say, how can we improve this? For example, can we improve, I want to give you a basic example of how we can shift our attention. Fufu. Imagine having flavored fufu. It's an innovation. Fufu is bland. Am I right? It's bland. No matter how you slice or dice it, it's a bland carbohydrate. Likewise with kenke. Some time back, I was in a sister program, about 15 years ago. I said with kenke, imagine this is your kenke, okay? And you slice it like this. And then you have prawn, you know, the prawn, shredded prawn, and garlic as a paste. And you put your sliced kenke, cooked one, into that. What will happen? The prawn, nijison, will infuse into that kenke, then you shallow fry it.
Right.
Are you from the process?
Yeah.
So now when you take your sliced kenke, which you've shallow fried, it's cooked, it now is a garlic prawn flavored kenke. I said this 15 years ago. Kelewele and ice cream.
Have you thought of investing in this?
I've started. Not on the kenke side, but on the Kelewele side.
Right.
So I'm just mentioning, these are some of the ideas that if you're young and exposed to these things, suddenly the kenke is bland.
You think cultural influences also have a role to play?
It's a mindset.
Because it might take a while to diffuse
and then
or
we say
seduce
to
people's minds on this.
Oh, and Brian, you and your big bro from London. I mean, small.
We don't want you to touch
this is how our grandfathers did it. You're telling us I should put prawn in my kenke and then fry it. Where are you from? Are you from Ghana? Your Ghana is in Eminche, you know, all the manner of things. But these things rather encourage us. Now, I want to go back very briefly. I know there's another topic to go to, but I think it's important for our viewers. Elvis mentioned that RLG, it failed very quickly. I'll try and keep to the point because there are other topics to discuss.
Real quick.
Elvis mentioned that had RLG been allowed to operate, it could have now maybe provided the laptops that we want for our educational system. But here's the case. You had a program, GIDA, Ghana Youth Entrepreneurship Employment Development Agency.
Yeah.
You were given a contract to supply 12,000 laptops. You didn't provide them, but you were paid.
Right.
Also, the specifications for those laptops were not up to match. Then, I'm talking Agams Holdings. Okay, that was a holding company for RLG.
Yeah.
Raymond Agambire, am I right?
Yeah.
Agams
Roland,
Holdings. It was that?
Is it Roland?
Roland, sorry.
Yeah,
Roland Agambire.
Roland.
Agams Holdings was, what do you call it? Audited by GRA. You're not paying your taxes. Then you went into Hope City. Okay? So all of these things led to, let's say, investor confidence. Let me put it that way. It's not like government somehow killed your business. Also, we found that 90% of the mobile phones, the components were imported, and you assembled them. So this made in Ghana thing was somehow convoluted.
Yes, but now
I'm getting
the automotive
yes,
industry
I
here.
know,
We
I
are
know.
assembling here.
I know. I'm making the point that what we need to do is not say that if a company is bad, and you gave the example of Samsung, okay, somehow you throw it away. That's not what happened. If you look at the timeline of what happened, the CEO didn't even stay in the country. He went to Dubai. Are you following me? My point, and I said I'll keep it brief. If a company is doing well, financially, fiduciary responsibilities, we shouldn't turn a blind eye and say, oh, because it's here, allow it to flourish. Kantanka is a business, and I think we've all across the years said, what is governments or administrations? During your time, I'm talking Mills Mahama, Kufuor time, to a less extent, Akufo-Addo's time, we keep talking.
Yeah.
What help are we really giving to Kantanka?
Yeah.
I know government came in and said, oh, like, 4x4s, let's purchase it from Kantanka.
Yeah.
And it's not just vehicles that they do. It does a whole array.
But that's on one end of the chain. What happened to the production stage?
Yes, that one I can't speak to that. I want to speak to what I know. I'm just saying that where governments across board, let me if I say administrations, it removes the bipartisan nature of it. There are other Kantankas within the ecosystem. You know, and I think Victor was alluding to it. Elvis made a point as well. Let's stop talking and start acting. But what are we doing? You see the Zaibatsu I mentioned? Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Sumitomo, Yasuda, Kawasaki. These are all household names. The leadership in Japan at the 1868. See the vision.
Yeah.
Why can we talk about it all this time, Nana? I'm just using Kantanka as an example. But there are so many others.
Yeah.
Neat Fufu is there. And we know it's Kwame Despite and what have you. But when we recognize these titans, Kwame Despite, what is government? Maybe behind the scenes, something's happened that I'm not aware of. I can only speak to the public information that I am privy to.
Right.
You know, why can't we make Neat Fufu? I'm not saying it's not global, but really strong. Kantanka. You know, let's put in dedicated financial resources. Say, look, Fidelity Bank, GT Bank. I know GT Bank is Nigerian. But again, let's think outside of Ghana. Let's think ECOWAS. Let's think AU, African Continental Free Trade Area. We host that institution here. So let's pull in Africa and say, what we have this, what can we do to develop? What can we do to push these businesses? So that's my submission on that
I
point.
think the Crow Forum brought all these people, most of them together.
Yeah.
Yes. And then,
So at least, let's see.
So
It's
after
a
the forum, then
beginning.
what?
No. I'm sure there should be resolution. There should be
you see, my
some
issue is,
pointers.
and that's what I've been asking
No.
Elvis, that it's happened over the years. This is not the first.
Banana to
the
fall.
resolutions have been made.
Yes.
They put pen to paper every time. But where is the implementation?
Yes, Banana, the thing is that once you have your strategies, you put them. What has been come together, everybody has agreed the problems, what will be the solutions. It's put together and you look at it. It's not hard and fast. So you look at it every day, there will be flexibility, you fine tune it. And I'm saying that with all this that he has said beautifully, we have started a step. Yes, we started before. We have failed. Does that mean that we should not start again?
No.
We should throw it away. Yeah, so let's give the benefit of doubt that with this forum, policy strategies will be developed, that I'm sure the secretariat, they should have a small secretariat to develop what they have discussed there and invite the people and know how we can go about it. I'm sure something good will come out of this forum, and we will see businesses that would grow out of this, and businessmen will be able to have the incentive, things that they have talked about, that it goes to the actual people, people who need it, but not friends and cronies.
It's the environment for me. For businesses to thrive, they need a conducive environment. Interest rates, utility tariffs, fair playing ground to be able to compete.
I'm sure
these are the major issues.
I'm sure that's why the financial
but these
institutions
are
have
known.
been brought in.
These are known.
No, you see, they are known. But most of them is that they are looking at the interest rate. What I always tell the bankers sometimes is that when a company is struggling, you don't go to help them. You need to grow with the companies. But when they are doing well, you are always running there that we want to give you loan. We want to give you loan. We want to assist you. And that's not what it's supposed to be.
The government go in there to provide cheaper loans.
No, the government brings the enabling environment and the leadership of the banks. Now that they've roped in the leadership of the banks and saying that, look at this. This is what we want.
Very well.
So they should be able to reduce the interest rates. They should be able to have some packages for subsectors. If it is agribusiness we are doing, what is the interest? What are we looking at? So I think it should be at its embryonic stage, and we take it along that way.
Thank you, Victor. Elvis.
Ibrahim talk about RIG. RIG didn't say that they were manufacturing laptops or anything. RIG is an assembling plant.
Yes.
So nobody should create a RIG as a manufacturing plant. No, they are assembling plant.
Yeah.
My point is, the government gives a contract to a private company, and there are issues with the contract. Okay, this is how much we paid. You are supposed to deliver this, but you have not delivered. Let's sit down. Let's rewrite the issues and make sure that you deliver. And from now on, we've learned lessons that the way we went about supervision and making sure that you do the right thing. Maybe we, the supervisors, haven't done our work well. Now we step it up. The company would have been in existence by now. Because if you owe GRA and so what? It is what you must do before you pay GRA, right? So if the government had seen the future and said, I thought the RIG was supposed to start with the 12,000 and upgrade and later actually supply laptops to almost every child in Ghana. By now, education would have been well digitized where every kid would have a machine and be working with. But because we didn't look at this from that place and we killed the business, that's why today we are now importing tablets from abroad to give to school children. So we should not say that business will not encounter challenges. Challenges have come. Your money is with the private company. But the company has proven that what you have asked that they should do, if given the opportunity, they could do it. It's a new business. So if a new business encounters challenges, it's nothing new. You should be able to help them out. I'm saying that if we don't have that mentality that it is normal for businesses to go through such challenges, and that when they happen, we will help them out, we will end up collapsing every business we start in this country. That is bad. This government is talking about 600 enterprises. We are funny in this country. When the previous government said one district, one factory, they say, man, it is not possible to have one district, one factory in Ghana. That's 275. Today, the NDC government said they want to create 600 enterprises. You see, this is the problem with politics with Ghana. So the one year, nobody is reviewing, nobody is finding out what are the challenges, but I want to create 600 new ones. So the one day one company, whatever challenges they are happening, is an Akufo-Addo thing. So this government is not interested.
You see, that's what I was saying.
You understand it? So they want to create new ones. So these ones will die out. They will try their own. Whatever they will be able to create, another government can say, oh, you to this your own and let it die. By now, this government should be saying, how much has been invested in one day or other? Which ones are the which ones are the let's review it before if we add something on top. It is a process where a country want to grow. But then, since the government took over the budget and everything, you didn't hear anything about one day, one day. But they also want to do something and say, oh, it's the Mahama government that wanted to create 600 enterprises. This is why we can't grow. Because business has nothing to do with politics. It is about creating one business. If the one D1F work, it's for Ghanaians. If the 600 enterprises work, it's for Ghanaians. And if they will employ, it's Ghanaians they will employ. If they will pay taxes, they will pay tax to the state. So if we have something like one day if a new government comes, my expectation will be to look at what has happened to 1D1F. What are their challenges? Is there a way government can help them out of those challenges? Can we review the whole process? If we want to add 600 more to what already has been created, okay, we have been able to resolve some of the issues with the existing one. So we also want to add 600. But you don't hear any conversation about 1D1F. But here conversation, we also want to see that we can create. This is why we can't grow. So it means that the 1D1F companies are left to their fate. We can't continue to do that because we want to use state power to empower. When we are talking about agri, the government has not feed
the Ghana project.
But the previous government started something called Economic Enclave Project, where they wanted to cultivate 100,000 acres of agricultural lands. They started somewhere in Pung here. They have acquired land at Ejura that he mentioned and all that. This is a government project that if we are able to cultivate 100,000 acres of farm, rice, tomato, and some of the things we import, we can reduce our import bill.
Yeah.
In the 2025 budget, there's nothing about the Economic Enclave Project. But then we are taking public money to go and start a Feed Ghana project. So you see, it's all about my government also has to start something and take credit for it. So it's not about progression. And that is why if you talk about business growth in Ghana and solving our problem, it's not been resolved. We are having a school feeding program for both basic schools and secondary schools. The rice we are feeding them are imported. We import chicken to feed them. We are importing sardines to feed them. You ask yourself, we have tuna processing companies in Tema. If we said, for the children for fish production, even if we can, we know that it's 1 or 2 free zones companies. Okay, the tuna maybe you are selling at 7 cedi, we'll give you tax rebate. And then reduce the quantity, not the big one. Maybe do another thing that maybe half of it. And that company should be the one that should produce canned fish for school feeding, local. You are empowering local companies to grow and expand. But what we do is to import sardines and the rest to feed the kids. The rice, which we should say, we want to use the money to empower local rice producers to produce all the rice that will feed our school fees. So it's a government policy that is making sure rice production increases and empowers the farmers. Our interest is that people want to import and make quick profit. So we are importing all the rice to feed the school children. We are importing almost everything of our school children to feed. And so the question is, the government purchasing power, which it should have used to empower rice farmers, is empowering the rice farmer in Vietnam and other places because those are the ones we are using to feed school feeding. So if you want to empower local industry and local rice farmers, there must be a policy that no, school feeding should never be imported rice. Every school feeding should be, and that's where the Economic Enclave Project comes in, that if we have a land at places we say we want to produce, cultivate 100,000 acres, what percentage of it is supposed to be rice? We want to invest the money to cultivate the rice and then supply the rice to the schools to feed the kids. That is how you empower local farmers to also become like farmers who are making money from there. But when you are importing the rice to feed the kids, that's our taxpayers' money. But we are using it to empower the rice farmer in another country, rather than using our taxpayers' money to empower ourselves. The poultry, if we say children should eat eggs, why can't we say, look, we are putting this money into poultry production so that the chicken, they will serve these kids at the school. Do you know the number we are talking about in terms of school feeding? Go and check the budget. It says it has allocated 3 billion Ghana cedis for school feeding in the secondary schools. Do you know what 3 billion can do for the poultry and rice sector in Ghana if we dedicate that money and says it should be, everything should be local? So you see, these stock shops are not talking about these practical solutions. There's no directive that all the chicken, all the eggs, all the fish, canned fish, and all these things should be produced in Ghana. So in the end, we are doing a school feeding using taxpayers' money, but more than half or even 60-70% of whatever we are feeding the kids with public money is all imported and building another economy in another country. So I'm saying that these stock shops, if we don't take the deliberate steps and policies and directives and ensure that they are implemented, we can't. Under President Mahama first, we decided to revive the shoemaking factory to produce shoes for armed forces. What has happened to it? At the point, the politicians said, no, they won't make money, so they want to import it. That shoe factory is almost collapsed now. It's not producing. Why is that the commander-in-chief will try that let's revive this company to provide shoes for all the security agencies in Ghana? And at the end of the day, they can't enforce that. If that shoe factory has been enforced, maybe today they may be producing shoe for armed forces in Nigeria or Togo or somewhere. That is how you build local industry. So the talk is too much. What we need to do are practical. And until we begin to see, if you invest that money in poultry, do you know how much? President Mama complained about import bill. How do you reduce the import bill if the money of Ghanaian taxpayers who should make sure that we reduce the import bill is only focused on imports.
Imports, yeah.
Commander Sugar Factory was a campaign message for the NDC that the NPP abandoned it. We are going to loan of over $32 million to build Commander Sugar Factory. It's still rotting in the bush. In the budget, did you hear anything about Commander Sugar Factory in the budget?
No.
Is it this? So this talk of we want to build Ghana, it is more of political rhetoric rather than making sure that we use public procurement power deliberately and says, if we are to grow this country, our rice import must go down by this percentage. We are investing school feeding money there.
Right.
Look, we have companies who are producing sanitary pads in Ghana. We have a company that is in Sawam factory and Sawam prison that produces tissues and the rest. We have allocated 300 million Ghana cedis that we are going to provide sanitary pads to girls. Wait and see whether it is going to be given to local companies to produce. It's going to be imported.
Very well.
Let me just quickly
on this. In a few seconds.
Yeah, in a few seconds. I think that what he's talking about, the Economic Enclave project, I think the chief of Adontihini of Ugo, who spoke about that at the forum, that the government should look at that. And I think that what is being done with some of the projects, the 1D, 1F, you see, auditing is going on. Almost all the institutions, they are auditing to find out what has been left. And the NDC made it clear that all projects that were started by the NDC and the MPP, we will continue before we build new ones. This has been said by the president. So he should be rest assured that government will look at all this one. The budget is talking about, it's not everything, because looking at what was available and what was envisaged, it's not everything that we can budget for.
We need to see the action.
So as time goes on, I'm sure that government will make sure that the budget covers all
There's a message here that says, Nana Tufo Boateng, your guest in African Print, referring to Elvis, is talking right out of his heart, and he's making a lot of sense. I totally agree with him. Mahama should look into existing businesses and help push them to the top. Creating 600 new businesses is unrealistic, and even if it's done, it will collapse after his term of office ends. This is from Joel. Guys, quite an unfortunate one. The Vatican has announced that Pope Francis has died. May his soul rest in peace.
Amen. He's gone to the Lord.
Amen. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel One Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Faster, cooking shouldn't slow you down. Introducing the newest Franco microwave, specially made for you, the fastest and safest way to cook. Defrost, reheat, melt, and cook with Franco microwave with advanced technology that knows exactly what you want. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Download our Franco Trading app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store. For bulk purchases and enquiries, call the numbers on your screen. Franco Microwave, simple controls, smart sensors. Franco, the home of quality microwave.
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety should not be too far-reaching. It should be as easy as ABC. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
We were held at gunpoint in our own home, and they got away with it.
We didn't have Response One back then. That was the most terrifying experience of our lives.
But after that, we subscribed to Response One to ensure that never happens again. The last time the hoodlums tried, we had installed Response One monitored alarm system. Their response team arrived, followed by the police, to ensure we are safe.
Don't wait for tragedy to strike. Protect your home with Response One's monitored alarm system and our theft protection guarantee. Immediate response, real protection. Response One, stay connected, stay protected.
Excellent. Be that business owner that stands out and is very productive.
You're so confident. How do you do it?
It starts with Built. Where does your confidence come from? Paperwork made simple. Built takes all the hassle away. Yep, don't be like her. Built is your all-in-one simplified finance platform. It's your home for invoices, payments, your payroll, and so much more.
Oh, wow.
Grow your business today. Sign up now at Built.Africa. Download the Built app now.
Poverty makes you do what you otherwise would not do. Wealth makes you live the way you wish to live. But revenge cancels the lines between poverty and riches.
It's either you're saying something progressive, or I'll just tell your wife that I'm carrying your child.
Where is my father?
Now that he's coming closer to the community,
My puppy go forget your own plans, so I go forget my own.
Grateful that you stayed on with us. You're watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. We're moving from the Coal Business Forum. We're going to talk the issue of illegal mining, Galamsey. The Defense Minister has spoken, and he says the government is going to use chassis numbers to unmask Galamsey financiers. So Dr. Edward Omane Boama, I'm reading from channel1news.com. Defense Minister Dr. Edward Omane Boama has revealed that government is now using chassis numbers of excavators seized from illegal mining sites to trace their owners as part of a renewed crackdown on Galamsey. In a post on his official Facebook page, Dr. Boama said the tracking forms part of a broader strategy to dismantle the networks behind the environmental destruction caused by illegal mining. Describing Galamsey as an environmental sin against humanity and God, he disclosed that several chassis numbers have already been secured and are being investigated. I, for one, have always said that Kwesi Menu in that bush there does not have the resources to buy an excavator. Yeah. That Kwame Poku does not have the resources to buy an excavator. And for me, it is simple. If you're going to kill a snake, you cut off its head. Right?
Yep.
So I believe this is a step in the right direction. One of the many strategies. First off, Ibrahim, you think the government's approach to dealing with the illegal mining?
On this particular one?
On this particular one, and then subsequent moves or initiatives by the government.
I mean, it's an excellent initiative.
It's time to go for the big wigs.
Yeah, it has always been time. But you'll find that, again, who you know plays a part. Let's understand the ecosystem that's working here. You think it's just a big man or big woman, sometimes a Chinese person? No, you have a DCE, MCE, a chief, police chief, a policeman, a military person. And this, again, is cutting across administrations. So it's good that we can disabuse our minds, oh, this NDC or MPP. No. This is Ghana.
True.
Do you get me? So again, I don't want us to shift the narrative. Let's find the guy who's importing the excavator. What about the guy importing the mercury? Are you following me? There are so many components to Galamsey or illegal mining. Now, the VIN, which is a vehicle identification number, otherwise known as a chassis number, it's unique. It has 17 characters, and each character has as aligned to something: the manufacturer, the year of production, even the engine size, you know, its capacity, its axle load, so it can, and then the color, the original color of that vehicle is across, what do you call it, the whole manufacturing chain. So you can identify where it came from, and of course, that's why I said it's excellent. When you import, even if you import through a shell company, because if you're importing, you may not import with your own name. You may import through a third party or fourth party, but it creates that link, that ground zero, whereby investigations can take place. Okay, Nana Tufo imported this. He was the one who cleared it. Maybe it's not you, but somebody will use your details or ask you, or tell you, import this for me. But you create, let's say, an opening for other investigations to go through and enable us to track and also catch those who are involved. But then there's also the financing. Again, if we can monitor Momo transactions, bank transactions, and see how they lead into that ecosystem of Galamsey sites. Because at some point, those who are operating there, this is where you can open up the investigation. You know, if you love the autopsy of the investigation. You are the miner on the ground. You're not the big guy or the big woman.
Yeah.
But at some point, you will receive credits.
Yeah.
And it's just like a daisy chain. You receive Momo from Ibrahim Ajay. Am I right? You're on the ground. We can check your Momo records. You're on the ground. Who is Ibrahim Ajay to you that you received this amount? Then we check Ibrahim Ajay's records. Right. And so on and so forth. If it's and I doubt that these days is not a lot of cash transactions. A lot is digital, which is giving us that opportunity to trace and track.
Yeah.
So we go to your Momo, then mine, and so on. I mean, it has to be a dragnet. You know, so you're looking at the financial architecture as well as the physical infrastructure or inputs. Again, when the Chamfam machines are imported or constructed, all these things, mercury, as I mentioned, all the things necessary to leach gold from the ground or on the riverbed, these are all imported generally, am I right? So there's beyond the chassis number so many other inputs that government can track. And as I say, it's you ask me how is government doing, I can only comment until and unless, you know, something different happens. I was on a program, I think with Victor, some time back, and I noticed how President Mahama changed his tone. October 2023, he was saying that given the power, he would not prosecute those found there because they are big people. That kind of language doesn't help. You're giving some kind of leeway that, Charlie, if this man comes to power, we can continue. Even if they catch us, we won't go to jail. Because he's focused on the big... No, crime is crime. The fact that somebody told me to steal from a bank, somebody financing me to do armed robbery, if you catch me, you say, well, let's let Ibrahim go. Let's catch the person who financed him. Come on.
No.
The whole value, the deterrence has to be through the value chain.
Yeah.
Do you get me? So this is something that government needs to be determined about. You see the cocoa production, 531,000 tons. Cote d'Ivoire did 2 million. I'm talking this last year. 2 million tons compared to our 531,000. Part of it is because we are smuggling to Cote d'Ivoire. Let's take that as a part. Because they've increased the producer prices, so smuggling will increase. But beyond that, cocoa farms are being depleted and destroyed. So if you don't have the infrastructure, which is the ground, why won't your cocoa production reduce by 531,000 tons? I'm talking for last year. This is not. So again, it's something that governments and administrations have to be so strong about. And I'm hoping that President Mahama will change the tone and let everybody involved, whether you are a chief, MCE, I'm talking past and present, the thing has to be so intense. It's not a case of you're no longer the MCs who will, let's look into it. Crime does not have an expiration date. You know, so all of these things, the chassis number is a fantastic tool to help us find the big people, but also know the little people should also know that they're not getting a free pass. It will help us.
Sure, thank you. Elvis, are we gaining grounds with this fight?
We are going over it.
You think?
Oh, it's like we don't understand the Galamsey fight. Look, all the excavators being arrested are for NPP people.
You know
now
this for certain.
Look, we talk to people in the community. Now, the excavators that are for NDC gurus are moving into the bushes on daily basis. Galamsey is a serious political issue in the sense that the kingpins that we are targeted to already are the financiers of the political party. They are the financiers. The kingpin that he's targeting, which is the right thing to do. But you cannot have the political courage to arrest and prosecute the very people that brought your party to power. That is the problem with Galamsey. And that, until we tackle it from that point of view, we should forget it. Look, the biggest Galamsey sites in this country where you go, they say real big galamseys that are causing all this pollution. All of them, those who are the kingpins and linked to NPP and NDC, they are politicians, top political financiers. This, look, and if you go to the communities, look, all heads of security agencies who are supposed to be doing this, they are neck deep in this, they collecting payments from galamseyers on daily basis. Chiefs who own these lands, who are supposed to be reporting that something happening, these people are the ones rehabilitating and building palaces for them, buying cars for them, taking care of them. So they are deep neck into the whole thing. The whole issue is that I'm telling you, Nana, for the 6 months you see arrest, because in the previous regime, the MP people dominated the galamsey. So now the NDC has come, they will make sure they pick all the NPP people, a lot of them out. But you can't even take all of them because some of them are still in league with the NDC people. They hand over their assets and the rest, and they will be eating and direct. This is what galamsey is about. It's a clique that they are doing. So they'll arrest all these people, arrest these people. I'm telling you that how they are arresting these people. Others are moving. Yesterday I saw a video on Facebook where the soldiers went to bring down that village and all this things, and they brought all the. There were about 6 excavators. The person followed them and was videoing them moving into the same bush. The person followed them and videoed and said, look at all these excavators. They have shown you the one on TV that they have arrested. But these ones are moving into the forest.
Where they went to destroy the
Exactly. So you see, this galamsey fight, I can tell you that it's becoming more complicated than even fighting cocaine. Because the way we have gone about it, our greed for money, we don't want to be rich and live a luxurious life, we want to make the big money, we want to be the one that finances our political party that they cannot touch us, has made it such that I can tell you that if MDC, they really want to arrest the people, they will have a lot of orders to release excavators and them, because the very people that brought the party power in terms of campaign are the great kingpins in Accra, in the cities, who own all these sites. They are the very people who own all these excavators that have been mushed in the bush. See, this issue of chassis number and the rest. See, it's just sad that we are not looking at the way the fight has gone. Look, the previous government, what did we do? We said we're tracking the excavator. We set up a whole center, a whole tracking center. Spent money. Today, we are asking of drones that we said we have bought. Up to now, accountability for the drones where they are is an issue. A lot of things have been done, and still, it's because simple reason is that there are some people, when you try to arrest them, you may even lose your job in the system, because they are the key people who give so much money for your party to come to power. So you see, it is a political issue. And until the president of the day mastered that political courage and says, whether you finance me or not, I will not entertain it. I'm telling you that, and I want to tell people, what I judge by the galamsey fight, the success, and I've told every government, the previous one I told them, is what is the quality of the water. If the water has become clean, for me, the fight is half won. But until I see clean water bodies, anybody that's telling that we are winning galamsey fight, the question should ask the president, why are the water bodies still that brown? If we are winning the fight, they should reflect in the water. So long as we cannot see clean water bodies that in the past are brown, and they still remain brown, anything you see are for the optics to tell that the fight is going on. But in reality, the water body is telling you that the galamsey fight is not being won. And that is why we should look at it, because the only measure that we can use for now is when we begin to see clean water bodies. Then we realize that, something really is happening. But until then, let me tell you that it's going to be so difficult for anybody to tell me that we are going to win the galamsey fight. And up to now, I've not heard President Mama comment on the decision taken by the security agencies that foreigners should just be arrested and deported, not even tried. Look, we are just hypocrites. Aisha Wang, Safumako tried to defend the deportation of Aisha Wang. What the NDC did to the NPP in this country. So for NDC to come back to power and implement a policy of deportation instead of prosecution. And we are pretending as if what we did to Osafo is normal. But for a government policy to say, from the different government, which actually castigated the previous government for doing that, now it's a mass policy that anybody that's a foreigner we arrest, we are not going to prosecute. We will not jail, we will not convict you. All we need is that once we arrest you, give it to the immigration people, process you and deport you. And then for a Ghanaian who is a citizen of the land, who is involved in that, as for you when he's arrested, take him to court, prosecute and jail him. These are inconsistencies in the Galamsey fight. This is why the fight is going to be difficult to win. You see, you can arrest 1,000 of the boys and girls in the pit today. Tomorrow, another 1,000 will come. Because the kingpin out there who has the money will want to make sure that there's the chassis numbers. Yes, as you said, you see, in a crime, there's a convoluted way of doing things. Somebody can import a Galamsey in the name of another person.
The excavator.
The excavator. When they go and register a DVLA to be in the name of another person. But the question is, the person who's named the excavator, does he have money to be able to own an excavator? So you see, when we have a Ghana Revenue Authority, which is to make sure that how people make money is always tracked. We have a Financial Intelligence Center to make sure that when certain amount of money enters more account, we want to find out what work is the person doing. Is the person capable of making that money? If we are not able to track people's finances in this country, we will all just hide behind people, front for people, and collect our little share so that I can also buy a Toyota Corolla and the owner should buy a V8. We are all into business. So I don't know how, when we put tracking, we cannot find out. And I will say we are going to use chassis numbers. If you go and arrest the person who doesn't own it, but his name has been used to register it because it's fronting for somebody, you are still not winning the fight because the key kingpin is not the person you have arrested. You arrested a front whose name has been used to register. And we know in this country, even companies are registered in the name of people who are fronting for it. And so many. Last week, I pulled up information
Wrap this up for me.
Into a group to tell them that Hansol Mining and Akunta Mining are actually not owned by Wontumi. They are owned by a Chinese man. He is the owner of Hansol Mining. He's the owner of Akunta Mining. And Wontumi as a politician, the guy just put him to be as the front of the company. And the guy, at that time, everybody that Chinese that is arrested in this country in Galamsey, when they check their phone, that guy's phone number is that he's the one actually recruiting the people even from China into this country. And now when people say, are you sure Wontumi is not the owner of Hansol and Akunta? I said, these are the facts. This is the name of the guy. He actually owns it. In actual fact, when the Mahama government destroyed their equipment and they went to court, the judge agreed that where they were arrested, they actually had permits. But what they were doing, they have gone beyond what they were supposed to be doing. So the judge only granted them 1,000 cedis. Meanwhile, so you see, until when I put that data, me myself, I didn't even know that Akunta Mining and Hansol are not actually owned by Wontumi. I didn't know that there's a Chinese kingpin who owns both companies, and that Wontumi is just like his manager or somebody at the front. So once everybody will be targeting Wontumi as the owner of Hansol Mining, Akunta Mining, you are actually targeting the wrong person. Because the man who is the Chinese man who has the cash, who is actually the owner, is sitting somewhere which you don't know.
Thank you.
And so we should...
Thank you. Let me hear from Victor. Let me hear from Victor. Victor, your take on this. Are we gaining grounds with this fight and this introduction of this new initiative to use the chassis numbers?
Yes, it's a headed problem that we have. And it has really, really taken on a political dimension in that most of the financiers there are the people we find financing political activities, that the political actors are involved. That makes it very difficult because at the end of the day, those are the people, sometimes in the traditional pound, you say you don't buy the hand that feed you. But these are the same hands that are causing havoc, causing problems. And how to deal with them, I think for me, it's something that we need to come to realization. I'm sure that in the former government, the president had to even put his job on the line, which at the end of the day, he was not able to defeat. The system defeated him, right? So if we are going about this, I think that, yes, the chassis, can we use technology to trace? Like, as he's saying, the chassis will trace. A young man approached me just even last week when we were talking about this Galamsey. And he said, this issue, he can use some little technology to track. He just has to do something When there is a reserve where you are supposed to work and you move into another reserve, it will just show that this excavator has gone to a different place.
But that's what we established, the center for people who are being paid.
Yes.
That's what we have done. That's the mapping, the tracking, the way they move out of their jurisdiction. That's what we have done.
And the drones. And I don't see why it's becoming increasingly and very difficult to deal with this problem. I don't think that this problem alone can be resolved by our leaders and the politicians. Because it's the same people who were crying that we needed a change. It's the same people causing the havoc. We need to really, really think about this. We don't have to have a fixed solution and say that, yes, we have made this promise that we will stop it. So within the next 6 months, it should be seen that it is stopped. No, the problem is bigger than that. Will it take us a year or a 2? Let's have faces how we will be able to tackle these people. Sometimes I will ask, when there is crime, it is not for people to be prosecuted. It's not always. Get the actors, ask them, so why do you do this? How do you do it? They will tell you. And once they know that you are not going to be punished, it will find how you can seal the loopholes. They themselves will tell you the people behind. Because these are the ones that are just going to earn a living.
Do we have the political will? See, I'll give you a simple, basic example. When there was COVID-19, the president asked us to sleep. We slept.
Yes.
The president now is the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. If he wants to stop Galamsey today, he should be able to.
I think that's where some
portion
of society. That's where
but
he should be able to.
But you see,
when the previous government sent people, how did we collapse the committee that went there? It's because the very people that the commander-in-chief sitting in Accra sent that you are the soldiers and the rest. Reports coming in, so they have been compromised. They were all compromised, so that's why we have to collapse that's the point.
Be able to solve this issue.
That is why you said that the commander-in-chief is one person. He's going to send the soldiers and military there. But as I said, under the anti-Galamsey campaign, if read some of the info, it got to a point there were 2 committees, Frimpong Boate committee and the defense committee, because the huge interest that was in there, everybody. So what? Ask yourself, when the committee was collapsed, we were told that investigation was to be done based on all the allegations against them, that they were collecting money, they were seizing people's gold and taking it away and all that. Up to now, has anybody produced that report of outcome of that investigation?
No.
So don't say the commander-in-chief
because as a state, if we really want to stop this, we should be able to.
I think that's why some part of the society it's saying that declare a state of emergency in those mining areas. But the issue also is that, is it going to be the small scale, those legal mining, are they going to also be part of the state of emergency? Because if you look at mining holds this economy. It holds this economy to a extent that, it becomes like an egg and chicken issue that needs a delicate effort and thinking that will go in. And I think that this is an issue that every hand... You see, as Antini told us when they were at a conference, he said we know everybody who is involved in the thing. Why are we pretending? So if the truth of the matter is we know the people. We know the people involved in it.
We don't have the will. We just don't have the will.
So why we know that? Why are we not to arrest them and prosecute them?
No. And I think that also the policy where they are saying, I'm sure it's an intent of the government or the Minister of Interior that he has an intent that government will want to deport foreigners. And for me, personally, I think that, yes, within the Immigration Act, the controller can just arrest somebody and deport him without even going through the judicial system.
But in this case, this person has committed a crime in this country.
Yes, so for me, it's not, I don't think it's a policy of government.
Very well.
It's an intent he was communicating that this was, but I think that will fall flat.
No, they are already deported 107. For the minister, 107 is already deported.
Yes, he already gave us.
So it's not an intent.
That's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that the immigration has power to do that. But
Victor,
if it is,
you.
that's what has
Thank
been
you.
done, that they were arrested at Galamsey.
Yes.
And without that,
Yes.
I don't
We
think
need to go.
this is
We
what
need to go.
society
Our time
says
is fast
they are
spent,
doing. It's not
unfortunately.
right.
Thank
And
you
I
so
think
much.
that policy should.
Victor, thank you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry I have to cut you.
Quickly, now to wish happy birthday
Victor.
to some people. Please.
Real quick.
Please. My sister, Filipina Atachian's wife, today is her birthday. My
Right.
sister-in-law, Moko Labisian, today is her birthday too. I wish them all the best in this month.
Very well. Thank you so much. Victor Kwajoga Dawudu, member of the NDC's legal team. Ibrahim Ajay, a former assistant secretary, office of the former president, and Elvis Dakum, editor of the News Center newspaper and newscenter.com. Thank you so much for staying with us. This has been the news review on Breakfast Daily. My name is Nana Tufo Boateng. Thank you so much. Don't go away. We have more for you.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Life can get hectic, and sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernon Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernon Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernon Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernon Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernon Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesday, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
from social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters. Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Welcome back. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television. It's been a long weekend for some people, Philip.
And still people are enjoying.
Yes, but...
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Work resumes tomorrow.
Yes.
Fortunately or unfortunately, we have to be here to, of course, keep you entertained, informed, and most importantly, educated. So welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Jifa Kedi Akoto.
My name is Philip Nilate. It's the Easter Monday edition of Breakfast Daily, and certainly we are going to bring you all what you want on this channel. Make sure that you are with us throughout from now till 11 a.m. where we'll say bye-bye to you. But we have a lot in store for you. You wouldn't want to miss it. And I'm sure you know of the seasons of prayer.
Of course.
It's still happening. So with the seasons of prayer, you are supposed to get glued to it, get stick to it, and ensure that you pray with the family 97.3 City FM. It's still ongoing. Midnight, it started at about 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. And also this is your day 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And this afternoon is going to happen again, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. So if you didn't join the Midnight Cry and you didn't join This Is Your Day, you should be able to join the prayer encounter from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m.
Well, I get to join the This Is Your Day between 4 and 6 a.m. because just around that time, I'm en route to the office. So I'm able to catch Pastor Mauli and the team on the prayer session. So even the Bible says we should pray without ceasing.
Exactly, so we should
but
continue
you know,
praying.
these days you are so busy, sometimes you wake up and you even forget to pray because you have a lot on your mind. And so these are some of the times that you can just steal a moment out of your busy schedule because there are different time blocks. So there's something for everyone. And need I remind our viewers that this is just a lead to the family consecration going to be happening on May 1st. So let's pray, and then look up to God for that miracle you want to unlock. Look, when the year started, we all had our New Year resolutions. Sometimes when God is not meeting you at your point of need, you think that, oh, it's taking too long. But sometimes you need to enforce something. You need to put in some effort to release that blessing. So this is just a time for you to take the opportunity to do that. So the family consecration service is going to be happening at the Oil Dome, the Royal House Chapel, Accra. It's just heading towards Kwame Nkrumah, Kaneshi.
Kaneshi.
The Kaneshi Market, yes. So just around that side. Thursday,
so
1st
the Obichimi
May.
Lamte runabout. Just
exactly.
at that place, you'd be able to find the Oil Dome.
It's even easy to find on the Google map. So you can just use the map to locate the place. And it's going to be a day or a morning of powerful prayer and intercession for God. It's a time to pour your heart out. It's a time to tell God all your heart desires and then watch him, or after that, just go home, sit back and relax and watch him just shower his blessings upon you.
So as you can see on the screens, Reverend Stephen Wingham will be there. Reverend Mauli Chikata will be there. Reverend Mauli Benson will be there. Reverend Michael Nwagbewono will be there. Reverend Nelson Awintia will be there, and Reverend Fred Mark Davis will be there. So you should ensure that you are there on the day. That is Thursday, 1st of May 2025, 6 a.m. to 12 noon. And let's not forget that today, Easter Monday, we are visiting some orphanages. And we are telling them or sharing with them the goodies. So the goodies that you brought to us, we are giving back to the society. We are feeding them, we are supporting them, and we are maintaining them.
All right, so maybe later on in the show we'll be bringing you some excerpts of that as well. So thank you. We just want to say thank you for coming through for the orphans. Thank you for showing love and then giving back to society. We are able to do this because when we called on you, you responded and then sent in your widow's mite as well as your donations. So thank you very much.
And ensure that the next time we are doing it again, if you didn't have the opportunity to be part of this year's edition or the Easter Orphan Project, why not? There are subsequent ones that will be following, and you should be part of it. We are so much grateful for what you are doing for us. So we are going to zoom into what we have for you today, but we want you to calm down, to settle down, so that we will know what we are bringing to you, and also we will bring you the best on this network. It's Breakfast Daily, but enjoy something coming from Lumina Band and settle down. And I tell you what, we have a lot for you in store on the show.
Dream again, for now I find the photo of the uprising inside. Sing once again with me a strange duet. My power over you grows stronger yet. You give your love to me, for love is blind. The phantom of the uprising inside. It's me they hear. It's me the storm or rain. The night is bright. The phantom of the uprising inside there. The phantom of the opera. Beware the phantom of the opera. In all your fantasies, you always knew that man of mystery. And in the slumbery, where night is blind, the phantom of the uprising inside your mind. My angel of music, the phantom of the
Wow.
Amazing.
The Lumina Band. What
Amazing.
a way to serenade us into the morning or the holiday morning.
Yes,
Beautiful,
and
beautiful
you could
morning.
tell
right here.
I want to try, but I've not
Go
taken tea
ahead.
this morning, so I can't try. So let's go ahead.
Don't do that, Philip. Don't do that.
Amazing one coming from the Lumina Band, and I'm
Anyway.
sure we would have to learn from them and try and also project our voices like that very soon.
Very soon.
Yeah, very soon.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for
It will be
speaking.
Philip Band.
Philip and Jifa Band.
Okay, Philip Jiff Band.
I like
Good.
that. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for sticking with us. You're still live on Breakfast Daily. We are about to have a very interesting conversation, so we would love you to join us. As a holiday, you're at home running errands or doing all the things that you have to do just to prepare for work tomorrow. So join us via our WhatsApp number on the screen, 020-444-7033, or you can also log on to our YouTube and keep your comments coming in the comment section down below. Also, send us a tweet on X and use the hashtag Breakfast Daily, so it's easy for us to spot the messages and read them right here on the show. Philip, Christ died and rose on Sunday.
Exactly.
But it looks like he didn't go away with all of the problems, even though he came to wash our sins. We are still facing some challenges.
More problems.
Look, I thought it would be some sort of a renewed energy, new week, so we'll cut down on the issues here in Accra. But it looks like day in and day out, the issues are piling up, and then it's not even getting any better.
Have you heard the song, Problem Not the Finish?
Problem, you know, the finish.
Yeah, so there are a lot of problems in the country, and we can't stop talking about them until we get the authorities to resolve them. And not only them, us as well. Sometimes we're also part of the problem, and we have to ensure that we've tried ways and means to get the issues resolved. I'm sure you know of the issue of filth in this country, especially in big cities. And if we do not deal with them immediately, problem would happen. Recently, we got to know of cholera coming from Adan through to Kaswa. And the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, the sanitation department of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, is raising concerns about looming disaster when it comes to sanitation situation in this city, Accra. Landfill sites are getting full. We are not even getting landfill sites. You get to see the Aboboya who comes to your house to come and take the refuse, and you don't know where he or she, where he's taking it to. There's a very disturbing issue I have seen in recent times around the Achimota forests. Jawulu, Abelinkpe, connecting Abelinkpe to Jawuli, and you can see the Aboboya guys stationed there with the refuse, and they've packed there they can pack there for hours, 5 or 6 of them, and I'm wondering, isn't it the way they are creating to dump the refuse into the bush? So there are a lot of concerns when it comes to dumping of refuse and all that. So if the authorities are aware of these issues, like the AMA is saying that there is looming disaster when it comes to our landfill sites, we should work on it immediately. We are going to bring you a report filed by our colleague Melody Fafa Potofe, she went on the grounds to have conversation with some actors within the space when it comes to the sanitation space, and we would come back into the studio, have conversation on the issue of waste in this capital and the country as a whole, and find ways and means that these issues can be resolved. So let's bring you that report after we have more conversation on that.
Accra is teetering on the edge of a major public health disaster. Landfills across the city have reached their limit with piles of uncollected waste, creating fertile ground for the spread of disease.
And those you can't recycle, and all healthcare waste must be incinerated. and there the pathogens will die in the furnace before the bottom ash is taken as an inert material to the landfill site.
The AMA warns that the unchecked accumulation of waste is a ticking time bomb, one that could trigger a wave of illness across the capital.
Sanitation, you can't mention sanitation without linking it to environmental health. A country without a landfill site is sitting on a time bomb. We don't even have properly, proper incinerators that will even manage medical waste.
Accra generates over 1 million metric tons of solid waste annually, making up roughly 21% of Ghana's total waste output. On average, each individual produces 0.70 kilogram of waste daily, while shops contribute around 1.32 kilogram per day. Now, over 50% of this waste is generated from organic materials, while 16% is generated from plastics, with 6% and smaller proportions generated from inert materials. This is the engineered landfill site. What you see on the surface is only a fraction of the waste buried below. Other dumping grounds across the city lack proper engineering and oversight. Now imagine this: waste from hospitals, markets, households, and industries all end up at these sites. When it rains, the toxic leachate seeps into rivers and underground water channels, eventually making its way back into communities. The result? A cycle of cholera, typhoid, and other dangerous infections. It's a vicious cycle, and one that seems never-ending. The government has further pledged to pursue urgent reforms aimed at boosting accountability and improving performance across the waste management sector. But how fast can these reforms take effect, and how long can the city endure this growing menace?
We should allow and involve the implementers, that is the technocrats at the various MMDAs, to be part of the agreement process. Because you don't sign contracts in Accra and send it to them to sign as witnesses. Whether they sign or not, their contract stands.
Experts have expressed deep concern, warning that the consequences could extend far beyond disease outbreaks, threatening long-term environmental and public health.
In an era of urbanization, where we would have genuine challenges because there will be more generation of waste, there's a need for us as a nation to have a holistic approach to the problem. When it comes to waste management, it is capital intensive. So when the resources are also not there for the contractors to do their work, it poses a challenge.
Chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Sanitation and Water Resources, Bless Oti, says the government is taking decisive steps to tackle the crisis head-on.
Going for Zoom Lion currently has about 5 years contract with the government. His contract was renewed by the MPP government on the 24th of November 2024, yeah. So for 5 years. So at the end of the contract, we appeal to government that the contract should take on board the inputs of the local assemblies, especially one around Glefe, that is an illegal dumping site. We are putting measures in place. We are going to be meeting with the various stakeholders so that within this shop, before the end of this year, that refuse will be cleared from there, because they have to assign a service provider to quickly clear it.
So that report was filed by Fafa Melody Pethofer of the City Newsroom, highlighting the dangers with waste in the capital, and that cannot only be centered in the capital but nationwide. The problem is becoming bigger by the day. When you move to Makola or Kaneshi Market in the evenings, you can tell the volume of waste in the evenings. And what are we doing with this waste? We can generate it into something else that can really give us money. Or are there measures that must be taken to ensure that we resolve this issue? We are having on the line the chairman of the Sanitation and Water Resources Committee of Parliament, John Bless Oti. Hello, Honorable. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable.
I trust you are doing well.
Yeah, by the grace of God.
Recently, you led a team to inspect some landfill sites and look at the waste situation in the capital. What were the findings, or what did you review? What did you see?
Well, thank you this morning. Brother, I think we are yet to visit landfill sites. We started with the metropolitan and municipal assemblies. That is about 5 municipal assemblies in Accra, just to hear from them, listen to what the issues were. Then one of the illegal dumping sites around Ablekuma West was where we went to have a first-hand information. So as we speak, we are preparing to hit the ground running on Wednesday in Greater Accra again. This time around, we want to go to the various landfill sites and then visit one of the major service providers' treatment plant site. So that is what is been arranged to happen on Wednesday.
So with the visitation, moving from one MMDC, the assemblies, that is Ablekuma West, is it only Ablekuma West you went to, and what were the challenges they raised when it comes to managing waste in these municipalities?
We visited about 5 municipal assemblies. My brother, I think the issues were virtually the same, because the assemblies complained that they have many service providers, but Zoomlion happened to be their biggest. He's the biggest service provider, and the contracts with Zoomlion is being signed always by the central government, and they being implemented are not involved. Their views have not been sought, which is what is hampering the progress of work, because they don't have upper hand. See, if you are engaging someone to build a house for somebody, you need to let the person know, let them understand, let them be involved in the planning. Maybe you understand. So since these service providers are given contract to work with the local assemblies, they were supposed to have been informed and involved in the process and the contract agreements and what have you, but they were not a part. So they are not able to supervise and monitor as expected. You understand? So when that happens, it means that we are not being fair to the people of Ghana, or it is public resources. So if you award, and sanitation, waste management of sanitation is capital intensive. So a huge amount of money goes into that on yearly basis. So how do you sign a contract at the central government, city or central government, be at the Ministry of Finance and local government level, without the involvement of those who are going to be the beneficiary? You understand? So these are some of the challenges that people raised. Then again, the contract, they also raised issues of the number of waste containers that were supposed to have been provided or supplied by Zoomlion in the contract. The contract are not being done. You see, so when we got in touch with the service providers, Zoomlion said, denied the allegations, and also said that government currently owes him an amount of 1.2 billion. It means that he's not being paid. So if you engage someone, give someone a job and you are not paying the person, how do you expect the person to deliver? You understand? So these are some of the issues as a committee we want to look into, because we intend visiting all the 16 regions across the country and get all the facts, talk to those who matter. We also believe that the environmental health officers who were supposed to be under the Ministry of Health, most of them are assigned to these local assemblies to supersede the sanitation activities, are not resolved. They are not given a budget. Do you understand? So how do you assign somebody, an official, to the local assembly without giving them a budget, and you expect them to deliver on their mandate. So these were some of the issues that were also raised by the environmental health directors at the various assemblies.
Honorable, in that case, what are we looking at achieving out of this meeting on Wednesday?
Well, we want to, because when we went to the AME, these treatment plans cost government a lot. So one of the technocrats said the treatment plans in Greater Accra are not up to standard. You understand? He raised several issues that were captured in our report. So we decided, no, we want to go there and see things for ourselves. Because there are a number of them in Greater Accra. So we need to go as a committee. So that when we are preparing a report, we don't just based on hearsay and prepare a report. So we need to go there as a committee to have a first-hand information of a few of it. So that is why we plan that on Wednesday we'll visit all the treatment plant site and the landfill site because there are also issues that most of the landfills are getting full up. And if care is not taken as we go into the rainy season, there's a looming danger. So as a committee, we cannot sit down for this thing to start happening and consume the lives of our people. We need to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. That is why we are on the ground.
Most definitely. Honorable, finally, before we let you go, are there plans of any waste management infrastructure in the thought or going to come up in the meeting on Wednesday? Because we've seen individuals as well as private organizations or private individuals trying their best to upcycle waste products or also put them into some recycle products. Are we going to see some sort of a thing? Because even before we get to the landfill sites to sort of find a solution to that, we've seen our market areas, even people's homes. We as a people do not know how to handle our waste in general. So how are we going to handle that as well?
Exactly like you rightly say, because we need to begin as a country. We are in the 21st century, so we need to begin as a country find ways of turning this waste products into proper use. Because people, we can get gas out of this. We can generate fertilizer out of this. There are many other important products that can be generated out of this waste. So we are seriously going to put measures in place, and we have been in touch with the top hierarchy. We are not just doing this alone. So, and one of the critical issues, like I said, is making sure that we pay the service provider. When you pay them, they will have no complaint. You understand? Then when the person violates or miss a form, you sack the person. You understand? So we as a committee are going to do everything possible that any service provider that is owing a certain amount of money is paid. And we also ensure that whatever agreement they have with government to supply a certain number of waste being and clear them, that they will make sure that it is adhered to. So we are not going to leave any stone unturned. So that is why we're moving around with the media. All the media houses in this Greater Accra, we invite all of them to be part of us. Because Accra must change. Our country must change. We cannot continue to go this line. And again, you, the media, should help us. Because our people will need attitudinal change, behavioral change of our people. You remember as far back in 2002, the late former Vice President Lee Umama started this campaign. Because the indiscipline in our country is just too much. As most of people, a chunk of this problem is caused by indiscipline. It is indiscipline. Because you know, most of them even are educated. You know you are not supposed to throw refuse out here into the gutters or into the drains, but people do. You understand? So these are some of the things we must begin to put measures in place. And one other shocking issue is also that the assemblies, the bylaws at the assembly. I have been an assembly member before. Assembly, how can you run on this show without bylaws? The assemblies have no bylaws because their bylaws are not gazetted. How are you going to hold these offenders responsible and begin to deal with them and implement these bylaws? Do you understand? So the bylaws at the local assemblies are not gazetted. So it means that virtually they have no bylaws.
Now, when you visited the Ablekuma West area, I'm sure it's around Glefe where you find the illegal landfill sites. Was there any instruction given that that landfill site should be removed from there or closed down?
Immediately, because according to reports that research from the health ministry showed that a number of people have lost their lives over the years due to the cholera and the other related diseases as a result of that dumping site. It is terrible. I wish you visit there yourself and see what the people are going through. So it has to be cleared immediately. We cannot, to sit down to allow this. So we are pushing very hard that they engage a service provider to clear that thing before the end of this year. And the land is a very, 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 that is a very vantage point. We were told by the MP for the area that there is an investor waiting, an investor came that is ready to put up a massive hospital there as soon as the refuse are cleared from there. Do you understand? So this is going to enable to the benefit of the people. Because why do we wait for such a thing to stay there? And at the end of the day, as soon as it starts raining, it will start affecting the lives. People will start getting cholera and diarrhea. The government will have to pump a lot more money to the Ministry of Health to fight it. Yeah, when it is caused by this refuse in the first place.
With the service providers, with the assemblies, how many service providers did they state that they have? Is it only Zoomlion?
No. Because they have some of the assemblies have about 5, as many as 5 service providers. But Zoomlion seems to be the major one. He has a lot more space to cover. So there are several other service providers who are not. Because the fact is that the area is very, very, very capital intensive. Most of them have no capacity. They have no capacity. So we need to begin to look for a serious and a well-to-do organization to handle these issues for us. And like I said again, most of these issues are caused by indiscipline. It is indiscipline. We need to work on the attitudinal change of the people, work on the attitude of our people as Ghanaians.
So at the end of the process, what you started, the committee has started, at the end of the entire process, what are you hoping to achieve? And how are Ghanaians going to benefit from this store you'll be embarking on?
Our target is to make Ghana clean, and we will ensure that is done. Because, before this committee, this subject matter used to be under the Ministry of Local Government in the past. Then Akufo-Addo, a ministry was created. When the ministry was created, we were not having a committee responsible. The committee was under West House or something. It is just at the later part of last parliament that the committee was created. You understand? But this time around, once it is a full-fledged committee responsible for this subject matter, we are not going to sit down. We will do everything possible that this country, especially our urban cities, are clear of refuse. That you can be assured. We are not going to joke at all, because if you're a service provider and you are paid and still find out that you are not performing, we will recommend for the contract to be taken from you. That's what we're going to do.
And also, is there a plan to tackle the use of plastic in this country? We know the Environmental Protection Authority in recent times stated that there are some plans they are going to roll out. But as the chairman of the Sanitation Committee in Parliament, what has been the talks like? Is it that we are still going to have the ban on the use of plastic, or what is the plan like?
That is going to be considered, but we have not decided on anything. So that's, of course, our focus now is to clear all the refuse in Accra, Kumasi, and all the other capital cities or the urban cities. But we have not yet, as a committee, decided on anything regarding the plastic. No, not at all. But we will get there.
Before you go, your final words to Ghanaians. I'm sure we are watching, and as the chairman of the Sanitation Committee, maybe you have something to tell us.
My advice to all Ghanaians and your listeners or viewers is that we are all Ghanaians. If Ghana is clean today, it's clean for all of us. It is for the good of all of us. So we advise all those who have been engaged in throwing refuse into the drains and clean water bodies, that they should dispose from it. If you are caught, the law will deal with you. Because when we went to Ablekuma West, they made it clear to us that over 50 motorcycles were seized. And they were made to pay. So by this time around, when your motorcycle is seized, it is going to be seized forever. It will not be given back to you. So let's get that clear, because we need to be very, very, very tough on these people. So we appeal to all Ghanaians to get on board. This fight is not going to be the fight for the Select Committee on Sanitation and Water Resources alone. It is going to be the fight of the media, all of that, or every citizen of this country. Even if you are a foreigner and dwell in Ghana, if Ghana is burning, it will burn you. So you are now more or less a Ghanaian. Let all of us get together and fight to ensure that we keep our country clean.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Honorable John Bless Oti is the chairman of the Sanitation and Water Resources Committee of Parliament. Like I stated initially, the problem is big. Imagine you are generating 1 million tons of refuse
in a year
annually. Where are you dumping that refuse? And chemicals that are associated with the refuse and all that, the land that we are placing these refuse on, how well are we using these lands or making good use of it, the health of people within particular communities, the service providers, how well are they investing into the space, and also the aboboya. My concern is that because sometimes anywhere at all they can just dump the refuse
just to
and
go
leave.
for another heap of rubbish,
and especially when their truck is in a very bad state and it just falls off along the road,
they don't
then
even
they just
care.
throw the
So
refuse and
nonchalant.
just move away.
And you know, the rippling effect is something that's going to affect all of us in the long run, because in the report we watched, we see that even medical waste is not being disposed of properly. We just go to the landfill sites or wherever and then dump them. When rain falls, it washes it off and then comes back into our drains, which goes into our pipelines and all of that, and comes back into our homes. And Muslims, people are living in this country or even in Accra who drink directly from the tap.
Exactly.
They don't even boil the water or have the luxury of buying sachet or even bottled water. So they drink directly from the tap, and then you are seeing issues of cholera cases rising and all of that.
Typhoid.
And I always say that these things are, it's an individual problem. We are always calling on government to come to our aid, government to do this and that and that. Governments can only do their part. But what are we doing as a people? How are we helping to curb these issues? Because if government comes in, puts in the measures, and we are not obeying the rules and regulations, see, it's cost 90, we'll go back round and
so
round.
like you stated, the service providers must do their work. I know some communities, people can have their refuse seated in front of their homes for weeks and nobody comes around to pick them. And you can tell that the refuse keeps piling up, and not that they don't have money to pay whoever comes around to pay. They are ready to pay. But the fact that we do not have someone to come and pick the refuse, it's a big issue. We have the Director of Public Health from the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Florence Kuchi. I'm sure that I mentioned her name right. The Assembly has raised the concern with the landfill sites and the associated health conditions. Hello, madam. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did I butcher your name or I mentioned it right? Your line is not stable. If you could position yourself well.
My line is not stable because I'm traveling. I told the guy I'll be traveling along the line. So if the call somewhere goes through, that will be fine.
Okay, so I think it's better. So first of all, you have raised concerns about the waste disposal process in the capital. What exactly is the issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me use this medium to wish all your cherished viewers a happy Easter, and thank you for having me. So, waste management in the Accra Metropolitan Assembly and the Accra Metropolis is becoming an issue due to the inadequate landfill site that we have in the metropolis. there is no public waste collection, landfill site. All the landfills that used to be all things now. Now it's around my farm one side, and that one is being managed by a private waste entity. So the whole of that place.
Sorry, we are losing you. Maybe we would have to reconnect again, re-establish network with connection with you, and have a better line and have a conversation with you. Maybe producers can try other means of getting in touch with the Director of Public Health from the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Florence, because what she's saying is something very important. She's saying that we do not have landfill sites in the Greater Accra Metropolitan area or the Gamma area. So it tells you that we do not even know where we are dumping the refuse.
Yeah, we just carry it, and then wherever the spirit leads,
we go. And know what people are now doing? They are using the refuse to fill up water bodies. So it gets to a level, now they can get gravels on and now build on it. But we understand Florence is back. So, madam, you were telling us the issue with the waste disposal in the city.
Yes. So as I was saying, so now we have just one private landfill site. And looking at the amount of waste that is being generated, let's just use only the Metropolitan Assembly. A daily generation, we generate about 3,000 tons of waste every day in the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. And then it is not just only the Accra Metropolitan Assembly that sends their waste to this campaign. So the is becoming an issue. So what we are saying is, should this landfill site get full, and there is no government landfill engineer, and that one is not an engineer landfill site, it's just an ordinary thing that we are trying to fill. And if that place is full up, where are we going to dispose of the waste that is being generated within the Gamma enclave? So what we are saying is, instead of practicing the linear waste management, that is the production, collection, transportation, and disposal, we should shift into the circular economy side. That is production, separation, treatment, then transport, and then disposal. This shows that when people they can do source separation, and when they do the source separation, they use the recycle one will be used to recycle. The other waste can be used to prepare compost. Compost can be channeled into our cycle, but then the start and the pressure go forward. Because if it is not an engineer landfill site, research checking systems are not there. So when the waste is being taken to the place, the research would be done. And
well, we are still having issues with Florence. She's making a very salient point that we would have to, in any way, recycle what we can recycle, get the rest into compost, and at least move it from one state to the other. But it also comes in with technology. That brings us to the point where government must have a political will to change it. If we whip up the citizenry that, well, this is what we are supposed to do. I produce or get the waste in my house, bag it well, separate it well and all that. Somebody has to come and take it away. Of course. Yes. So the provision for the landfill side, other machines, other things that are needed for us to get to a better stage with our waste disposal. Well, I always say the buck still stops with leadership. Because if leadership doesn't come into the space, whatever we do as citizens, we wouldn't get results.
And
so,
Philip, it's interesting how private organizations or individuals have taken it upon themselves to sort of salvage the situation or do their best. And sometimes when you look at an individual trying to do all of these things, the person do not have the funds to. they are only trying with the little they have. And this is a whole country's situation, and then government is just looking on, if you ask me, unconcerned, or maybe not doing so much about it, or not putting any emergency to these issues, because these are issues that needs to be attended to urgently, because we'll look at it and then it will turn into a whole health hazard or a looming health crisis that will go out of proportion, and then we can't even handle it or salvage it as we are supposed to. The individuals are doing their best, but I think overall the sanitation ministry should look at a holistic measure or an approach.
That ministry has been scrapped off. The president scrapped the ministry off, and it's now under the Works and Housing. So if the Works and Housing minister is also in tune, he should ensure that such a thing is done. Let's speak to this gentleman who is doing very well in the sanitation space, trying to recycle the little that we have, or the waste in the community, and putting them into good use. Makafui Ewuku, who is an environmentalist, he is also an entrepreneur and also an innovator. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hi.
I trust you are doing well.
I am, and you?
How is it going with the recycling of plastic waste or the other waste materials that you are putting to good use?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. So in Ghana, recycling rates are well below 10%, and the value chain is much mostly on the informal side. I mean, most of the traditional waste management companies are doing collection and dumping at landfills. Some of these landfills, and most of them are not engineered landfills, compounding the problem. But there are a few companies, including Macintosh Africa, where we are trying to make sure that we have an effective value chain around how the waste is recovered, how it's transported, how it's processed, and then what it can be sent into, because we believe that if we're able to figure out the innovation side of the whole process, we can create jobs for especially women who form 60% of the workforce in the state, and then other young people. And then we can give a second life to the space that can go beyond 20, 30 years or more. So, going on.
Right, Makafui, for you, who is an individual and also an environmentalist who is trying to do your best in terms of recycling, how challenging or how difficult has this been for you?
So, a couple of things. When I started my project in 2017, I called myself the accidental entrepreneur because I had never really planned to start a business company. I was just trying to start from plastic waste. But there are a couple of things I quickly realized. After 2017, there was no national plastic waste management policy. I had the privilege of contributing to that policy with the UNDP Waste Recovery Platform. That got passed into Parliament by the Parliament of Ghana in 2020. So there was not even a law to decide or guide as to how recycling or how plastic waste management should be done. And God willing, we now have the law. Then also, there's a challenge of acceptance. I do innovation, so I make products and I commercialize products from waste. And the culture of Ghana is that waste is as something that is supposed to be thrown away, that's supposed not to be used in the home office space. So no matter how valuable the things we are creating, there's a mental blockade for citizens where you have to still do a lot of work to get them to be able to accept the product you are making and get them to try it out that is relevant and useful enough. So the cultural problem is also there. Then there's also a funding challenge, even from the traditional banks, where for recycling and innovators in that space that are being received a lot of research and development, it's important for us to have a financial instruments that are flexible, more flexible enough for us to go on the journey to creating solutions. We don't have that, and that's a big challenge. Then in terms of support from government and the support system, it's a big challenge. Most of the support I received up until this year were mostly from foreign organizations and foreign donor organizations. And I always say that for us to fix the problem, we need to put our own means in solutions that can work. And we have the solution. There's a company in Asaiman that does the pavement blocks from plastic waste. There's a company in the Darkuman that does the wood-like lumber from plastic waste. I do school desk from waste. I do other products from waste. So we have young people who have created these solutions. And if we can create a native environment to support these young people, we can stop the collecting and dumping to the innovation side where we are creating a value chain that creates sustainable jobs for women. Most of the women who collect waste in the sector are anyway below the minimum wage in Ghana. And the conditions that we need to work are not very good. So if we can invest more in the innovation side, we can create sustainable jobs and decent jobs also for young people and women.
Right. Makafo, you've been doing this since 2017. That's 8 years. 8 years down the line, do you think we are making any progress? And what's the future looking like for us when it comes to managing waste and sanitation in general? And, of course, talk to us about some of the products you make out of these waste products.
Right. So, yes, we've made a lot of progress. So, as I speak to you, there are at least 3 to 4 levies and taxes on plastic waste production and waste generation. So we mobilized a lot of money. One of the levies is as old as from 2011. So we mobilized a lot of money to invest in the problem. The challenge is that all these monies are going into the consolidated fund, which means that anybody can decide to use it for something else and not necessarily to tackle the problem. So if we can fix that legislative challenge, we should be able to have access to funding that we have generated locally from citizens to tackle the problem. So that's one. We now have the plastic waste management policy passed into law in 2020. That's two. There is also a lot of engagement and collaboration from the Ministry of Environment and other partners like the UNDP and then the other UN organizations. This year, some of our startups, up to about 14 startups, have received some funding to invest in some of our innovations. These are partnerships between the UN organization and also the Ministry of Environment to make sure that funding should move towards the innovation side to tackle the problem. So we've made a lot of progress, that I can assure you. In terms of the kind of product I make, a couple of things. So about 3 years ago, I built a bus shelter from recycled materials at Jobu Junction near the DSR Hotel from 3.5 tons of waste. Wanting to show people what they can achieve, how these things work. I have a school deck that I've commercialized from waste, where I use pure water rubber to make school decks. We are piloting about 200 of these decks for schools in rural Accra. This year, we are actually working on that project as I speak to you. Every year, we did the last 7 years, we make the bottle Christmas trees that is installed across the city. You might have seen that somewhere before. Then we also have a footwear brand that we make from pure water plastic waste. And then we've seen a giant plastic bottle that is used to recover plastic waste across the city, anywhere in the city. That's also one of our products. So for us, we are the sustainability end of the value chain. And we believe that we can make the value chain work well. It can become effective. It will create more, value for everyone. The problem can actually go away.
Right.
But with this particular problem, the things you have stated that you are doing, are there a lot more individuals in the space? Because you stated like 3 or 4 of you who are trying to recycle waste. And do we have a lot of waste to be recycled?
Yes, there's a lot of waste. So there's a lot of waste because a couple of things. We have not banned plastic waste. The Galamsey problem means that the water that we are drinking is becoming a bit more contaminated. There are more than 16 of our water bodies are polluted. And the fact that people don't trust the tap water means that people are going to be drinking more from the pure water facilities. So that's one challenge. Then also, there's a lack of effective waste recovery and waste collection from the lorry stations, the market. These are 2 major places that generate a lot of waste. And then also, there are no metal strips in these spaces to safely aggregate the waste until the waste management companies can move it. And then you realize that we aggregate a lot of waste in the middle of the road to be collected. And when it rains, all these things ends up in rain. So a lot of waste is generated by organizations, by households in these public spaces. And I can assure you that there is so much waste to be collected and raw material available in the environment.
You made mention of plastic waste. What is your thought on it? Some are calling that it should be banned totally. Others are saying that, well, we can use it partially. Others are also of the view that it's going to affect employment, among other things. What do you think about the usage of plastic waste and what should be done about it?
Okay, so plastic packaging is a big problem. The problem itself has to do with the management of it and not necessarily the use. Yes, banning is an option, but then the challenge that if you decide to ban, there are different types of plastic, so which ones are you going to ban? So you can ban the styrofoam, you can ban the black rubber bags that are used as takeaway. The pure water plastic, I'm not sure it can be banned because of the safe water drinking that we have as a country, where more than 80% of the population are drinking from this pure water and cannot have access to safe drinking water. So that would be problematic. But a form of ban is important. There are a couple of things. So we can decide to ban the use of single-use plastic in our tourism spaces. Government can decide to ban the use of single-use plastic when it comes to procurement for their events where catering services are provided. So imagine if government is the biggest employer in Ghana, and government says that no single-use plastic are allowed in office premises during the day. Therefore, all government catering services, no single-use plastic are allowed for all these events. That's a huge impact we can make. So some form of ban is important. The other challenge is that if we switch from plastic to paper, paper involves cutting down trees. That leads to global warming. That causes a lot of adverse effects in terms of climate change. So the alternatives are very challenging and problematic. The most important thing is for us to see a value chain that can invest in the recovery of these materials for production in other processes where it comes back as new products or new materials that can be valuable over a longer period. If we can do this effectively, we should be able to be okay.
But with your waste, first, where do you source it from? Are you having a number of people you've employed to gather this waste for you to transform into the items you are molding?
Okay, so what we do is that we've created a product which is a plastic waste receptacle, which is a giant bottle that can hold up to 100 kilograms of plastic.
Wow.
These giant bottles are installed in hotels, they are installed in restaurants, they are installed in schools, and they are also in our facility in Adenta. So what people do is that people just segregate their plastic from their homes and offices, and they drop it in it. And we have a collection program where a driver goes around to recover these plastic waste that are not contaminated and we bring it to our facility. So that's how we get our raw material.
Wow, that should be
very interesting
and capital intensive. And you are saying that you get your funding from...
The reason why we do that is that the plastic waste, when it ends up in the gases and the environment, they become more contaminated.
Ooh.
You have to use more clean water to wash them. You have to use more energy to process them, and that makes the whole value chain more expensive. So this program rather allows us to have people segregate from source so that the plastic is not contaminated, they are in good form, then the people who are also working on it, they don't get exposed to health hazards.
How many hotels are you at currently, or institutions are you located?
Yeah, so currently we have about 200 pieces of the receptacles out in the country, in 4 major regions. They are in mining sites, they are in hotels, they are in schools, and then they are in public space. So we have about 200 receptacles that can recover 100 kilograms of waste at least once or twice a week that we've installed so far.
Your products, how do they move? Are they bought? Who buys them? How do you advertise? How do you get them out so that you can get more waste and recycle?
Right. So we have different types of products for different categories of customers. So the receptacles, for instance, we make those for mining companies, banks, beverage manufacturers, and schools. But for the footwear, they are for the general public. And we had a partnership where we had a shop at the Pisa Filling Station at Texas where we sell. But we also have an online shop where we sell from, and also at our facility in Adenta. So it depends on the type of product. For our food X project, we have development partners and private organizations who fund it for us to produce them for schools. And then we are currently implementing a Ministry of Environment and the UN project where we are producing about 500 decks from the pure water rubber that will be distributed to schools that don't have food decks and the children are learning on the floor.
Right. Makafui, do you have or have you tried to get government involved to make this a bigger project? Because your innovations are very, very interesting. To think that you are making decks and sandals out of plastic waste, that's very interesting. In the future or in the long run, what's the plan for you?
Right. So for me, at an entrepreneur, the main aim is to be able to create and commercialize products from waste. That's the bigger challenge, the commercialization aspect. People are doing amazing stuff from waste. The bigger challenge is that most people are not able to make them commercialize. It can create jobs and then also can take away the problem. So the main aim for me is to be able to create commercial value from the items and be able to create jobs for people and then find a market for it. Of course, we've been engaging government over the last couple of years. There's been different levels of engagement, there's been different levels of commitment. But then, as I said, we've currently won a grant support from Ministry of Environment and UNIDO, where we are building 500 decks that will go to schools and 50 of the receptacles that will also go to schools for waste recovery.
Wow. McIntosh, before you go, a last question. Are you enjoying monopoly, or for per what you are doing, you have other individuals doing same, or you still want more people in the space?
There's nothing like monopoly. The waste problem is a big problem. You can even realize that even the biggest waste management company in Ghana has not been able to solve all the problems. It requires all of us to do our bit and do what is expected of us. So I have a training program. I have a business incubation and acceleration program that I run for young people. We are currently training 100 women, most of them Karayo girls and women living with disabilities in various recycling business models. Which they will be able to start on their own and they'll be able to create value from it. And these business models, they're all business models that we have designed from scratch. So, I don't believe that monopoly is something that we need to solve the problem. We need everybody on board and we need everybody to play their role.
Right, Makafui, before we let you go, talking about the training program, if somebody is watching and is intrigued by what you're doing and wants to be a part of the training program, how can the person get on board?
So Macintosh Africa is spelled MCKINGQRC. We are on all social media platforms. We have a website. Our office is in Adenta. We are near the Roman Church in Adenta.
Okay.
You can reach out to us for training. We do training for schools. We do training for individuals. We do training for companies. And we do training on behalf of other organizations. So anybody can reach out. My contact is 0243 548478. 0243 548478.
Right, Makafui, thank you so much for speaking with us. And
If everybody is doing this, I'm sure waste will go down.
Yes.
Reason is transforming it into desk,
like
sandals.
I'm blown away.
Getting your position at the hotels.
I'm blown
so you
away.
get the waste there from that place direct
To the
factory. And you are getting support internationally. You've not really gotten support locally. And you are pushing yourself to do this. I think that, like he stated, there's no monopoly in the waste management space. So if a lot more people can get into it,
and
the better.
You could clearly see that this is a carefully thought through process, because, I mean, you can't just wake up one day and say, this is what I want to do without having a plan. So he's carefully thought through it. And these are some of the things that, if you ask me, I think government should be adopting, or these are some of the people we should be sitting down with to have conversations to see where we'll take this.
And he's trying to train, because this one, if we train the minds of the youth, we train the minds of the children, they will turn up growing and they know that I do not have to dump refuse here, or I do not have to sit in Chocho and just throw the Piota sachet wrapper out of through the window, or I buy bottle of drink and I just dispose the can anyway.
I think sometimes when people are traveling on long journeys and they're in buses, they buy food and eat on the bus, and right after eating and they get into a bush or a pathway where they know that, oh, this is not town, this is the outskirts of the road, they just flip it through the window.
Actually, nobody's looking at me, so just straight away.
It's the bush. It will take care of itself.
This is a good initiative by Macintosh Africa. We are very interested in this, so maybe we would engage in more on this. But the bigger problem is about how to manage waste in the capital and the country at large. We understand that at least 1 million tons of refuse or waste is generated annually. You are still watching Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. We'll be back with more.
take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
sogno l'orizzonte manca le parole. Sì, lo so che luce una stanza quando manca il sole. Sei, non ci sei, tu con me su le finestre, mostra tutti il mio cuore che hai acceso, chiudi dentro me la luce che hai incontrato per strada. Time to say goodbye. Paesi che io non mai venuto visitato con te. Adesso si li vivrò con te. Attirò su navir per mare che io lo so. No, esistono più. It's time to say goodbye.
Poi se lontana sogni all'orizzonte mancan le parole. Ehi sì, lo tu sai che con me, tu mia luna, tu sai che con me, mio solo, tu sai che con me, con te.
Mina Band, thank you so much for that beautiful, beautiful music right here. You're still live on Breakfast Daily, and you can join the conversation in the studio right here by sending us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number right on your screen, and the number is 020-444-7033. You can also connect with us via socials. You can send us a message on X using the hashtag Breakfast Daily, or jump onto our YouTube Channel 1 TV and then leave us a comment in the live feed on the comment section down below. Now we are about to have a very interesting conversation. It's about a career fair, and this has to do with AI and all that is going around in the AI industry. Today's a holiday, you're at home, so I think it's just a great opportunity for you to tap into this and then get to know what's happening and, of course, how you can participate in this one. Because as we all know, AI is the new era we are in, and it's really evolving the world so fast. Joining me in the studio this morning is Tom Chris Emewulu, right? I hope I got the name right. Good. He's the founder and president of Stars from All Nations. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Jifa. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you in the studio. This morning, we are here to talk all about the Quantum Leap Career Fair 2025. Talk to us about it. First of all, what is the Quantum Leap Career Fair?
So, thank you very much once again. And before I talk about Quantum Leap Career Fair, I would like to say why Quantum Leap Career Fair in the first place. You know, I was in Radford. I was doing my BSc degree, and I read these statistics that of 466,000, was 2013, so old data, 66,000 people were graduating across universities in the country, but only 3% were finding jobs within 1 year. It got my attention, and I began to ask questions, you know, what could be done about this? And in that process, I got the self-realization that instead of asking the question, I should be doing something about it. And we began organizing ourselves as students, you know, doing our BSc degrees. We were having conversations on clinics, how to prepare a resume, how to go for interviews and stuff like that. But it became bigger than what our small classrooms could accommodate.
Right.
So we decided to take it outside. We got in contact with British Council in 2015. They were so accommodative. They were so nice to give us partnership. They hosted the event, Quantum Leap Career Fair. And white-eyed young people not understanding what partnerships are all about, but they give us this space. We had over 300 people in participation. We had amazing individuals, Mr. Prince Kofi Amoaben, then CEO of UT Bank, and some other wonderful individuals. And in that process, we heard a young lady say that she's also struggling as an entrepreneur. So it got me thinking, it's not only individuals that are finding their first job that are struggling through the motions, young entrepreneurs are also going through it. You know, we created a business breakfast series and it evolved, and today, 2025, 10 years later, we are back for the Quantum Leap Career Fair, the 2025 edition. So it's really a combination of everything we've been doing to create that platform that will help entry-level job seekers understand what the industry is looking for today, and you know, prepare themselves, and not to be a statistic of youth unemployment, but to be in charge of their future and take it to whatever dimension they need to go. So that's what Quantum Leap Career Fair is all about. It's about exciting conversations. It's about connection with the industry. It's about networking with your peers, because maybe you're in your little corner and you're thinking, oh, my life is miserable. Nobody is facing this challenge. When you come there, you see people like yourself. You see how they've navigated the maze. You see how they've gotten traction in their career. You are inspired, you know, to take your life in your own hands and, you know, do something about your future and not stay in your little corner and be miserable and complaining. So that's really what it's about and more.
Interesting concept, but you mentioned that 10 years down the line, have you been doing this consistently for 10 years?
We have done it for the most part.
Okay.
We did it in 2015, 2017. In 2017, I was in President Obama's Young African Leaders Initiative, which is a U.S. government-sponsored program for young African leaders. And I was talking with the operations manager of U.S. Embassy in Ghana. And she was like, you are here. What are you going to do in this moment? Wouldn't you organize one of those events? Because she's been in one of the events that we had. I was like, okay, I could do it, but the time was limited, 6 weeks programming. But she was like, you're a leader, so do this. We organized the career fair for the young leaders across 9 West African countries at GIMPA. We did it again in 2018. So for the most part, we've done it almost all the years except the pandemic years.
All right, beautiful. Now, that brings me to my next question. You having done this throughout the period, what has been the success stories, or what have been some of the stories or life-changing opportunities that the youth or the people or the attendees who came for this event took away?
You know, Jifa, everything this event symbolizes is practicality. When we started, many people didn't really understand what a career fair was, because it was one of the few ones, you know. In my own experience, it was the first one I attended.
Okay.
And from there, from the concept being unknown, it has become one of the pioneering events in that career space. So the success story is really people attending the event, getting connection with industry, maybe improving opportunity of finding job on the spot, or taking that conversation into something that becomes a career for them. So we've had Prince, there's one young guy who attended in 2015. He connected with our programming, Quantum Leap Career Fair, helped him to join Ready for Work, which is a skills development, digital skills training program that we run, acceleration program. And after that, we matched him up to a company where he is a senior analyst today. We have several success stories like that, people finding opportunities to travel to Netherlands, and so many others like that. Yeah.
Interesting. Then it seems like, I mean, a life-changing opportunity, if you ask me. Now, let's talk about this year's. We are looking at proof of skill, AI, and whatnot. Why did you choose these areas to focus on this year? And has this been the trend over the years, or every year comes with its own training skills?
Prince Dogbe, when we were matching him up to GFA Consulting, the young guy I told you from 2015, Madame Ramela, Carol Ramela, the senior partner for the company, said something really important to me. She was like, I struggle to find people entry-level job seekers that have the skill I need. This was 2015. And it gave me a clear indication that today, in the economy that we are living in, skills trump certification. So companies are progressively moving away from, I went to university in XYZ, to what can you do for me on the job?
Right.
So the theme this year is quite unique and in tune with the direction of the industry and the fact that, as you rightly said, AI is our life today.
Yes.
Everything we do, everything we know, everything we are experiencing as a community, as individuals, as people, is being, changed and reworked with AI. So this theme sets the conversation around the future of where the industry is going. How do you use AI to amplify your career? How do you use AI to find source of livelihood for yourself? How do you use AI to improve your skills, to connect to the greater economy? Because we know as much as AI will take away 60% of jobs that we see around today, it will also create a lot more. The research is there, the numbers are clear. $2.9 trillion. $2.9 trillion. That's the potential of what AI can contribute to the African economy. So people who are preparing now, people who are engaging in conversations now, people who are getting aware of what AI is today, they are the ones that will be in charge of where the direction of the industry is going to tomorrow. We know this. It's been said several times. It's not really AI that will take over the jobs.
Right.
It's people who are using AI that will take over the jobs.
So if you're not inclined, then you're losing out.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's what the theme is a way for us to start the conversation, bring the practitioners. And for me, it's all about practice. It's all about proof. It's all about outcome. So I don't want to listen to somebody who read a lot of books or watched a lot of documentaries and they are excited to talk about AI or talk about skills. I want, have you done it before? What have you done with your life through that experience? So I use it in my work, and I've seen how it has helped me a lot. I'm a marketer. I do a lot of content development for companies around the world. And I used to do sometimes 10 days of research to create one content.
Right.
Today, the same thing, I can do it in 2 days. Some of those in 2 hours. That's AI. Without those competency, or being able to sort of navigate through the maze of information and gather them, make sense of it, and make it easily acceptable across different audiences. Present it in a way that anybody can understand. Without AI, it would take a lot of bandwidth for me to do that.
Of course.
So, and that applies to every career. For example, media houses like yourself are already using AI, to understand what their audience needs, who are listening to us, where are they located, what are their tastes, what are their preferences. And with that, you create content that are tailored to their needs and maximize output. So I really, really hope that those, your audience that are listening to this will take advantage of this event because it's one of its kind. And I hope to see them tomorrow morning.
I was going to get there. We can't have this conversation without telling the viewers or people who are watching and maybe interested where the event is happening. I mean, all the nitty-gritties or the other details that people need to know. What will it take one to be a participant of this fair, career fair? What do I need to come along with, and all those details? Share with us.
Thank you very much, Jifa. So it's happening at British Council again. This year, British Council, we thank you very much for hosting us again. Tomorrow from 9 a.m. To participate, all you need to do is go to the website sfanonline.org/events/QLCF. Obtain your tickets and reserve your spot and come there. And of course, Samsung is partnering with us this year to do what we call proof of skill competition. So proof of skill competition is an exciting game that will not only teach people but also reward them. or rather award them.
Okay.
So we have 10,000 Ghana cedis in cash and
grabs.
prizes.
Oh.
So you should get on the website right now, reserve your ticket, come tomorrow, engage in the competition, engage in the conversations, and go out, maximize to take over your world and become the number one in what you do with AI.
Beautiful. Any final words before I let you go on this one?
Young people are the future of the continent. Young Ghanaians are the ones that are creating the tools. I know a lot of young Ghanaians that are creating magic moments, one of which is the young man Delight, who is with me today. Justice is at the office, and today is holiday, but he's really preparing for our audience tomorrow. So call us 050-497-1991 to become part of the future of the industry today, which is AI-driven. Don't wait to be automated out of job, but be part of the conversation. Learn how you can use your skills and your talents to create the future that you need. And I'm really excited about our guest speakers and our trainers. They are practitioners, people who are creating solutions for Google, creating solutions for Samsung, using AI to gather information as research, present it in a way that can be useful to any audience. So if you are inclined to understand how to create prompts, prompting is today's writing. So if you're a student, you want to gather information as a research, you should come and learn how to input those data to generate maximum output from those learning language models. So because of time, I will say check out the website. The details are there. The agendas are there. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you very much to Samsung. Thank you to British Council and every other person that has supported us through the years. We've been featured on New York Times Square from the campus in Radford. It's all through the community effort. So thank you. And thank you so much to City for having
Channel
me.
One
Channel
TV.
One TV for having me today. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tom Chris, for joining us in this morning for this conversation. So we've been speaking to Tom Chris Emewulu. He is the founder and president of Stars from All Nations, and they're having the Quantum Leap Career Fair tomorrow at the British Council. So if you're interested, I don't even need to say if you're interested. This is something every young one should be looking forward to, or every young one should participate, because in a few years to come, I'm sorry, but if you are not AI inclined, or you are not on top of your game in your various industries, you may end up losing your job, or may not be doing a lot more in your various career fields. So do go out there tomorrow and then take part in this to, of course, elevate your career in various ways you can. So thank you so much, Tom. And then we hope that people show up in their numbers to get some knowledge on this. We'll take our entertainment highlights for the morning. When we come back, the gentlemen will sit to talk sports. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komite Kome. Now let's jump into our first highlight. Now, NBA veteran Pops Mensah Bonsu, now with the New York Knicks as president of G League Operations, visited Channel One TV for an exclusive interview with Eno Safo and Jude Mensah Duncan. He discussed his post-retirement work, including Seed Academy Ghana, which empowers young basketball talents through education. His visit, marked by warmth and celebration, was spotlighted on his Instagram, further cementing Channel One TV's reputation for world-class journalism and hospitality.
Desperado, many, Mamico, Balotelli, ladies taking me photo. Paparazzi, Don Julio, Don Diami.
Now to our next highlight. Afrobeat star Davido is planning to step into filmmaking this year, revealing in an interview that he is investing in movies and series alongside director Dami Twitch. The Afrobeat star, who studied business marketing, said he'd still be in entertainment even without music. He also highlighted his acting chops in music videos like Jowo. This announcement comes on the heels of his new album 5, featuring artists such as Chris Brown and Odumodu Black, marking yet another milestone in his evolving career. Now to our next highlight. Following the reported suicide of a level 100 UEW, that's the University of Education Winneba student, after an alleged heartbreak, social media has erupted with grief and controversy. While many express sympathy, a troubling trend has seen some young men mocking the incident by posting photos imitating the manner of death. This behavior has drawn widespread condemnation, with critics calling it insensitive and a sign of growing desensitization to mental health struggles. Now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
I don't wanna cheat on everyday temptation, baby. Oh, I just wanna spend on. Come here, make us spend on you. Oh,
Number 9.
Post for the photographer. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body?
Number 8.
I wonder,
good girl someday. He did. He did. He did. He did. You sure?
Number 7. Number 6. Number 5.
I need some help. Put my head on fire.
Number 4.
Please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max.
Number 3. Number 2.
Somebody, oh somebody, my body they pay me. Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody, my body they pay me.
Number 1.
If you see the light, remember that I was with you. Oh, when you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. I saw Iko, I saw Iko, I saw Iko.
And this is how we end entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. My name is Ni Komite Kome.
And of course, for more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com and you will be sorted. You're still watching Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Let's now zoom into PL Zone. Yao Menta is here to give us all the updates in the world of sports. Yao, how are you?
I'm doing well, Philip.
Holiday, but you're still here.
Oh, yeah. The job is the job.
And it has to be done.
Yeah, it has to be done.
How is it looking like with the EPL?
With the EPL, we are getting close to the end of the EPL, the end of the 2024-2025 English Premier League season. And right now, we just concluded the round 32 games this past weekend. And yeah, the highlights of the past weekend's games, you had Manchester City moving over to Goodison Park to play against Everton. And they ended up beating Everton by 2-0. The youngster, Nico O'Reilly, shining very bright for Manchester City. I'm getting the all-important opening goal for Man City, and Mateo Kovacic followed it up with a goal later in the game. And yeah, they ended up recording a 2-0 win over Everton. And yeah, that pretty much puts them in a solid position to qualify to next season's Champions League. Because this season, you look at Manchester City, they haven't really dominated. They haven't really played exceptionally. They've lost quite a number of games that you wouldn't necessarily associate with them, considering they had won 4 Premier League titles in a row.
2 goals against Everton.
Yeah, they got 2 goals against Everton. And yeah, it wasn't the greatest performance, to be honest, but at the end of the day, they got the job done. And at this point in the season, the business end of the season, all you need to do is just get the results. Performance be damned, honestly. Performance be damned, especially for Man City, who have gone through a trying campaign, to be honest. They haven't been at their best. But from what we are seeing so far, yeah, they are putting their acts together or getting their acts together. And it looks like they might just sneak into the top 5 spots that will get them to qualify to the Champions League. Now, for folks back home who might not be too much abreast with the happenings when it comes to the Champions League qualification, normally you have 4 spots for the top teams in Europe, for the top leagues in Europe. So England, Spain, Italy, and France, and Germany too. But this time around, England, because of the coefficient, build up points in European competitions based on the performance of those English teams in European competitions. Now they have 5. So that means that an EPL team has an extra team that could be in position to qualify to the Champions League. So that's how come this time around we are not talking top 4 when it comes to Champions League qualification for EPL. We are talking top 5. Now, moving away from that, that was the first of a handful of games played at 2 p.m. on Saturday. That was also brought to you live on City 97.3 FM. In the other games, we had West Ham drawing 1-1 with Southampton. Our Ghana boys were in action. Kudus Mohamed and Kamaldeen Sulemana. They were in action. And you also had Brentford taking on Brighton and Hove Albion. Brentford ended up with a 4-2 win over Brighton and Hove Albion. Crystal Palace drew goalless in their matchup against AFC Bournemouth. Then later in the day, this Saturday, later in the day, you had Aston Villa taking on Newcastle. And Aston Villa ended up beating Newcastle by 4-1, which was very impressive. Considering
What worked for Aston Villa?
Yeah, I think it was that early start that they had. They scored within 34 seconds after the game started, and so that gave them that bit of confidence. That gave them that momentum to be able to go ahead and grab that win over Newcastle. It was a very impressive win over Newcastle, considering Newcastle are also in contention for a place in the Champions League. At this point in time, they are ranked 3rd, and Aston Villa are ranked just outside the top 5 spots. And being able to get this important win over Newcastle, it definitely keeps their chances of qualifying to the Champions League alive, and they needed to get the win because on Tuesday they have a big game against Manchester City. We'll bring that to you live on 97.3 FM. And so they just had to win this game to be able to stay within contention for qualification to the Champions League. And they did that. They got the job done emphatically, dominantly, by beating Newcastle by 4-1. And so, that was a good result for them. And that was how we wrapped up the EPL games on Saturday. Then we switched over to Sunday. And Sunday is the first Chelsea. They were in action. I can see her so excited in the background. They were in action and against Fulham. And that was also a London derby. Both teams located in London. And like you rightly said, Chelsea ended up beating Fulham by 2-1. It was a comeback. They conceded the first goal in the first half through Alex Iwobi from Fulham. And in the second half, Tyreek George, a youngster, came in and he got the equalizer. And Pedro Neto ended up getting the all-important winning goal for Chelsea. Smashing goal. You have to check it out on YouTube. It was a brilliant goal for Pedro Neto. And so, he ended up getting that winning goal for Chelsea. They ended up winning that game. And, more or less cool down the heat.
Hold on, let's bring the Chelsea lady in there and find out how excited she is.
Oh, yeah, she is excited. But it cooled down the heat on her coach. On her coach because...
It gives me some sort of joy and excitement every time y'all comes here and goes like, G1 Chelsea.
G1 Chelsea. G1 Chelsea. But they had to win that game because, other than that, they would have had their chances of qualifying to the Champions League slipping away from them. And on top of that, there was a bit of mounting frustration on the coach, Enzo Maresca, because in recent times, his team's performance has been wobbly, it has been inconsistent. But yesterday, they really deserved the win. And you have to give it to them. Pedro Neto grabbing that all-important winning goal for them. And so they ended up winning by 2-1. And later in the day, or actually during that same time, that same period, we had a handful of 1 p.m. games that were played on Sunday, brought to you live on 97.3 FM, of course. And we had Manchester United at home, taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers. And Man United ended up losing by 1-0 to Wolves. But pretty much people didn't care. Because Man United fans, most of them didn't care.
Did Arsenal have a match yesterday?
Yes, they had. So I'm building up to that.
Okay.
Yeah, Man United fans, most of them didn't care. Most of them didn't care because at the end of the day, you're looking at in the build-up to this particular game, Man United came back from 2 goals down in the Europa League quarterfinals, and they ended up beating Olympique Lyon to qualify to the semi-finals. And it was a brilliant comeback, and people were still reliving that moment. And so Man United losing to Wolves, it wasn't too much of a big deal because at the end of the day, they fielded a lot of youngsters because they played extra time on Thursday, and so they had to freshen up the squad, fielded a couple of youngsters in there. So it wasn't, the strongest side playing against Wolverhampton Wanderers. So they lost. It was disappointing, but at the end of the day, Man United fans wouldn't care too much about it.
Let's move to the Arsenal.
Yeah, the Arsenal game. Arsenal, they pretty much sealed their second place against Ipswich.
Is that Zukuti?
Oh, Zukuti. Oh, yeah, Zuku. Yeah,
is that how come Arsenal got 4 goals?
Oh, yeah, 4 goals. Yeah. I mean, they have been in good form. Yeah, you have to give them credit. I mean, they ended up beating Real Madrid home and away in the Champions League. That is not easy to do, and Arsenal were able to do it. And so they carried out that form, that momentum, that confidence into that game. And like you said, Ipswich, their Zuku team, they are 2 losses away from heading to the relegation. And so, if you've been able to beat Real Madrid home and away, I mean, playing against Ipswich,
Fala.
Oh, Fala, lightweight.
What do you have for today?
Today, I have to talk about Liverpool. Just a quick one on Liverpool. Liverpool ended up beating Leicester City by 1-0. Trent Alexander-Arnold got the goal. And what that means is Liverpool need just one more win in the upcoming games to seal their title. And that will be the 20th EPL title for Liverpool in their history, and that will match Manchester United's record. Man United hold that record of winning 20 Premier League titles, and Liverpool at this point have 19. So should they end up winning this season's league, which is clearly inevitable, they will match Manchester United's title tally. That is 20. Later tonight at 7, we have that game between Tottenham Hotspur and Nottingham Forest. At the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London at 7 p.m. At 6:30, we'll bring you the build-up to that game. And so on City 97.3 FM, with me and Bernard Abeku-Watry. So make a date with us tonight at 6:30 p.m. And we'll bring you that wonderful game between Tottenham Hotspur and Nottingham Forest.
Make sure that you stay with Bernard Abeku-Watry and Yao on 97.3 City FM tonight and enjoy that game.
Of course, speaking of which, we are wrapping up the show, but before we go, we have some birthday messages coming through. This one says, happy birthday to the strongest, toughest and kindest woman we know, Mary Boyson Davis. Thank you so much for every single sacrifice in our lives. We pray for God's continued grace in your life, good health, and so much peace of mind in this season. Have a super fabulous day. We love you. And this is from your children, Dorcas Dede Davis, right here in Channel 1 TV, who is our producer on Breakfast Daily, by the way, Daniel Comfort, and also Akpene. There's another one also says, hi, Philip and Jifa. Help me wish the realest and domestic friend on earth, the brother UCC gave me, my listening partner, my handbag. There's a lengthy message, though, and this is coming from, it says, love your crime partner, Louisa. Interesting, right? So Louisa is wishing her handbag and her brother from UCC a happy birthday.
What I can say, my listening partner, my handbag, minister and romantic, among other things. Right. Well, we have more messages here. Happy belated birthday to Mrs. Eunice Vera Susu, formerly at SNIT. Hope your special day was filled with love, laughter, and all your favorite things. Wishing you good health, happiness, and many more wonderful years ahead. Sending you good health and best wishes. Coming from Pa Della and your grandchildren. Also, another one from Raymond Kisi Asante son, going to Auntie or Mrs. Georgina Frimpona, located at Fadama. He is saying that happy birthday, Auntie. God bless your new age with success and greatness and much love.
There's another one also coming from Mame, who is also a producer right here on Channel One TV. That's Helen Grace, by the way. She says, please help me wish my creative brother Paul Ejiri, aka Ronzi, a blessed birthday. I love him plenty. Right.
So those have been the messages for birthdays today, being Easter Monday, and we are gradually going to wrap up the show. We started with Nana Tufo Boateng and the guest. They had conversation on the newspaper review and other issues that matter. We brought to you our community-focused issue on waste management. We are just hoping and praying that the Select Committee on Sanitation will do a very good job, and all other stakeholders, including ourselves, how we are going to manage waste. And of course, we've gone to the orphanage homes today, City 97.3 and Channel 1, bringing later in the day or on our network, we will bring in you all the actions that are happening.
And of course, they can check out our social media handles as well for updates on that, to see what your donations are doing on the various orphanages that we are visiting this morning, being Easter Monday, to celebrate Easter with the children and, of course, the less privileged. And need I remind you that if you have any community concern stories that you want us to throw light on, you can send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number 020-444-7033, or send us a DM via social media platforms. Go on Instagram, Facebook, and all of that, and send us a DM at Channel 1 TVGH, and we'll make sure that we'll bring our lenses to capture the stories and tell your stories, of course, to empower change, as we do here right here on Channel 1 Television. It's been an amazing morning with you, watching us from home and your various locations. Thank you so much for tuning into this morning's Breakfast Daily with myself, Jifa Kedi Akoto.
My name is Philip Nilate. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
We'll see you tomorrow. Happy Easter.
Bye.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow. Tuesdays,
Tuesday,
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
You're very welcome. Good evening to you, my darling. And I am here this evening to keep you company. Well, you're welcome to the Friends and Family Show. My name is Noyo Kwarti, and this evening we're going to have lots and lots of conversations. So whether you're watching me with your grandma, you're watching with your auntie, you're watching with your kids, you're watching with your parents, we're going to have a super duper night. It is the Friends and Family Show, and for that reason, we're taking it nice and easy, very conversational. We're having so much fun here. One more time, you're welcome to the Friends and Family Show. We'll take a break. When we're back, I'll tell you what this is all about.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked
Welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yende, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in
us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Welcome back. One more time, you're welcome to the Friends and Family Show. And this is actually going to be one of your best evening shows. Tonight, we're talking about co-parenting and we're talking about single parenting. For that reason, I've got beautiful guests in the studio. 2 beautiful ladies and 1 gentleman, which I will be introducing to you very soon. I've got Karen Ejapon here in the studio. Hi, Karen.
Hi.
And I have Courage in the studio as well.
Hello.
I have with me Caritas, a.k.a. Tatas. You're very welcome, my darling. And we're talking co-parenting and single parenting. It is actually a topic that is very dear to us. And some way, somehow, it's a bit sensitive as well. People do not really like to talk about it. People are not too okay with it. People are not really comfortable being tagged either a single parent or probably in a co-parenting situation. But tonight, we're just going to get all the nitty-gritties, all the things that we need to know about it. Make it quite easy, make it quite, friendly for you to accept, because it's probably a situation, either you decided to be in it or it was actually thrown at you at some point in life. For that reason, it is not anything that anybody should be, stigmatized with. So we are getting into this conversation. My name is Noyo Kwote. You are about to have a super duper time on the Friends and Family Show. You're welcome, my darlings.
Thank you.
So we're doing this thing that at some points we say that it is a bit too, let's not go there. Well, it's with me, but I really don't want to be there. So, Karen, we're going to be talking about co-parenting with you because you're in that situation. Carried, you're a product of a single parent. You lived either with your mom, you grew up, or dad. Okay. And then Caritas, mostly with your mom. And then Caritas, your mom.
Yeah, my mom.
Because I've seen a lot of posts from you.
My mom.
It is solely your mom.
So my mom.
Okay. So let me start off with you first. How has it been living, knowing that other people live with both mother and father, but you actually grew up knowing just your mother? How has it been? Has it bothered you at some point?
Okay, so let me first of all say that my mother did a good job by letting me meet my father. So I knew my dad. The situation was I didn't live with him. I don't think it was bad. It was bad. I'm a mama with hard labor. I would always call myself because my mom did an amazing job. The only thing that sometimes I did not like is I could sometimes see the stress that comes with being alone and taking care of, your child, not just your child, your sisters as well, because that's what my mom was doing. I live with my mom and her sisters. And I'm so in tune with my emotions that I'm able to pick it up. And so I realized it somehow affected me in a way. Outside, I was very, very aggressive. Yeah, especially towards men. At
Why?
At an early age. Because I didn't see my dad. He wasn't doing much.
Okay, so before we get into that, at what point did you realize that you weren't in that regular family setting where there's supposed to be a father and a mother? At what age?
Oh, at the age where you start knowing things. If it's 5 years, then it's 5 years.
Right.
I mean, do you know what I mean? If it's 5 years that we realize we start realizing that we are children. Because I mean, between 0 and 4, I don't think you know so much.
Right.
But between 5 and 6, I think you start to see some things. I had always known that, I mean, I'm with only my mom.
Your mom.
Yeah, and that was just it for me and her sisters, of course.
So, Courage, and you've also spent time with either your mom or your dad.
Yeah, I would
Which
say-
one, at what point?
I say majority time with my mom.
Your mom.
And some minor time with my dad at the time.
Right.
Even though presently for about 2-3 years continuous, I've been with my dad
Mhm.
because my mom is late.
Okay.
Yes, at this time. But I think for me, the realization was not very early because my mom moved on to marry another man.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so
there
I
was
had
still
a
that father
stepfather.
figure.
Until when she was ready to move out of that marriage too.
Wow.
Then she brought me to my auntie Satema.
Oh.
So it was at that point you realize that, oh, okay, so he's not my dad, you know, per se, and then
That's tough.
the new reality begins.
Yours like the same?
No. No, I mean, my mom got married later. I was like 21.
When she got married?
Yeah, when she got married again.
Okay, but
so that
you
was-
I
were
was very
zip-zapping
very young
Very
at the time,
young.
yes. But when I was now brought to my aunties and then to my dad's place in the village, that's when I was like, okay, so this is my dad,
Mhm.
you know. But then, much later, I have faint memories of
Okay.
the disagreements leading to day parting and the scramble over me, who keeps me,
Right.
and all of that. The earliest offense, sometimes you wonder where these memories were stored because I was
Mhm.
very young.
Very
You know,
little.
but I think it was my grandmother's funeral, and the family had to now sit to
Mhm.
decide that no, he's too young, so let the woman keep him. So I'm sure that was what led me to. But these were memories that were coming up much later
Right.
when I started processing all of
All
these.
of life.
Yes.
Okay, so we're moving away from, you living with a single parent. Now let's get to Karen. At what point, no, let me just put this together. Did you actually decide that let me just move away and do this by myself? Was it thrown at you? Was it your own decision? How's co-parenting like?
To be honest with you, I don't think anyone wakes up in the morning
Mhm.
and they say, you know what, I'm going to do this by myself.
You know.
Because being a parent in itself is hard. You know, even when you have the two in the household, it's hard. Then let alone just
All by
one.
yourself,
Right. So I wouldn't say I chose it. I wouldn't say it was thrown at me. I would just say life happened.
Okay. Okay.
Certain things in life are unpredictable. Okay, we grow up and we have this, we have this plan in our head that we want to live by.
Mhm.
We see these programs, like, I don't know, when we're watching Inspector Bediako and all these kind of ones on TV. You have the mom, or even Home Sweet Home.
Yes.
Home Sweet Home.
We have that. Yes, that setting.
You
where
have
there's mother,
the mother, the father, the
children,
kids, they eat on the dining table. You know, that kind of thing. You want to emulate that. You
Yeah.
want that for
For
yourself.
yourself.
You want that for your kids,
Right.
So you live life like a robot. You're like, I've got to get this, I've got to get this. And then sometimes you get it, but it's just not right.
Okay.
No fault of his, no fault of mine. It just
wasn't right.
Wasn't right.
I feel you.
So then now you're left with being parents to a child, and you have to meet each other halfway.
Okay.
And it has to work. You don't have a choice. It has to work. Not for yourself. At this point, you don't matter anymore. You're like
Right.
at the back. Now is the child. You know,
Right.
you want the child to grow up feeling wholesome. You don't want the child to feel like they lack something. You know,
but
as you said,
before you get to, preparing the child for it, you have to prepare yourself. So how do you prepare yourself for that situation?
there's no such
There's
thing.
no preparation.
There's no
So
preparation.
it just comes. I think
It
there
can't-
should
it's like
be.
no, it's
There
like
should be
learning on the
some-
job. It's learning on the job. It's like it's your situation now.
But don't you prepare your mind? Don't you psych yourself into what is about
I
to
think
happen?
that the
yeah,
psyching
there should
The
be.
itself
psyche,
will
no.
be to depart from the person, it won't be about the parenting.
It won't
much.
be about the
It will be
parenting,
about
'cause-
you first.
Okay.
Before
So that's
the
my
parenting.
question. So how do you prepare yourself moving
honest
into
with
that
you,
state of,
To be honest with you, it's been probably like 4 years. It's still like a learning process.
Okay. Okay.
You never get it right. It's not like, oh, we sit down and we write down, yeah, we're gonna do it like this, we're gonna do it like that. If she's gonna ask for something, you do it or I do it. You know, it's just sometimes it just flows.
Okay. But how do you
Sometimes
prepare
too,
the
it
child?
doesn't.
What are the
She's too
steps
young.
Okay.
For me, the time we separated, she was really young. You can't sit her down and say to her, baby girl, mommy and daddy, we love each other so much and we love you too, but we don't work together. No. I've never had that conversation with her. Funny enough, she's never come up to me to ask me, why are you not married to my daddy?
Okay, how old is she?
She's 7 next week.
7.
But
Gen
she
Alpha.
has,
Yeah.
but she has, no, mind you, she has asked me a very interesting question, and the day she asked me that question, I was like, is it time?
It's almost.
She's like, Mommy, where's your boyfriend?
Oh my God. That's why I said
They asked
Those
all
ones.
the interesting questions.
They have
Like, my
interesting-
heart just like paused. I was like, excuse me? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, what? It's like, yeah, where's your boyfriend? I was like, Mommy hasn't got a boyfriend.
But there's definitely going to be a time.
There's going to be a time, yeah, there's going to be a
Her
time.
mind, her mind is already beginning to process the context of it.
Because she's been aware of daddy being around for a while, and now daddy comes and goes.
And then she's seen other people with their,
Together.
together, and then
Right.
she's seeing just me and her. So like, I'm sure she's thinking about it, but she's yet to, fit it all together. But yeah, they're smart kids. Maybe I don't even need to tell her anything. She'll figure out herself.
So, Tatas, let me ask you this.
Ask
Because I've
me.
seen lots of pictures of you and your mom.
My mom, yeah.
So how's this whole thing? Did they actually make you, make your mom your best friend? She's your go-to person. How has this actually influenced you in all your relationships? Are you getting there?
We are getting there. I feel like my mom is watching. I can feel it in my. It's that mother-daughter thing. I can feel. I feel like
it's
she's
in your bones. You can
I
feel
feel
it,
like
yeah,
she's
yeah.
watching. Has it affected my relationships? Yes, a lot. A lot. It's you see, it's not a place I would even wish for my enemy to be in. To not grow up in what I will call, or what society calls, a functional family.
Right.
I would always say that the only envy or jealousy I have in me is for daddy's girls. That's the. I don't envy
Well, I'm a
anybody's.
serious one.
Yeah, you are. I don't envy anybody's clothes, shoes, nothing. What I would have loved to be is a daddy's little girl. That's it. And when you are growing, or when you're becoming a teenager, that's the critical moment that these things kind of affects you. And I will always say that I give my mom all the props and the credit. My mom did an amazing job. She had to work. She had to take care of me. I don't blame her for anything. This is what she had to do. But the other thing that she also did well was, even through that, my mom was very strict. You dare not. And I'm a girl, so you can understand what it means to
got her
raise
eyes
a girl.
on you.
Yes, my mom was strict. I know when I'm outside, I know that this thing that everybody's doing, me, I can't do it.
But do you have any time that you can actually remember your mom getting a meltdown or breakdown?
Yes. Yes. You know, Joy, we used to listen to Joy FM a lot. My mom's radio was stuck on
Right.
Joy FM, and we would listen to Reverend Owusu Ansah. He used to have this worship session. And one dawn, I was sleeping, and then I heard someone praying and crying. So, it woke me up. And I turned myself to face the wall so she wouldn't see that I'm awake. Yeah. But I heard my mom praying. My mom was praying from her gut. I could literally feel the tiredness, the pain, and the stress from praying. And I remember, so I woke up and I said, I'm going to see my dad. you know, my mom would never stop you from going to see him or whatever. But I woke up that day dressed up. I went to see him before I went to school. I was at St. Anthony's. So I went to Dansoman to see my dad, and I was angry. You know, I was furious.
At what age?
Oh, I was a teenager. I was in like JSS.
Right.
I was furious. You know, me, I questioned my dad. I'm that
That's
child.
the self-realization.
Yes.
You actually know what's happening.
I questioned my dad. I questioned him. I said, why do you not make an effort to at least
help her?
Yes, do one or two. Because you see this woman, she's trying. And of course, he doesn't have a...
Now I see your eyes are soaking. Let's move away a little from that. We can probably try as much to dive it a little.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit emotional, but I want for you to be a part of the show, and you can send us a message. Send your messages through 020-4447-033 and send us let us know. Probably you're also a product of a single mom or a single parent, or you yourself are probably a single parent or co-parenting. And fill us in some of the things that we haven't spoken about yet. Probably you can just, give us a little hint, and then we'll get into those conversations. So, please join the show. It's very interactive. I'd want for you to send us a message as well. When you do, don't forget to add your name and where you're texting us from. I'll be glad to, address you properly. So while you're still on the Friends and Family Show, it's getting really interesting here. We're talking about single parenting, and we're talking about co-parenting as well. And we have two, a lady and a gentleman who are products of a single parent and one that is, dabbling in co-parenting. Well, it gets really tough sometimes, but we have to make it a bit interesting,
Yes.
We've grown past certain stages, and it gets interesting. All right. So, Courage, how has it been, all these years?
Yes, I think Karen made a statement earlier that nobody plans to live life this way.
Yeah.
To either be a single parent, to be in a co-parenting situation, or to be a child in that situation. I think circumstance just leads to that point. And when it comes up, it's about how you man up to it, or woman up to it, whichever the context is. But you realize a certain level of deliberacy will be required.
Right.
I mean, for my early years in school, I bore my stepfather's name.
Okay.
It was at the point of transition that I realized that, okay, so that's not my surname, that's not my father, and all.
Was it tough?
That's not your identity.
I think I've always had a certain kind of functional approach to life.
Okay.
That's me. Pragmatic at core. Okay, that was it. That's their decision. Now, this is the reality. How do I make the most out of this? So, I think along the line, I think my mom, she was having difficulties. I mean, there were 4 of us. So the other 3 siblings, they are my stepfather's kids. But even after the separation, much later, all of us had to be with her.
Okay.
And it gets tough, like she's saying.
Yeah.
I mean, she's doing all the work. And so sometimes you see the disappointments and the bitterness and all of that trying to come out. What I decided to do, I'll share none of that.
Okay. But did you become your mother's best friend?
Oh, yeah,
did you become...
Everybody who knew me called me my mother's boyfriend.
Right. That's what I was coming to, because I know a couple of people who are first boys and they're with their mom. They couple as the mom's husband,
so you become
boyfriend,
father early
right?
to your siblings.
Okay. You are providing?
Yeah, you have to become father to them and husband to your mother.
But that's
right.
That's a lot.
It's early responsibility, I must say, because even at some point, I remember at a point where in this house and she was fighting with another tenant. And then I came and I was like, can you stop and go in, because this is not relevant.
Right.
Okay, and she wouldn't listen, so I left. And then next one, she was like, your mother is fighting, instead of you to take her side, and all that. I was like, no. The side I wanted was peace.
But you weren't ready for that.
You are not ready for that, so I leave you, because it means that you can handle it yourself.
Right.
You know, that kind of, but these were conversations that, I mean, I don't think anybody in JHS High School was having this kind of conversation.
I wasn't.
But you have to become that. And then for my siblings, you have to almost become like father, disciplinarian and all of that to keep that balance. So one of the things I did early is to always look for father figures.
Okay.
That's good.
Always look for father figures,
you're
whether in
learning
the
from
church where
them.
I am or in the immediate vicinity where I am. Find some role model of a sort, because early resolve, no child of mine is going through this situation. No.
Nice.
Yeah. That's
So
Nice.
I married very late and all that, and most of it was because of caution, trying not to repeat
What is
some of
happening?
these things.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it difficult for you to move away from your mom? Because sometimes, in that situation, the attachment is very.
I think the context had you want to, had you have to become mature quickly.
Okay.
And so for a man, you needed early independence.
Right.
Yes, so I remember when I moved to university first year, I decided to go solo, to become independent of her, so she focused on the younger
On
ones.
the younger ones.
Wow. Yes.
But were you still providing?
Yeah, I mean, several circumstances where you had to chip in something, and there were times too when you had to make sure you were surviving. Yes, and even then she would call, is everything okay? You've not called, you've not asked for anything. Are you okay? I said, no, I'm fine. Focus on
Still
the younger
there.
ones.
The motherly
that.
instinct
Yeah,
still there.
it's always there, But for me, it told me early that, yes, you may turn out fine and all of that, but this is not the ideal.
Right.
This is not the ideal.
It's not
And
the ideal, yeah.
what was important to me is how not to carry on some of these legacies. For me, that was the most important thing for me. Okay, you can't control all the factors, but as much as I can, I want to control who I get married to make sure that there is that understanding and all of that, so that you reduce the possibility of it to the barest minimum.
Right.
To the barest
Right.
minimum.
I agree.
For me,
Yeah.
that was
You
it.
agree?
Yeah. Because it's like I said, it's not something you would want for anybody. Mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, it's not a place you wish for somebody. And when he spoke about marriage, it's something that is very key. You do not want your children to experience what you have experienced.
Yeah.
And so you are trying as much as possible to do it right and do it once and for all. Like I will always say, if you're my husband and you are tired today about our marriage, go to bed. Tomorrow we go again.
We try again.
We go again. It's
We
a
go
new
again.
day.
Sometimes it's easier said than done,
Hey, no, but
I don't
we
want to
have
be. I don't want to be that person that's like in the corner
No,
saying.
but no, it's true.
No, but
it's true.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
marriage
true.
is
I
an
agree.
institution.
Yeah.
It takes two people to work at it. But then just sometimes it doesn't serve its purpose. And when it doesn't serve its purpose, you need to understand when to say.
That's it.
And
That one, I agree with you. on
Particularly,
that.
I've met a lot of young men. I mean, young men our generation who believe in hating a woman.
That's crazy.
And it's something that gets to me every time.
Right.
It gets me every time because that kind of environment is dysfunctional.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. For
It's
everyone
dysfunctional.
involved. Yeah.
I never wanted to witness my mother being beaten.
Okay, but that's too
Even-
extreme.
That's
even
very
as a
extreme.
child.
Yeah.
And even where it's not physical, but it's emotional. We can feel it.
Yes.
Feel it.
You can
You
pick
can
the
tell when-
pulse. You
Yeah.
can
can
pick
tell.
the
Sometimes they actually bring the anger to you
Yeah,
and you're
yeah,
wondering,
yeah.
what
Parents'
did I do?
temperament. Yeah, what did I
I'm
do?
only asking you, why are you shouting?
It's like, yeah,
so
it's a
sometimes
thing.
what's most important, and even as a child, I mean, when you become aware in the context when things are difficult, you're like, okay, in the stepfather situation, you're like, why is he being so hard on me? So you begin to observe certain things that makes you begin to question things, even without being fully aware. So if you go back, and I always say I'm unapologetically a Christian.
Nice.
Yeah.
For me,
Be outside.
unapologetic. Go back all the way to Genesis 1:26 to 29 and Genesis 2:24.
What's there?
What's there? What's there?
Yes. What's there?
We
Go
go.
there, please.
What's there?
1:26 to 29 is where the mandate of man was given when he created man. It's a male and female created he them.
Okay.
So at a point, my understanding is that even when it was only Adam manifested, within Adam was the feminine side. It means that for a complete function, you need both.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in chapter 2, verse 18, thereabout, when the separation was done, then verse 24, it says, for this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and cleave. And that's the word that catches my attention.
One more
Cleave
time. Crash.
to his own wife. And both will become one flesh.
On that cleaving moment. We want to cleave to a break. We'll go for a commercial break. We'll be right back. You're still on the Friends and Family Show. My name is Noyo Quarter. Let's take a breather. We'll be right back.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow. Tuesdays,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Yeah, welcome back to the Friends and Family Show, and we are live on Channel 1 TV. My name is Noyo Quarte. You're very welcome one more time. I have in my studio here Caritas, who is joining us talking about single parenting and being a product of a single parent. I have Courage as well in the studio, and there's Karen in Japan, who is also like talking about this, about single parenting and co-parenting as well. So this conversation is a bit dicey. It's a bit, emotional. I'm allowing all the emotions to flow this evening. So if you're out there watching us, you can actually be part of the show. So send us all your messages, your concerns, your contributions. We will be glad to dissect, talk about it. You know, with the parts where we have to make fun, we'll make fun. The part that we have to be serious, we'll be very serious about it. But it's a very touchy situation. So if you're in it, we'll say kudos to you. It's not easy, but yeah, we can do that. All right, so I've got some, more grease to your elbows. Well, we've got some messages for our guest in-house. I have one to Karen, I have one to Caritas and Courage. So I'll take the first one, which is for Karen. Okay, and this message is from Brenda, who's watching us in Harcho. She says, Karen, what is your go-to coping mechanism for days when everything is going wrong, especially knowing that you don't have a partner to cry on?
I have a pillow.
You have a pillow.
Oh yeah, I cry a lot, and I think my daughter has grown up seeing me cry a lot. I just did not know how to stop. I just keep going. My emotions come and I'm just, I'm shouting, I'm screaming. I don't hit her, but then with time, I realized, who am I angry with? Who am I angry with? It's not her. It's not her dad. It's me. So I had to take a step back, I had to go for a little therapy, small one, not plenty.
A little therapy, that's all right.
Small one, got crazy.
All right, Curtis. Did you see your mom do the same? Cry, bring out emotions?
My mom is a hardcore.
Right.
Yes, my mom is a fancy woman, very hardcore. But I could see through her.
That she was broken.
Yes, and then sometimes I could see the transference of aggression to us. The yelling. Sometimes I know she doesn't want to yell. She doesn't want to yell at us
But
for
that's not
anything.
her.
That's not her. Or what she's yelling about is very trivial, but she's angry. Madam. She's angry. And so I saw that with her. I saw her. I saw my mom through all her stages. And that's why I say all the time that I do not have a role model. My mom is my only role model. I do not know what anybody has been through outside. I don't know what your story is like. I didn't witness. What if what you're telling me is not the truth? But you see my mom,
firsthand.
I witnessed it. And so that's my role model. So I witnessed my mom.
Carried you?
Something interesting happened. Even though my mom moved on to marry and then later left that marriage, it seemed her forever love was my dad, who was the first. So we had a situation where at a point my other siblings thought she liked me more than them, or she loved me more than them.
Were you the only child of your mom and your dad?
Yes, and still the only child of my dad. He didn't marry again.
Then you really loved your mom. It's a love story.
Yeah, so right now you have my siblings who think that because of her criticism of their father and profound commentary about my dad made it look like, okay, so you prefer his father to our father and all of that. That's why I keep saying that no matter the context, it's never the best of situations. Yeah, so at a point you had, when we were a bit younger, and JHS says about, you had some of my siblings who thought they had to do like rivalry for their father.
Okay.
I saw through it.
Do all the fights. So see, you said you're not talking to you.
So what I had to do was to get bigger.
And do better.
Ignore it completely. Completely ignore it so that we could still keep...
Karen said something.
It cannot be me.
I think one of the things that's helped me is, and it's also, the situation brings out some maybe aspects of you that become assets. I'm not very emotional in the sense of that, like crying. I don't cry.
Is it a man thing?
I have friends who do.
They cry.
They cry.
Or they have
just
big emotion. They wail.
Yeah, for me,
How does it go? Show us.
No,
But then
Can never be there like this. Can be there.
For me, the coping mechanism was always focusing on what matters.
Okay.
What needs to be done.
This is drastic.
And once you're busy on what needs to be done, then all of that go in the background.
Hey, that's a bit robotic because
Very much so.
I had to like that.
So because one, you have to be strong for everyone.
Okay.
Right.
You are the
That's
first.
there as well.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's yeah.
I've realized that even in the ideal home, the man brings stability. Stability. So something may happen when the mother is all crying and worried and all that. Hey, have you called the doctor? He says, relax.
Relax.
Take your time. All is well. So that assuring voice of saying that, no, don't worry, everything is fine. It brings that stability that is required, which reduces actually the extent to which you even go with your breakdown. You know, and all of that. So I found it very
So now this question is from Jay Singh in Takrady, and it goes to Caritas and Courage, as you are products of single parents. So did you experience any bias growing up? Right? I was always sidelined. My other children who had perfect families, even my teachers would sometimes imply that my mother, my siblings, and I were not worthy of attending family day activities. So do you experience being sidelined because you're with your mom?
No, if ever I felt like I was being sidelined, my personality, I have a big personality, so that's the reason why someone would sideline me. I do not think I would have stood for someone to sideline me because of my mother. That's a very drastic thing.
It is.
And if you mention my mother in anything, immediately all the hair on my skin will just
it's good to be Avengers. Assemble.
So if you either deal with me as a person and not include my mother, or we have a problem. So if ever I felt like I've been sidelined, which I have been sidelined a couple of times. If ever I felt like that, it's because of my personality. My personality will put me in trouble. It will carry me. It will take me. But it will always be because of my personality. But for my mother, we attended family day gatherings at church as a family.
Because you are a family.
We are.
And
we're all women. My mom and her sisters and myself.
Yeah.
They braid my hair for me and carry me.
Nice.
What are you talking about?
Nice. Okay, so I've got one more to Karen.
Yeah.
Do you face judgment in spaces like church or even from family? And I have stopped going to church because a Sunday school teacher once called my son a bastard child.
A Sunday
school teacher.
Yeah.
Come on. In what capacity or what right does a Sunday school teacher need to say that to a child? As I said earlier, you don't wake up one morning and choose this life. You know, Christians
very hard.
To be honest with you, I am not proud to say this, but I don't go to church. Not that I feel like I'm gonna feel like an outsider. There is a church I do attend from time to time. It's a lovely community. I've never felt out of place. I just choose not to go to certain gatherings, certain family gatherings by choice, because I know Ghanaians in general are wired to be highly judgmental.
Right.
They might not be saying it to my face. They might not be saying it behind my back, but I know they're talking about it. Do you understand? Like slight comment or like, hey, Nana yehu bane papa cheo.
So they're asking you indirectly.
They're asking. Do you understand? Yeah, where's the father? Like, you know, but no one will actually come to you and sit you down and be like, oh, baby, are you okay? Are you coping? Like, because we all know it's hard. Regardless, it is hard. So just that, instead of like calling that child, let's say the Sunday school Sunday school teacher calling the child a bastard, the best thing would be, are you okay at home? Like, you know, do you need any assistance? Like, maybe the mom is too tired to do reading time with the child. You can use that time to help the mother. It takes a community and a village. Everyone keeps saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So why is it that one person is single doing it?
They should report it to the church.
They shouldn't take it lightly.
They should report it to the church.
I think that such toxic and very terrible comment is coming from a Sunday school teacher.
That's what I mean.
And to a child.
To a child.
That is a no-no. And I think it also brings to mind the fact that our churches need to become community again.
Listen.
Our churches need to become community again. That
is too high.
Yeah, that is really lacking. And if you look at, even for the function of family, in Ephesians chapter 5, Apostle Paul says, dwell in love, dwell in light, dwell in wisdom. This is the context of that. And that is the context of the church. You know, and that's why the church became functional in society because it was, how do you call it? Should I say, a foundation that everybody could rest on. You know, so even when family rejected you, when there was somewhere to go to, I could call home, and that was the church. It became like a family. So you have a pastor there, an elder there who could become like father to the children. Because I've had situations where people are in terribly abusive environments. And in as much as I hate anything called divorce, you know, you realize that separation was the best at the time for the preservation of life.
Because there's too much basketball.
Too much, and so it's better the person is separated from that environment than for her to lose her life. But when she's separated and she has the children, she'll get overwhelmed. So how does the church come in to support? And that's where you need the elders and the deacons to play that role. You know, where there's support until functionally they can be put back together. But you don't have that.
We're talking about the church. What about like your immediate family?
Well,
if your family cannot do this, how can the church do this for you?
You realize that usually the nature of the development and how all of these end up, it never happens with the innocence of the families. There's always some level of complicity, some level of involvement, and all of that. So sometimes they are not the best to rely on. Because sometimes your immediate family is looking at you as a failure. In this family, we don't divorce. You are the first person to have divorced.
So you stay there.
Exactly.
You
You know,
can't
and
go.
so when that happens, what do you do?
You hide.
You hide. How do you hide? Why do you hide? How do you hide?
You hide from society. You hide from everything.
And that also becomes dangerous because you become isolated.
You become isolated.
And the devil likes solitude.
Right. Well, I'm not gonna lie. That was my first coping mechanism. Like draw away from everyone.
It was needed at that time, so it's fine. But it shouldn't be
do
too
you still
consistent.
go on to do that? Don't you go for gatherings? Do you stay away or you decide which one to go?
I decide. I'm highly selective.
Which is good for our age now. You have to be selective.
You have to be
of where
exactly,
you go to.
exactly.
That one I agree.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
yeah.
So I'd want for us to listen to this. And we're supposed to have a single father on the show, but he wasn't able to show, so he had to send us a message. We would take that message. Let's take a listen to the side of all of being a single parent and co-parenting issue from another perspective, from a single father.
I don't even know how you and your producers have convinced me to tell this story. I still struggle with it. In fact, the pain and shock are still fresh for me. On that day, my wife said that she was going to the salon, just the salon. That was a Saturday morning. The kids had just eaten. Papa Kweku, our son, who was 3 years old at the time, was dancing around in his Spider-Man pajamas. And the baby mommy, for about 8 months old then, he was asleep on my chest. So my wife, I don't want to mention her name for obvious reasons now. She kissed all of us goodbye. I was supposed to be home for most of the day, so I was okay staying with them so that she could have a personal time. I thought nothing of it. I even joked, "Don't come back with purple hair." She smiled and she said, "I'll be quick." Would you believe that was the last time I saw her? No call, no message, her phone off. Her family also didn't know anything. Or maybe they just didn't want to say. To be honest, I don't know what to believe. At first, I thought something terrible had happened. I called the hospitals. I went to the police. I even searched the big gutters in Accra. My friends, her friends, they all got involved. We posted flyers on social media, published them in newspapers. I mean, I did everything and anything possible. I was that desperate. But 2 weeks passed. There was still no news from her. One evening, I just knew it in my spirit. She wasn't missing. I just knew that she had left us. I didn't have time to be angry. I have 2 children who needed me to be there for them every hour, every minute. My life changed at once. It wasn't easy now. Changing diapers at 2 a.m. while my son cried for money, bathing 2 fussy babies before work, carrying mommy for my back while holding Kweku's hand through Makola, just so I could buy things for the house. It took a while for me to find help. My mom was already late by then. I had to get a more flexible job and take a lower pay for some time. It broke me, but it also built me up. You know, our society doesn't prepare men for this. People will stop me on the street saying things like, "Where's their mother?" They will say it with suspicion. Some even had the guts to ask me, "What did you do to her?" I couldn't imagine that she left. But sometimes it's we the fathers who stay. I remember once at the clinic, a nurse asked me if I was really the children's father. She said, "Are you sure you know what formula to buy?" I said, "Madam, I don't know, but I will learn." And I did. I had to. I learned how to plait my daughter's hair, watching all these YouTube videos. I learned to discipline them. I learned how to comfort them. I was all they had, you know. There were nights when the children were asleep and I'd cried into a pillow. I was afraid that they would hear me, and I was lonely. I'm a man, you know. I couldn't just move with any woman because of the safety of my children. But now, when Kweku draws a picture of our family, he draws just the 3 of us, smiling. He says, "Daddy, you are my hero." He's now 9 years old, and Mami Fua will be turning 7 in a few months. To every single parent out there, whether mother or father, you are not alone. Your love is enough for the children. You just stay strong and pray. You can do it. And if you're a man who's going through it, hiding your tears behind a beard and deep voice, it's okay. Don't give up.
All right. So it's getting a bit emotional in the studio after
No, she's the one crying.
Oh, now it's crying
because I'm a mother and I know how
Okay, we need tissues, guys.
how tough it is to take care of children by yourself. For it to be a man who's actually not wired to do all of these things, to actually do it by themselves.
I think it's just, it's not even just a man, just anyone in general. Like, it is hard.
Yeah, I felt it when he said,
It
as
is
a
hard.
single parent, your love is enough for
It
your
is
child.
enough. It has to be enough.
It has to be.
Because if not, where's the child going to get it from?
Yeah. I could see my mom in that sentence.
You know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be enough.
Her love was enough.
Now, why am I the one crying when you were
I'm not crying. Me, I'm not crying.
I told you you're the one crying.
I'm not. I think
Please
I'm
give me
not
the
crying.
tissue.
I think I'm not crying because
Tatas is crying. I'll have my tissue for you.
I'm
Tatas.
holding myself not to cry because I can easily just.
Tatas,
I'll
here
just-
you go.
I can
No,
easily
but
cry.
I don't agree why. I guess why he's not
I-
crying.
I think it's important Tatas is not started crying yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it feels like if she starts...
Yeah, I'll win over all of this. So I
That's
have
ambitious.
to be strong. The story is intense. To me, it's intense.
It is.
Mekwaba, you know,
And that's
mekwaba,
it.
and that's it. That's like premeditated. I'm sorry. That's almost like you prepared to do this to the
But
people.
that's not the right way to walk away.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You know, I always say that if you do not like a certain situation anymore, boldly
Talk yourself out of
talk
it.
yourself. Tell the people and walk away. It's better.
I
It's
think-
way better.
I think the reason why mostly it's not, they are unable to approach it that way is because they know what they are doing is wrong.
They do.
Yesterday I saw a story online, and it was actually a video.
Right.
You know, a lady left 19 years of marriage, 3 kids, just to try another man.
I'm sorry, what?
19 years of marriage with 3
People know
children.
what they are doing. I say this on
Just
my
to try another
What was
man.
she going to look for?
And whatever she was hoping, she didn't get it.
She didn't get
So
it.
she came back?
She said she couldn't go back, so now she's single, or she's...
With the kids or just by herself living her
Did
single
she go
life,
with the
her
kids?
best life?
Well, those details didn't come out.
okay.
you know.
She didn't move with the kids.
No, I don't think so. But she was quickly disappointed on the greener side. And that points to something that whatever the context of your situation is, particularly if it's not one that is abusive and threatening your life, you'd realize that the path of sacrifice
Yeah,
is always the best.
that's what this man did for his children.
Yeah, the path of sacrifice
No,
is
but you
always the
can't
best.
leave them as well.
You can't just leave them.
Yeah,
I can't leave them as
I
well.
remember
Listen,
very young
you
when
know-
my mom left, and it was a similar thing my mom did. Up and left. I knew that he couldn't take me away because my father would not have it.
I will not agree.
I was not yet one.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad carried me to my grandmother's place, and it was my young auntie who was a teenager then who was taking care of me until the family sat and disagreed that no, I'm too young, so I have to be here.
Yeah.
So sometimes the context also matters. She knows that, well, if I go with these kids, this guy will come hunting for me, you know. And yeah, this is his side of the story, just for balance.
Yeah,
Yes, we don't know
her
the
side.
Okay, we don't know
Maybe
her
she
side.
was
side.
fleeing death. And you know, when it comes to the point of telling the story, I think we are wired to tell the story to make ourselves look good.
Look good.
Standard.
Look good. So it's always important that that balance is brought
There's
in.
that balance.
Yes.
So we've got
Yeah.
some more messages, one for us to talk about them. So good evening. My name is Patrick from Dansuman. I wouldn't wish this for anybody. Born to a Ghanaian mom and a Liberian dad, you can imagine. I lost my dad at the age of 5, which I had to come live with my aunt here in Ghana. Very terrible experience, and it's still affecting me.
Living with people.
Living with people.
I have always
Ah,
said that
that-
my
yeah.
children will not live with anybody. You know, my mom traveled when I was in 2. Yeah, SS2. For a young teenager, the sound of my mom traveling meant that I'm gonna look good. Okay, thank you. Abo Treba. That was it. Abo Treba. That was it for me. But living with people who do not understand you, or who don't understand how your mom brought you up, and now you have to prove yourself to them, was the most difficult experience for me. I have a lot of male friends. Wired to have male friends, I'm sorry, but that's my lifestyle. I do have a lot of male friends, and I have absolutely nothing sexual to do with them. Zilch. It is just platonic. Do you know how I had to explain myself? You know, because I grew up seeing my mother's best friend was a man. And they were cool and it was nice. Right. My best friend is a guy. Till today, my best friend is a guy, but I have boys.
But it's not a Gen Z bestie.
No. Me and my best friend. We are millennials. No, we're millennials. I'm sorry. No, but I have boys. Hey. But I have boys. I have boys I hang with, and I'm everybody's baby. And there's nothing. Most of them are married. I'm everybody's baby.
So you see the desire for daddy's girl.
Yes, it's there.
So
she's admitted
found a way of
getting it. I get it. My male friends, take your shout outs on this show because, child, I'm pumping. Okay.
All right, so let's take more messages. And I'm AC from Kaswa. Hi, Noyo. Hi, darling. I'm a single parent with a 10-year-old son.
Wow.
I want your guest to advise me on how to manage to maintain a healthy work-life balance while raising my child alone as a corporate woman. So balancing work, personal life, and home, taking care of the child.
So about a couple of weeks ago, I was scrolling through my Instagram and I came across this page that they host friendship meetup groups.
Okay.
On
Let's
Tuesdays.
say that again. Friendship
meetup. It's not a dating group. It's a friendship meetup.
Why are you smiling, Courage? Group. When she said it's not a dating, why are you smiling?
No, because that's the first thing people would.
In 2025, it's a very important clarity.
Oh yeah, that's why I was.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
So friendship.
So it's after work. You know, they meet in a restaurant. You have people from different. Okay, you do a questionnaire. You answer a questionnaire, and then that's how they place you in the right
group.
Okay. Yeah. So the group is like about 6 people. So they have these cards like icebreaker, like questions and stuff, and then you just
play question cards,
and then by like 30 minutes in, you feel like you've known these people for like the longest time.
Okay.
And it's different because in this day and age, if you want to make friends, you have to meet them on social media. You know, we're out of touch with people.
Yeah.
So as a single mother by herself, it's hard. You know, for me to have with a son, a 10-year-old. Look, there are times you would leave that 10-year-old at home and go to the market and whatnot. In this day and age, you can't do that. Do you understand? So you'd have to find like someone to hold your child for you, even if it's just one day in a month.
And
baby
let
girl,
your hair
and
down.
let your hair down. One day in a month. Let someone take that baby boy for you. Someone you know you can trust.
Yeah.
That boy is safe. When you're out there having fun, you're not thinking, let me check my cameras or let me call guys, give me a second, let me check. No, you know your child is safe, so you can have some me time.
It will change
everything. Look, it's like a reset. Like, let me tell you, there are days, I'll get a little bit of excess money. Then I'll just go to...
that's the tune money.
Then I'll go to the spa, right? Oh yeah. I get home and I'm like a butterfly. Like, I'm like, baby girl, come to mommy, come for love. Like
Hakuna Matata.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? So baby girl, like, dedicate one day. Like you can. I mean, afterwards, like I can drop the meetup group and you can try and get it from them. I have attended myself. I'm not gonna lie, it was a good thing for me. I would advise it to anyone. As I said, I have struggled to come out So for me, it helped me. I was with a bunch of people that did not care, you know, if I've had a failed marriage, if I have a child and I don't have a man at home. Nobody cared. They just wanted to know me, you know, and they're asking me questions and I'm like, me? You want to know about, you know? So like I would say, you know, just
have me time.
Have me time. Like
I have a lot of me time.
You know, and about childcare too. Childcare is a good.
She has a lot of me time.
Yeah, I have a lot of me time.
What do you do?
Yeah, I do a lot of things. I can do a lot of things solo. Watch a movie solo. Go to the movie solo. I ride solo. Go to the restaurant solo. When I wasn't dating, that's what I was doing. Even now.
Are you really trying to tell us something? She told me she was.
When I wasn't dating.
When I wasn't dating, I was doing that.
No,
you're saying something.
I think that's a second clue. You didn't let me finish. When I spoke about the importance of getting it right, you know, it piqued her interest.
Yeah, really trying to tell us something.
What I'm saying is, I used to have solo stuff, do stuff.
Used to. Keyword is used.
But now,
even now, let me say that I still do solo stuff. But it's minimal.
Yeah.
I need to enjoy, please. Life is for the living.
Life is fleeting. So
to be honest, she should have a lot of me time. I wish she loved reading. I would have said take some time off. Go to a very quiet place
or somewhere.
Read a book.
But as a good mother, like, and you don't have someone holding your child for you, you can't just up and go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to find someone. That's the right point.
So for me as well, I found someone. I give my daughter to her. My daughter is safe. Like if, let's say I have to go to work and, you know, it runs over and is late. She can sleep over. She offers that service. And I know my daughter is safe. It's like a second home.
I like his.
You want to come back?
But a quick one. For a 10-year-old, I think it's time to introduce some male role models.
In his life.
Into his life.
Right.
It's very, very important at age 10. Very soon he'll be 13.
And then teenager.
So by that time, there should be somebody who's confident.
So now that we're getting into all of that, you would have to come back and explain that, okay? Well, we've had super duper fun on the show today. And I want to thank my guests for coming through. Caritas. Hi, darling.
Hi, darling.
Thank you very much, Courage. And to my girl, Karen, thank you very much for coming through. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, 6 to 7 p.m.
The great partner.
We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be talking about something else, and then we're spanning throughout the week from Monday to Thursday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. My name is Noyo Quartet. It has been the Friends and Family Show. My love to you at home. I'll be back tomorrow. Mwah.
Hello to you. Welcome to another wonderful episode of Beyond Borders on Channel One TV. My name is Caleb Kuda. We're in Nairobi, Kenya. We're interacting with more Ghanaian entrepreneurs, business people, and people in the public space who are doing amazing things here in Kenya. Today, my guest is David Kobla Sosa. He's 61. The last time he came to Ghana was 21 years ago. He was born here. His dad played a critical role in the pre-colonial era. In fact, the British authorities, Ghana and Gold Coast at the time, Kenya, were all colonized by the British, right? So his dad played a critical role within the British government's colonial government. So we're finding out from him what role that was and what he's been doing with his life. He says he's from the Volta region, precisely Sokwe. Does he know the closest town to Sokwe? Is he still in touch with his roots? We'll find out from David Kobler-Sosa when we are back.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Welcome back. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 TV. My name is Caleb Kuda, hanging out with David Kobler-Sosa in Nairobi. Thank you for having us, sir. It's good to have you.
Thank you.
So, where in Nairobi specifically are we?
We're in the Kilimani area of Nairobi, and I also don't stay very far from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sound Kenyan, more Kenyan than Ghanaian.
Probably the reason being I was born here in Kenya.
Right.
And I grew up here. I schooled in Kenya.
Okay.
I grew up here, and maybe that influence has drained my
Ghanaianness.
But my mother is still alive. She's over 90.
Right.
She still cooks apla.
Apla?
She cooks banku.
At 90?
Okra soup. Yes, she does. She cooks.
Still makes apla?
Yes.
How did you say that again?
Apla. Her kokonte. She makes her jollof.
Wow.
She makes her groundnut soup.
Wow.
And light soup, palm nut soup,
Right.
and so forth. You know, she's very much in touch with her food. She also is good with the Kenyan foods, but she prefers her Ghanaian foods.
Which of the Ghanaian meals is your favorite?
Well, I like the groundnut soup and kokonte.
I see.
Yeah.
You call it here G-nut soup.
Well, yes, Kenyans would call it that.
G-nut soup.
G-nut soup.
Okay.
Yes.
That's interesting. It means that food is an integral part of one's culture. So in handing down an identity and culture to the other generation, food is one of the big ones, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Food, yes, I think it is because I can make jollof myself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I can make the groundnut
Which
soup
of the jollof do you make? Ghana jollof or Kenyan jollof?
Ghana jollof. But I can make also the pilau, which is similar.
Pilau.
Yes.
I've heard pilau is what's close to jollof.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah. It is quite close and very, very tasty. It's a coastal food.
Mm.
Yeah.
Who was your father?
My father was Emmanuel Hamuji Sosa, and he came here in 1947. He worked for the colonial government, and after his service with the colonial government, of course, prior to that, he was with the British Army.
Right.
Then he moved. After the Second World War, of course, he worked with the colonial government, and he was brought here.
So he fought in the Second World War?
Yeah, he fought in the Second World War, alongside very many Ghanaians and Nigerians. Most of he'll talk a lot about Burma and other places that they were sent to. So after the war, he went to England, to the UK. And, he was working with the government, and they brought him to work in their, offices in Kenya. But, of course, as patriotic as he is, he remained a Ghanaian. And he went home and brought his wife.
I see.
He brought and married her here.
Okay.
Yeah, from all the way from Sope.
I see.
And married her here. And I was born here 61 years ago.
Wow.
And I schooled here. We were 4 boys in our family. 2 passed on. My older brother and the third born passed on. The third born passed on 21 years ago.
Wow.
Or 22 years ago. And the oldest passed on 2 years ago. Here in Burundi. It was during the COVID time.
Right.
Yeah. So he passed on. He was married. His wife is a Ghanaian.
Right.
And
your wife is not?
My wife is a Kenyan.
Kikuyu?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So what role did your dad play when he was posted to Kenya?
It was administrative, in many administrative areas. The colonialists, wherever they asked him to go, within the republic he went. Yes, within their protectorate. Yeah,
more appropriately.
Yes.
He was also a businessman.
Yes, he was a businessman. He established a company called Golf. Of course, first a farmer, then a businessman. So he established what you call Golf Options Kenya Limited. If you look at
Golf Options Kenya Limited.
Yes, which if you look around Kenya, most of the golf courses were his doing.
Wow.
Yeah,
he built the golf courses.
Yes, he built the golf courses.
So we went to where the Kenyan Trade Fair Center is.
Yes.
I saw a golf course there.
At the Trade Fair Center?
There's a golf course somewhere before you enter the trade fair.
Or that probably at Railway. This is Railway. That one was built long time ago. I think it was in the
1902, I think.
1902.
Because the park itself was built in 1902.
Around there.
Wow.
Yes.
So what are some of the golf courses in Kenya that your dad built?
Okay, he did the rebuild of Muthaiga Golf Club.
Muthaiga.
Yes.
That's like the plush area.
Yes.
Because that's where I think the Ghana High Commission
yes,
is.
Yes.
With Muthaiga Golf Course.
Yes, that was the rebuild because it was also built before he came to Kenya.
So he renovated it.
Yeah, they call it a total rebuild.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just as he was passing away, he started doing the Windsor Golf and Country Club.
Windsor Golf and Country Club.
Yeah, but he passed on, so we continued and we built it because we were all, we were in the business.
All of you, his 4 sons.
Yes.
You're all in the same business.
We were in the same business.
So the business is still thriving now.
Yes, it still thrives. Post my dad. We did the Ngong Racecourse. We designed and built, and then we have thicker greens. We did. There are not too many golf courses. It takes 10 years to build a golf course. I mean, before you can get somebody who wants a golf course built, or maybe even 20 years. What? So it's not something that you build every day. So
10 years?
It can take 10 years before somebody wants a golf course, before a new golf course comes up.
Wow.
Yeah, but it takes about 2 to 3 years to build a golf course, complete
Wow.
a golf course. And, there are many facets in it. Kenya hosts world-class championships, golf championships. The golf courses are world-class standards. If in comparison to what I saw in Ghana, Kenya is really got high-end golf courses.
When was the last time you visited a golf course in Ghana?
Last month.
What was the state of that?
Well, the maintenance is okay, but to me, I feel the golf courses are not. They're still substandard. Yes, they're still substandard. They need more doing.
What did you see that makes it substandard? What is
I
lacking?
I felt the fairways were too narrow, and it wasn't competitive or challenging enough. Yeah, they were not challenging enough. But I was surprised to see that the golfing fraternity in Ghana is really grown. There's quite a lot of people playing golf in Ghana, which is interesting. That shows the need to create more modern golf courses. Yes.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
And then your other business interest.
I have other business interests.
And we'll get into all that and how you're trying to get back to Ghana.
Yes.
Because I understand that you've tried to ship, for want of a better word, Kenyan business people to Ghana, try to build that community and relations, keep that going. That's interesting. I'll ask you about that. But tell me about growing up in Kenya. How was that like?
Oh, it was okay. I think I don't have any regrets growing up in Kenya. It was good, and I have a lot of friends in Kenya, and we just live like brothers and sisters.
Give me a typical childhood of a child in Kenya 61 years ago, maybe 62, 60, 50 years ago. How was it like growing up? How was Kenya like? Was it as it is today? And what were some of the memories you built?
Well, most of my life I've lived in, actually all my life I've lived in Nairobi.
Okay.
Apart from when I went out of Kenya to study.
Right.
But during the time I was growing up in Kenya and schooling, it was normal. I didn't see anything challenging, or nothing was that difficult. There were no real hard times until maybe recently. Recently, there's the economy has changed a little bit, and there's a bit more strain. But I think I lived a normal life like any other person would have lived. Yeah.
What did you enjoy most growing up?
Well, I played rugby. I played a lot of rugby. Did a bit of motorcycle sports. I did a bit of motocross. Yeah. So
who are some of your mates in these times? You remember them?
Well, some of them are here. Some of them are not here. Some of them are not in the country. Some of them are, a lot of the people, the ones you're saying that I grew up with in the sports, a lot of them are not here. They're outside, and some of them are late.
Okay.
But we had a good time.
Which of them do you remember? They might just see this video and remember you.
Well, one who was doing motorsports, a closest friend, he's no longer there. He's gone.
Right.
Yeah. The others are in other countries. We have Brian Billy, Johnny Billy. They are not. We grew up together in the same estate, and we were doing motorsports together. They're not. The one is in Zimbabwe, and the other one is in the UK.
Right.
So they are scattered.
You mentioned that growing up was much easier than now. That the economic times are tough in Kenya.
They are a bit tough.
What is accounting for this?
Well, it's inflation. Definitely, inflation is a significant factor in hardship seeping in, and that cost of living also goes up. So it's a factor.
I can imagine you travel around Africa a lot.
Yes, I've traveled quite a bit in Africa.
Tell me some of the places you've been to.
I've been to Tanzania, Uganda,
Dar es Salaam.
Yes.
So Uganda is what, Kampala.
Kampala.
Right.
Been to South Africa.
South Africa, Joburg.
Yes.
Pretoria.
Yeah.
Soweto.
And I've been
Cape Town.
I've also been to Zambia.
Zambia, okay. So
yeah.
Zara or something.
Yes, I've been to. I remember I went to a town called Kitwe.
Kitwe.
I've gone to Ndola.
Ndola.
I've been to Lusaka.
Okay, Lusaka. Right.
Yeah. I've been around. I've been around. Yeah.
A lot of East and Southern countries.
Yes.
Do you visit the West more often? I mean, how frequent do you visit West African countries?
Now, of late, it's been Togo, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. Because my company that I chair, TRADEX Consult Africa, has a presence in Ghana and in Sierra Leone.
Right.
And of course, its birthplace was Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the most livable city in Africa you've been to?
The most
livable?
In Africa?
Yeah.
There are several. Dar es Salaam is not a bad place.
You enjoy Dar es Salaam?
Yes. I enjoy Nairobi.
Nairobi.
I enjoy Accra.
Okay.
I also enjoy Lusaka.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are to rank them, your favorite would be Nairobi?
Yes, and second would be Ghana.
Accra?
Yes.
For political reasons?
For?
Political reasons.
Well, I'm not a politician. I'm a
I mean, for socially correct reasons, you have to appease your mother's side or your father's side.
Well, that is a factor. That is a factor. That definitely is a factor. Yes.
When you compare Accra to Nairobi, what difference do you see?
Ghanaians are more friendly, and they're more hospitable, and apart from the heat,
Ghana is hot, man.
Yeah, it's very hot.
No, Kenya is too cold.
Yes.
Kenya is cold.
That's what every Ghanaian says.
Yeah.
I remember when my uncles used to visit us when we were growing up.
It's really cold in the evening.
And they used to complain that Kenya is too cold.
Yeah, but you also say Ghana is too hot.
Oh, Ghana is too hot. You have to be under air conditioning.
Yeah, I noticed there's no air conditioning in all the rooms and houses I've been to here.
No, they don't, unless you go to the coastal areas.
That's hot.
Mombasa, it's quite hot. It's like Ghana. Yeah.
But in Nairobi, they typically don't have fans and ACs and all that.
They don't need it.
Because the temperature.
Temperatures are cool. Nairobi is quite high.
Right.
Yeah, it's in the,
so if you love Nairobi.
I love Nairobi.
The weather here is great for you.
Oh yes, it's great.
And you love the tea.
The tea is yes, I love the tea. I mean, we grew up with tea. As opposed to Ghana, when I go to Ghana, I come back. I think I'm how many days old in Kenya since I came back from Ghana? I think probably 10 days.
Oh, you went to Ghana 10 days ago?
I was there for 3 weeks.
Okay.
I came back just 10 days ago.
Okay.
And I had attended the AGI summit in Accra.
Okay.
With some Kenyan products.
Mm.
Yes, so I accompanied the Kenyan businessmen on a trade mission, and we're introducing them to the Ghanaian market, and very soon you'll see what you call Kenyan goods, food stuff in supermarkets in Ghana. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Given the difference, our taste in food is quite different, right?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Yes. Ghana has a very large variety of foods compared to Kenya or East African countries.
Mhm.
I'll let me compare it this way: West Africa,
West and East.
and East Africa.
Yes.
They have two different kinds of foods, and the varieties in West Africa is very big. It's vast. Compared to what is available in East Africa, but in the traditional foods. But Kenyans have adopted, they eat more of European foods. A lot of the urban Kenyans
I see.
eat a lot of Western foods, as opposed to Ghana. When you go to any restaurant or chop bar,
Yes.
Everybody is eating fufu, kokonte, and apla,
Okra.
whatever it is, okra. They're eating.
I don't like the way you say akpala at all.
Why?
That's not how we say it.
Oh, all right. Apla.
No.
Apla.
Ow.
Eh?
Say again.
Apla.
Ow. Say akpala.
Apla. Apla. Apla.
Akpala.
Apla.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll take it like that.
Yeah.
Right. So urban Kenyan dwellers eat more European stuff.
Yes.
Right.
And-
And then
and,
Western, we do more local dishes.
Yeah, you see, in the morning you wake up, and I have my cousins in Ghana.
Mhm.
First cousins in Ghana,
Mm.
and they will be eating. They'll be having what you call
Wache.
for breakfast wache
Mhm.
and other
Kenke.
heavy kenke and foods that are a bit
Beans.
heavy.
Gobe and beans.
Yes, and then you find that in Kenya you are eating you're drinking tea
For breakfast.
Yes, and having your eggs and sausages.
And they call something chaka or something.
Huh?
CHAK something. Chapa. is it?
Chapati.
Chapati, yes.
Yes, chapatis and so
I
forth.
had chapati today.
Ah, you did?
It's not nice.
Why? It's good. It's a coastal food.
Come on.
It's
Chapati is not nice.
What
They say it's
did
made
you-
of flour.
Yeah, but it's bread.
I thought it would be like pancake.
No,
nice.
it's more like a tortilla.
Right.
And you've got to eat it with some accompaniment.
Right.
Right. Try it with shito.
It's good, eh?
Try it with shito.
I can imagine.
Oh, you'll enjoy it.
I can imagine.
You just put
Chapati with shito.
Yeah.
That's East and West.
Yes.
Combo.
You'll have
I love it.
you'll enjoy it.
I love it. So this is called dawa.
Dawa, yes.
I love it.
Yes.
This is the fourth or third I'm having.
When I'm in Ghana, I make my own dawa.
Yes, I think dawa is great.
Yes.
Dawa is the best thing I've seen here.
Yeah.
Usually, back in Ghana, when I have cold or flu or something, I make dawa. I didn't know it's called dawa. So this is basically honey, lemon, ginger.
Yes, and
hot water.
and dawa in Swahili means medicine.
Look at that. So anytime I sip this, know that I'm taking medicine.
Yes. Yeah.
So you are big on tea. We went to the ambassador's residence, and the first question they asked us was tea, water, or coffee.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. That is a common in every house.
Right.
If I invite you to my house, I'll offer you a cup of tea.
Tea.
Yes.
Kenya is big on tea.
It's big. Kenya is a very big producer of tea, just like Ghana is a big producer of cocoa.
I'm
Yes.
told you produce 40% of the world's tea.
Yes, it does. Kenya, probably even more.
Really?
Probably
I
even
thought
more.
India, the Asians.
Well, they are bigger.
Right.
And they've got bigger farmers.
Right.
But Kenya has a sizable amount of tea
Tea
farmers
producers,
and also coffee.
Coffee, yes.
Yes. And those are the things that what we drink. Some of the research I did in some of my trips, I've done between December and now. I think it's 8 trips to Ghana.
Wow.
And some of them were consultative because
Right.
I had to go around and find out what is going on. I did some data mining
Right.
and found out that the tea that we're drinking in Ghana
Mhm.
actually originates from Kenya.
Oh, you know.
It is exported to the UK.
And then it's
And then
packaged.
It
and brought to
it
Ghana.
is packaged here in Mombasa for the UK market.
And then they bring it to Ghana.
Then they bring it to Ghana.
So we can get it directly from Kenya.
Those are the barriers. You know, I'm proud to say that my company partnered in December with the AGI, Association of Ghana Industries, with specific mandate to see how we can break those barriers. And I'm very pleased to say that we are able to, very soon, we'll be seeing a lot more tea and coffee and milk products, the dairy products from Kenya. Yes. So that is what we're working on robustly. So that I think probably in the next 3 months, because, you know, the issues, they have to pass through the Ghana's Bureau of Standards, and they call it FDA,
Food and Drug
yes,
Security.
yeah, and so forth. Once that is done, you will see these things on the shelves in Ghana.
Wonderful.
Yes.
We'll talk more about this when we return, because in April this year, I hosted a program at one of the hotels in Accra. President William Ruto was in Accra.
I was there.
You were there as well.
I actually came a day late, but I still met the Kenyan group, and I did a lot of work with the AGA around that.
We would get into all the details of all the work you've been doing with the AGA around that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure for many of you watching, you're business people, some of you are investors, and you're looking forward to putting your money in intra-African trade. And so when I return from this break, I'll be asking my guests what opportunities there are for you to put your money into African businesses, promoting African businesses. This is Beyond Borders on Channel One Television. I am Caleb Kuda. Stay with us.
Life is a celebration of moments, big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration.
Piva Cola, Piva grapes and
From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
grapes and orange. Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from that break. This is Beyond Borders on Channel One Television, and my name is Caleb Kuda. We are hanging out with our friend, Mr. David Kobla Sosa, who is a Ghanaian and Kenyan as well. Born here 61 years ago, lived here all his life, done a lot of businesses. His father has very huge legacies both in Ghana and Kenya. We're talking pre-colonial administration now. He's looking at more giving back, building connections, and opening both Ghana and Kenya up. This is happening at the governmental level, but as business people too, they are doing their best to enhance that, and that's what we are going to get into. So, Afo David.
Afo.
Afo David, Afo Nye.
Yeah.
Afo. Afo. Like Kenya Dumia. Let's talk opening up Ghana for business.
Actually, what Nkrumah started when Ghana attained independence, and Ghana was the first country that attained independence. I think what we're doing is we're living his dream.
Who's living his dream?
Well, us as the business people.
Right.
We are living his dream because when you're from both worlds, Ghana and Kenya, you see a lot of things that can happen between the two countries. And I think it's up to us business people to see what we can do to ensure that we can do trade within Africa.
Right.
And, you asked me earlier how many countries I've been to in Africa. I've been to a lot of countries in Africa. And if you go to Ghana, you wonder why do we have ideal milk that's imported? Why do we have sausages that are imported? Why do we have leather that is imported from Italy? And the people
a lot of imported merchandise.
There's too much imported merchandise from Europe and Brazil, whereas other African countries produce these things.
So, for example, East Africa is rich in leather produce.
Yes.
I saw that in Namibia.
Yes.
Is Kenya big on leather products?
Yes, Kenya is very big on leather products, dairy products. We have tea. We have other things that Ghanaians are enjoying. And we saw that gap, just like I think you met Chris Senanu yesterday. He's promoting Ghanaian products in Kenya. And Kenyans are very receptive to those products. They are going to Ghana Trade House to buy those products. It's entrepreneurs like him, myself, and others who want to open the trading in the Pan-Africanist space. Yes. So you asked about opportunities. Yes, those are the opportunities that are there. There is a lot of opportunities. So, Chris has a wife from Kenya. So do I. So I have one leg in Kenya.
Right.
And one leg in Ghana.
Same as Chris.
Yes. So, I cannot ignore what I'm seeing. We need to see how to fill in those gaps. Yeah.
I see that. On the education front, because we have a growing population. We have a very youthful population, in fact.
Yes.
In many parts of the world, you have an aged society, and they're looking for more young people because their workforce is dwindling, their aged are growing. And there is a huge exodus abroad. And people are concerned that with the kind of youth bulge we are seeing, if we do not train our youth, if we do not use education to make them skilled, so they are either capable of creating jobs or employing themselves, they are going to be a liability and it's a security threat. As a business person, how do you view this?
Well, I think our children, as opposed to us, our fathers didn't teach us how to be entrepreneurs. We were not born entrepreneurs. We were forced into it. But what I'm seeing is
hunger and necessity push you there.
Yeah. So, but you're told to go to university. You're told to go to school. When you come back from school or university, you're forced into a business. Regardless of what you've studied, so you will be in that business, and it will grow, but you don't know anything else. I think the children of today are a little bit different. They are more exposed, and they look at things differently than we did those days. And even times have changed. And we're able to sit down and reason with our children, and they have. I don't think that there is. Our children are very innovative. So my son is 21 years of age, and he tells me, Dad, I want to do this. I mean, I'm looking at him and saying, in my time, my father told me, go and finish your education first before you start talking of business. And, he tells me, Dad, I want to open this kind of a business. And this is how, it's going to, yeah, I envisage it and whatever. And I say, okay, so what do you want me to do? He tells me, you help me get this and this. And he knows what he's talking about.
Right.
And so I think the youth are the future. They are the future. So we what we need to do is nurture them in all aspects of in IT, in carpentry, in mechanics, in whatever sciences that they can that are available. Let them get into it.
Let's talk about TradeX.
Yes,
it's one of your business babies.
Yes, I'll tell you how it started. I think in 2018, the then High Commissioner, Mr. By the way, I'm the president of the Ghanaian community in Kenya.
Oh, you're the president of the Ghanaian community in Kenya?
Yes.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
What's the size of the Ghanaian community here?
It's quite sizable. I think we're about 400.
Wow.
400. I'm not very sure, but I'll look at my list again.
So like 400 each with their own household?
Yes. And families. And then we also have students, which are about 60 or 70 of them.
Wow.
But I'll liaise with that. Yes.
Great. Traders, you're telling me about your business, TradeX.
Yes. It started this way. In 2018, the then High Commissioner, Mr. Tenkoren.
Tinkran?
Yes, Tinkran. Okay. Had a function at his residence. And, he invited me, and then he told me, look, Mr. Sosa, you know both worlds, Kenya and Ghana. There are so many things. I mean, Ghana and Kenya did what you call the AGI and GEPA and the Export Promotion Council of Kenya have done comparative studies on trade, what they can do with each other. And I saw the report, and it's a 160-page report. And Mr. Sosa, there's a lot of things that you can do. So, I went for the validation ceremony where the report was given to the High Commissioner. That when we went for the validation, he was not with us. His deputy came, and he received the report, and I saw indeed there was a lot of business, and my business partner Pauline told me, David, I think we need to get into this, and we got into it. We started doing studies and seeing what can be done. And we realized that there was a lot of opportunities in Ghana. And we found that, Kenyans were actually consuming products that were brought informally.
Right.
Like shea butter and so forth. People used to just go to Ghana and come back with shea butter. They would come back with, material, and they will take sandals from Kenya.
Right.
The Masai sandals and other products, other things to Ghana. And we looked at that and said, why can't we grow this? Let's look deeper and see what we can do. Of course, I started creating what you call the Ghana Business Safari, where I was going to take business people to Ghana, and also the Kenya Business Safari, where I was going to bring Ghanaian businessmen to Kenya. But in the middle of all that, COVID came, and we stopped we couldn't travel, and there were all these restrictions. So I picked it up last year when the Honorable Lecha visited Kenya.
Walter Regional Minister.
Yes, and he's a stepbrother to Makonnen.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so he came. And, he told me, please, try and see what you can do.
Right.
And I that dream of yours. Oh, of course. In between, I also became a bit sick. I've got some condition.
Oh, sorry.
So, I had to look after myself. But by the time he came, early last year, I was okay. I was, back on my feet and so forth. And he told me, I think you better move and, push this thing.
Right.
So when the president came, when was it? Last December? No, it was September last year.
Okay, last year.
Yes. We had a reception at the Carnival restaurant. He was so I had time to talk to him, and he also encouraged me to come to Ghana and see what opportunities are there, and this is it.
Right.
Yeah. So what Chris is doing in Kenya is what I'm doing in Ghana.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're taking Kenyan products to Ghana.
Yes.
Chris is bringing Ghanaian products to Kenya.
To Kenya. Yes.
That's exciting.
Yes. So that is how it is. Yeah.
What opportunities does this portend for the African continent?
Well, it's early steps. It's early but I think if we keep at it, we'll be trading amongst ourselves more vibrantly. We're waiting. The governments are also being very helpful. They are, the barriers that were there before are being eased off. Kenya and Ghana don't have any restrictions on visa requirements and things. All that is, out of the window. And they're also opening the trade space, which is encouraging, and we'll be able to trade more vibrantly. So there is hope for Africans to trade amongst themselves.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a question on that point on three fronts. For the young African entrepreneurs who are innovating, creating, and building, how can they take advantage of what the government and business leaders like you are doing to bridge the business gap and collapse the walls and boundaries in between the countries? That's at the entrepreneurial level. At your level as business people, what kind of collaboration and understanding are you seeking from others in order to strengthen this collaboration? And at the governmental level, what more can be done to make business, intra-African trade more, much more easier? Because I think that the West will not sit down, fold their arms, and see Africa vigorously trade among themselves when they are the ones who are enjoying the volumes more. They might retaliate, and they will certainly.
I'll probably answer it this way.
Right.
His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, in his early days in power, blasted the West. And he has been in the forefront with the former president of Kenya in the inter-Africa trade.
Right.
And those barriers it's implementing those changes is not going to take a day. It's going to take a while. So the presidents are working, the countries are working, but it's up to us, private sector people, to push them to to open the space wider.
Right.
So that is what we're doing. We're all playing our roles in that area. For the youth, I was particularly impressed with the youth. I gave a talk in the Volta during the Volta Fair,
Right.
and there was the youth, the Volta youth, and the Volta women as well.
Right.
Now the youth were farmers. They organize themselves into small groups.
Cooperatives.
We're getting to that.
Okay.
They haven't
yet gotten there.
Grasped the real essence of a cooperative. And maybe that is where Kenya can come in and teach Ghanaians how to form proper running cooperatives.
Kenya is good on that, right?
Kenya is big on that. The milk that you'll be seeing on the shelves in Ghana are from farmers who are in cooperatives. All the milk in Kenya is from farmers in cooperatives.
Oh, okay.
All the tea, the coffee are from farmers who are in cooperatives.
Okay.
That's why Kenya exports a lot.
Right.
Yeah. So I saw the youth were vibrant, but you see they are doing what they can.
They need to consolidate their efforts.
They have to consolidate their efforts and to be able to expand and export. And they also need to learn how to add value to the products. I was shocked to see how innovative the Ghanaian youth are, because I saw that they were even making machines to pound fufu, and things that
people are making chocolate, adding value to the cocoa.
Yes.
Shea butter, they are crimping it, adding essential oils, making clothes, shoes, belts.
Yes, they're doing all that, and I'm urging Kenyan businessmen to take advantage of that market, to make sure that they enter the Ghanaian space and export their products to Ghana, just as the Ghanaians are doing now, bringing products to Kenya. Yes.
I like it. And this conversation and a few others I've had here in Kenya is helping me appreciate better what City FM and Channel One Television is doing in what we call This is Ghana Fair. So last month, or like the last day of August and the first day in September, 31st to 1st, we do a fair at the AMA forecourt. We call it This is Ghana. Entrepreneurs from various fields bring their innovations and sell to the public. And the whole idea is to tune the taste of Ghanaians to choose Ghanaian products and patronize Ghanaian products, because the preference of the average Ghanaian is skewed towards foreign products. If they see a foreign product, then it's quality.
Yes.
So we've been trying to get more Ghanaians to produce, to patronize more made in Ghana stuff.
Actually, I think I may differ a little bit with the way Ghanaians think about Western products, because when you are eating sausages that is canned or hot dogs that is canned, the taste is really off. If you eat the sausages that are made in Kenya, it is of a higher quality than those imported ones that are canned. It is, and it's proven. They're of better quality, definitely better
Kenyan
quality.
sausages.
Kenyan sausages.
Much better than canned ones from the West.
Yes. Much better.
I need to visit one of these, and I'm liking the revelations that are coming out from here.
Yes.
So in pushing entrepreneurs through This is Ghana, what our media platform is doing, then we are seeing that more Ghanaian entrepreneurs are also enhancing the quality of their output. Their packaging is getting better. Their finishing is getting better. And now it's on Kenyan market, and Kenyans are loving it.
They are adding value. In fact, every time I come from Ghana, everybody's asking me, did you bring chocolates? Did you bring shea butter? Did you bring cocoa butter?
Right.
These days I'm able to refer them to Ghana House.
Right.
There's
everything there.
There's everything.
From palm wine.
From palm wine
to
sandals. Yes, everything is there. And Chris has done a tremendous job. He's done a tremendous job. And I mean, the Ghana government should really commend him for that. Yes, he's really an ambassador, a trade ambassador, Ghana trade ambassador to Kenya.
It goes to also tell why we must leverage the experiences of Ghanaians in the diaspora.
Yes. Well, you know, what I would say is, let me put it this way. When I told you that I visited a golf course in Ghana, and you know, I walked the whole length of the golf course. This is somewhere in
Achimota.
In Achimota, yes.
Yeah.
And you know, I walked around the whole golf course, and you know, I told the gentleman, Mr. Crab, that they need to make it bigger, wider, and more challenging. Ghanaians are willing to move. You know, and I talked to him about the golf estates and so forth, and he told me, by the way, we want expertise from Kenya, and you know, build modern golf facilities and modern homes, you know, where people can retire and so forth. And I told him, yes, let's do it. And he told me, the people are here. We have the land, we have the money. Let's do it.
Right.
We just need, you know, to leverage on, you know, what you people have, and then, you know, we train our people in Ghana to do the same. So yes, there's a lot they can learn from the diaspora. Chris himself has, I think he has told you what he has done in Kenya. You know, on IT, as an entrepreneur and so forth. He's done quite a bit. And,
by the way, I see your housing in Kenya. Flats. Some of them I'm not able to count.
Yes.
When you look at the housing in Kenya, you come to Ghana, you look at the housing. What do you see?
Well, there's a big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, it speaks for itself.
Tell me about it. If I say it, they will say, oh, because I've traveled, I am talking down on what we have. So you tell me what you see. What's the difference?
Well, there's a deficit in modern housing in Ghana. There's a big deficit. But I think it's we in the diaspora will change that. We will help change that, because I would like to live in what I'm living in here in Kenya, back home.
How good is it?
Well, you will see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see. So, you know, that's a kind of housing that you'd want to see. I mean, you've been around, and you, like you said, you've seen there's a big difference.
Some of the flats, like 50 flats. Like
okay,
50 floors and
maybe I would say that Ghana is more controlled.
Okay.
In the sense that there is more, you know, they don't go too far up.
Yeah.
So to me, that's more controlled. You know, you also don't want to build a concrete jungle. What I'm talking is just modern, modest housing.
Yeah. Affordable.
But affordable housing. Kenya is transforming into affordable housing. They're you know, rent to own. Ghana can learn a lot from Kenya in those areas. Rent to own. Kenya is just unleashing the rent to own concept, and I think Ghana will also borrow from that as well, so that everybody can own a home. You know, paying very less than $30 a month.
Wow.
Rent to own. That concept is coming on, but there has to be some control in you know, you see all these you see around here were single dwelling units. Now you're finding 250 people on an acre of land. You know, because
do they have water on the last floor?
Well, those challenges are there, but if they're able to build boreholes and storage facilities.
Because in Ghana, after the third floor, water is not coming up.
Yeah, you have to build. You have to create the infrastructure to.
We have the freshwater bodies anyway.
Yes.
Which we are busy polluting.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
No, of course. That is something that the Ghana government should really look into, because you can't degrade your water bodies to that extent.
Is that something that can ever happen in Kenya?
No, not to that extent. There will be a lot of resistance.
Yeah, because if you have forests in your city, they are big on trees. I'm told you can't fell a tree anyhow.
No, you
but
can't.
We are clearing forest reserves to mine gold.
Yeah, but you see that is where the government. I will say this: the government has gone wrong there.
And you think it's failed there?
Yes, that is wrong. They have to maintain the trees in the country. You know, without trees, you degrade the environment totally. So that one is wrong. Yeah.
Afro David.
Yes.
Kobla.
Yes.
Sosa.
Yes.
Aba Echofika.
Sope.
Lafika. Fika Sope ala.
No. I can't give you the exact location, but I'm from both the ends of the copy.
Na vagia na fukana.
Okay.
Marak plan jozi.
Okay.
Plan fatri dachi. Boy besena noma.
I'll be. Yeah. That is proper.
I thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you very much.
I've learned so much from your experience, your wealth of experience, and I'm sure our Ghanaian audiences back home and around the world have done the same.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting your expertise at the exposure and benefit of your fellow compatriots back home, and indeed on the rest of the African continent. You are inspiring many others who are abroad to contribute their quota towards building the continent, and we really appreciate you, and we wish you good health.
Thank you very much.
Long life as you put your expertise to the service of the continent.
Likewise. Thank you very
so
much. Yeah. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Karibu.
Ape.
Thank you for watching. This is Beyond Borders on Channel One Television. My name is Caleb Kuta. Thank you so much. Keep watching Channel One TV.
Hello, this is Newsfeed on Channel One TV. You're welcome to the program. Now, coming up, Catholic Church leader Pope Francis dies on Easter Monday at age 88. Also in this bulletin, City FM Foundation brings Easter cheer to orphans and rehab inmates in parts of the country in the 2025 Easter Orphan Project. In business, 2025 IMF spring meetings begin in Washington, D.C., and later in sports, competing teams arrive in the country for the 2025 CAF African Schools Football Championship set for April 21 to April 26. I am Charles Osukumi. Let's now settle for the details of our stories. Now, Pope Francis has died at the age of 88, according to the Vatican. The pontiff, who was Bishop of Rome and head of the Catholic Church, became Pope in 2013 after his predecessor, Pope Benedict XVI, resigned. His death was announced by Cardinal Kevin Farrell in a statement released by the Vatican. In recent years, his papacy had been marked by several hospital visits and concerns about his health. On February 14, the Pope was admitted to hospital for bronchitis treatment. In the days that followed, the Vatican said he had been diagnosed with bilateral pneumonia. On February 22, again, the Vatican announced that the Pope was in a critical condition after a prolonged respiratory crisis that required a high flow of oxygen. And the next day, the Vatican said Francis was showing an initial mild kidney failure. An estimated 1.4 billion Catholics across the world will mourn the passing of Pope Francis. For more on this, let's turn to Most Reverend Joseph Osei Bonsu, the Emeritus Bishop of Konongo Mampong Diocese of the Catholic Church, who now joins us via Zoom from Rome. Grateful to you, Bishop, for joining us. Our condolences to you and the Catholic Church. This was a Pope that is known as the People's Pope. Safe to say that the Church will dearly miss him, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, Bishop. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
You can hear me, okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Your question again.
I was saying that, well, this Pope was known as the People's Bishop, the People's Pope. And so it's safe to say that the Church will miss him dearly.
Yes, we'll certainly miss him. I met with him last September, and I was in Rome with my new bishop, and went to greet him, and he was so friendly. Yeah, we'll certainly miss him. We'll certainly miss him.
But how is the Church taking this news that just broke today?
I think we are all kind of shocked because he was in hospital for so long, and then when he got better, came home, and even yesterday he greeted people in St. Peter's Square, and then this morning we hear that he has gone to the Lord. So we are all kind of shocked.
Well, I'm told that in the next 9 days, there will be mourning for the Pope, even before conclave and the selection of the new Pope. Can you walk us through what is likely to happen in these 9 days?
Yes, so the burial itself will be within 4 to 6 days. So maximum 6 days you will be buried. And then there's a period of 9 days during which all Christians are supposed to pray for the Pope. And then after that comes the conclave.
All right. Now, let's talk about conclave. We know Cardinal Peter Piatekson, he was in line for this position before Pope Francis assumed this office. What are his chances? What are the chances that Cardinal Peter Piatekson becomes the next Pope?
I don't know what you mean when you say he was in line.
Well, there were suggestions that he could have become the Pope even before Pope Francis was selected to be Pope in 2013.
What we should bear in mind is that every cardinal is a potential Pope.
All right.
And so when they go there to vote, any of them can be voted. So we were hoping that he might get the vote, but we shouldn't think that he's the only candidate. There are other candidates. Every cardinal who goes to the conclave is a potential Pope.
All right, finally, what is your message to the Catholic Church as you all and indeed the entire world mourn the passing of the Pope Francis?
My message is that we should pray for him, pray for the repose of his soul. He was a good man, and we'll certainly miss him. But I think all that we can do now is to pray for the repose of his soul.
All right, thank you very much. That was Bishop, Most Reverend Joseph Osei Bonsu, the Emeritus Bishop of Konongo Mampong Diocese of the Catholic Church, speaking to us via Zoom. You heard the audio from the Zoom. We were unable to get the video for you. Now, let's move on away from the death of the Pope and go to the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry. Emmanuel Cherry has responded to recent remarks by the Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Gavin-Sagboja, who urged contractors to meet quality standards or risk losing their contracts. According to Emmanuel Cherry, the government must also fulfill its part of the bargain by paying contractors who meet the required specifications in road construction. Speaking on the Channel One newsroom, Emmanuel Cherry acknowledged that while the minister's call for quality is valid, it must be backed by a firm promise to pay contractors.
In as much as the government of the day is also poised of delivering on the mandate that he also write on by getting this particular endorsement from the citizenry, he must also try as much as possible to protect the public purse. Okay. So in as much as you are protecting the public purse, you must also be up and doing, making sure that you also don't default. Contractors are in business at the same time trying to help government to bridge up the infrastructure gap. So any government that comes and then open its arms and doors to us, we are ever ready to support and work with government. Whichever government being, government black or government white, we don't care.
Away from that, the Director General of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Service, Engineer Dr. Eric Kofi Adjoye, has called on students of the whole technical institutes and surrounding schools to remain calm amid a worsening water crisis. He says the government is taking immediate steps to drill boreholes to provide water. Students at the whole technical institute are currently facing severe challenges due to acute water shortage and limited accommodation. With only three small water storage tanks serving the entire institution, students are forced to walk long distances daily to fetch water from a nearby well. Now, speaking to Channel One News, the Director General of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training acknowledged the severity of the situation and emphasized that plans are in motion to ensure a sustainable solution.
The situation at Ho Technical is not peculiar to Ho Technical. It is happening in all the schools in Ho and its surrounding areas. To be honest with you, the Minister of the Water Regional Minister, Honorable James Bruno, has taken up a challenge to restore some hope in the schools. So he has managed to get some borehole drilled for all the schools within the whole area, including Ho Technical Institute. I was there over the weekend to look at the project. What is left to be done is the mechanization that will distribute the water to the students where they are, where they live. And then what they also did, the minister did, has to do with additional support by asking the fire service to provide some support whenever the Ghana Water Company is not able to supply water to the students.
Now, the youth of Sabon Zango in Accra have launched a major crackdown leading to the closure of over 20 shops and the seizure of several sacks containing substances suspected to be weed, codeine, tramadol, and other illegal drugs. The operation carried out on the afternoon of Saturday, April 20, targeted shops and dens suspected of selling illicit substances. Speaking to Channel One News, the deputy spokesperson for No Drugs in Zango movement, Mohammed Hashiru, emphasized that this is only the beginning.
Drugs abuse is getting out of hand in the community. That's why today we rise ourselves. Even though we did not get this real enforcement about like a police or soldiers, we did not get it. But as long as we can do it in our community, we can do it by ourselves. So we try to do what we can. And next time we will come back with the reinforcement like police or soldiers. Anybody who make any rough, we will fold him and give it to the authority from the police station straight to the court.
You are still watching Newsfeed on Channel One TV. I am Charles Osukume. Still to come, CTFM Foundation brings Easter cheer to orphans and rehab inmates in parts of the country. We'll tell you more shortly. Do stay with us.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm your rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. This is Newsfeed on Channel One TV with me, Charles Osukume. Let's bring you some more stories. Now, as part of its Easter Orphan Project, the City FM Foundation has presented a check for 50,000 cedis to the Baptist School Complex Orphanage Basco at Troto near Suhum in the Eastern Region. The check was presented as financial assistance to support the operations of the orphanage. Items ranging from bags of rice, oil, milk, toiletries, and clothes were also donated to the orphanage. The head of administration at CCFM and Channel One TV, Matthew Aiden, presented the items on behalf of the foundation.
All these items are for you. Access Bank is also one company that have even gone ahead to sponsor us in a way with bags of rice, so many of them, oil, milk, and all of the items you see here. Access Bank is a huge part of it, and we want to say we thank them, and I know that you are also going to do your own Thanksgiving. So we bless you, we bless the school, we bless the executives for what you are doing. We say thank you. On this note, we hand over all these items to you. When we go back to Accra, we know that you are going to take care of the kids with these items that we present to you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Now, there was a similar donation of 25,000 cedis and other items to the Iris Place, a rehabilitation center here in Accra. The items include cartons of milk, bags of rice, and used clothing. During the presentation, the managing director for City FM and Channel One TV, Samuel Atamensa, expressed appreciation to the contributors to the City FM Orphan Project.
Here we are with the bags of rice, oil, milk, used clothing that have been given to us by our listeners and viewers, key among which is Access Bank, who gave us the rice and the milk. And so we are here to donate with a sum of 25,000 Ghana cedis just to support the great work you are doing. So, and we promise that this won't be a one-off thing.
Now, on his part, the manager of Iris Place, Alan Menz, expressed appreciation, noting that the support will help in their efforts to rehabilitate addicts.
We are so grateful on behalf of staff, management, and clients of Iris Place. I want to express our sincere gratitude for this overwhelming donation, show of support and love Recovery is expensive, so we really appreciate your presence for choosing us to make this wonderful donation to us. It will go a long way to help us in our service delivery, to help in changing and reforming lives.
Well, there's more. The team also donated an amount of 25,000 cedis and other assorted items to the Chosen Rehabilitation Center here in Accra. The project, which is aimed at fostering the spirit of giving, has since its inception been a means of merrymaking for the less privileged during the Easter festivities. Speaking during a presentation on behalf of management, head of events and partnerships at City FM and Channel One TV, Frema Dunyami noted the significant contributions of the station's audience in realizing this year's project.
This time, God has touched him to visit us again. And Mr. Sam, Charlie,
we do this every year during Easter Monday. We visit orphanages, we give them the little that we have also been able to put together through the donations of our listeners and our viewers. This year we decided to add Chosen Rehab and another rehab service. Because we believe that Apostle and the management of this facility is doing so much that we need to support them.
Now, founder of Chosen Rehabilitation Center, Apostle Daniel Kobe Washington, while expressing gratitude for the donation, emphasized its importance in advancing the center's mission.
This time, God has touched him to visit us again. And Mr. Sam, Charlie, be strengthened and be blessed. And we want to also pray for Channel One. Now it's no more City FM, it's Channel One. Yeah? It's not City TV. It's not City TV. It's Channel One TV, but City FM is still there. Okay, so we will do some prayers that the God that has been blessing Chosen should also continue to elevate them to the next level.
You're still watching Newsfeed here on Channel One TV. Next is business with Nashika Caesar. Hi, Shika.
Hello, Charles.
I thought you'd be at the spring meetings.
Unfortunately, I'm here.
And what do you have in business?
Right, as the world grapples with economic uncertainty, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank Group are set to convene for their highly anticipated spring meetings in 2025. The meetings will take place from April 21 to 26 in Washington, D.C., under the theme Jobs, the Path to Prosperity, aimed at exploring international cooperation on the future of job creation. This comes as the two Bretton Woods institutions estimate that approximately 1.2 billion young people in emerging economies will reach working age over the next decade, but only about 420 million jobs will be available to them. The gathering of the global leaders, finance ministers, and central bank governors, policymakers, and experts will focus on exploring solutions to recent trade tariff tensions and shaping the future of international cooperation. Away from that, the government marginally missed its Treasury bill borrowing target despite a quick rebound in investor participation during the latest auction. According to the Bank of Ghana's auction summary, the government aimed to raise 6.6 billion Ghana cedis. However, investors tendered total bids of 6.4 billion Ghana cedis, representing 97.5% of the target. Here's more.
Out of the total bids, 4.6 billion Ghana cedis was accepted, while 1.8 billion Ghana cedis was rejected. The accepted bids account for about 70% of the government's target. Recent market trends suggest fluctuating investor confidence, even as interest rates remains largely stable on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day bill held steady at 15.45%, while the yield on the 182-day bill rate edged down slightly to 16.18% from 16.21% the previous week. The 364-day bill also dipped by 3 basis points to 18.62%. The continual decline in interest rates on government treasury bills reflects the administration's broader strategy to reduce the cost of borrowing.
Now, Ayuda Hub Limited has officially launched the Ayuda app, a new mobile application designed to provide users with easy access to a wide range of essential services. The Ayuda app is positioned as a one-stop platform for booking professional services such as cleaning, fumigation, electrical repairs, carpentry, plumbing, air-conditioned servicing, among others. It seeks to address the growing demand for reliable and convenient service delivery by connecting users with certified service providers. Speaking to the media, Head of Marketing and Business Development at Ayuda Hub Limited, Lorinda Siano, indicated that the app not only brings convenience to users, but also presents a significant opportunity to help reduce unemployment in the country.
For us, because we want transparency and we want people to trust us, we have two activities on the app. We have the flex and then we have the premium. So the premium is for people who want to request for the service, and then the artisan comes and then assess the issue before an invoice is raised. Then the flexible one is for people who want to bargain. It's mainly for bargaining. So you set a price and then the artisan accepts it or asks you to up the game. You up it up. So that is what happens there. So the price, you determine the price you want to pay. Our services are also backed with insurance. For instance, if somebody should come to your house to fix an air condition and then something gets broken in the AC, the insurance takes care of that.
The head of customer service at Ayuda Hub Limited, Vanessa Ban-Williams, also speaking to the media, assured the public of Ayuda Hub's commitment to delivering high-quality services with a strong emphasis on safety, professionalism, and customer satisfaction.
I'll just say that they should download the app because it is quite reliable and fast, and then it's the easiest way to also get services done for you. So download the app. It's a very seamless process and you love it. With the traditional way of doing things, sometimes you call the artisan and then he'll give you a whole lot of excuses. He'll tell you that, oh, I'll be available, but in the next moment he'll tell you that, oh, I've had an emergency, so I'll not be able to make it. And then the communication is not properly structured, so you are left hanging by the artisan. So Ayuda, what we do is that we structure everything. So from the beginning of when the customer makes a request, we ensure that we serve as the middleman. So we serve as the middleman for between the customer and then the artisan. So from the beginning of the request to the ending of the request, Ayuda is there to ensure that the customer is satisfied with the request.
And that's it for business. I am Nashika Caesar.
Up next is sports with Bernard Abeku-Otre. Abeku.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine. You great?
I'm all right. We're mourning the Pope.
Yeah.
CRI is also mourning the Pope.
Yeah, because he's a great lover of football, isn't it?
So the games have been postponed.
Yeah. Today's games have been postponed.
But I checked the Serie table. Inter, Napoli, both on 71 points.
Yeah, it is.
Even the race for the Champions League position.
Yeah,
it's not really tight.
It's really crazy. You know what Napoli is doing, headed by the former Chelsea coach Antonio Conte. I mean, Bologna left it last night against Inter.
It was a good
painful.
Opportunity to extend the lead.
But it gets it competitive, isn't it?
Napoli have caught up with them, and I firmly believe that because Inter have Champions League
Barcelona
games to think about. Napoli, the odds are in Napoli's favor.
Absolutely.
And the fact that they also have Antonio Conte, who is an experienced manager, knows how to win the league.
Yeah. I agree.
My bet is on Napoli to win Serie A.
I agree with you. He'd want to do something, and he wants to attract the best footballers after even winning the trophy. And it seems he wants to stay there for a minute. 71-71 is Antonio Conte is crazy.
Sierra is actually the best league this very season.
True.
I mean,
true.
if you look at the
most
leagues across
competitive
Europe.
as well. True. But
go.
there's more. Let's now start from CAF. We'll talk about that later. Now, teams competing in the CAF African Schools Football Championship Ghana 2025 have begun arriving in Accra with excitement building ahead of the continental final that will be staged from April 21 to 26, 2025. There will also be workshops for the players on integrity and sessions held by UNICEF and FIFPro. The capacity building workshop will include safeguarding young reporters, young referees, a coaching course, safety and security, and medical. The matches at the CAF African Schools Football Championship will begin on Wednesday, April 23 to April 26. Well, the draw for the group stages, which will see the country split into 2 pools of 4 teams each, will take place on Monday, that's today, April 21 at 2 p.m. All games will be played at the University of Ghana Stadium here in Accra. Let's shift focus onto under 20. Now, Ghana's Black Satellites are set to begin their journey at the 2025 Under 20 African Cup of Nations, which commences on Sunday, April 27 in Egypt. The tournament was relocated from Côte d'Ivoire after the original host withdrew. Ghana, 4-time champions at this level, are eager to reclaim their status after missing the 2023 edition and have been drawn into Group C, where they will be facing defending champions Senegal, DR Congo, and the Central African Republic. Leading the team is head coach Desmond Ofe, who guided Ghana to gold at the 2023 African Games and has been providing regular updates as the squad prepares for the tournament.
Fortunate to come early to Egypt to acclimatize. The conditions are really good. The training pitch is really nice. Facility is fantastic, good food. So we are in a good space so that we can really work and focus and try to get to our level as soon as possible. Yeah, the training facility is fantastic, like I just mentioned. The pitch is really nice, it's really good, well cut. So I think the conditions are really good, set really well for us to, like I said, get to our maximum level individually and then collectively as well. So to fine tune what we need to do right now. Yeah, we are really happy. As you can see, the boys are really enthusiastic about the whole situation. The hunger is there. I don't think we need to motivate them. So in every training session, they are giving 100% and they are ready to give everything for the nation. So up to now, no injury updates. The boys are fully fit and ready and hungry. So mentally, physically, and spiritually, they are really up there.
Let's now talk about a sad story that happened earlier today. Now, Monday's 4 scheduled matches in the top flight of Italian football have been postponed following the death of Pope Francis. The Vatican announced on Monday morning that Pope Francis had died at the age of 88, having recently been discharged from hospital following 5 weeks of treatment for an infection. Torino versus Udinese, Cagliari versus Fiorentina, Genoa versus Lazio, and Parma versus Juventus have been scheduled to be played on Easter Monday, which is a national holiday in Italy. The governing body, which oversees the Italian top flight, said the fixtures would be rearranged in due course. Pope Francis was elected to lead the Catholic Church in 2013, replacing Pope Benedict XVI. The 88-year-old was a known football fan and had supported Argentine side San Lorenzo, which he supported since he was a child. That's the very latest from the world of sport, and I am Bernard Abegoche.
And that'll be all for this package of news feed on Channel One TV. I am Charles Osukumi. Many thanks for watching.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Beautiful people, another day is here with us, and you know when I appear on your screens, the Channel One Countdown is about to get blazing hot right here on Channel One TV. My name is Nicole Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at EK_Kumsin. Kumsin spelled with a double N. I mean, the Channel One Countdown is a show that chronicles the top 10 songs right here on Channel One TV. We get to know which songs are making it hot in Ghana. It feels good to be surrounded by beautiful ladies. Special shout outs to you, Donatella, and also special shout outs to my head of production. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Oh my God. I mean, it feels good when you have people, you know, get crashing your production. But what song is your favorite song right now?
So It Goes by Black Sherif.
Oh, the So It Goes was our #1 song for last week. Let's check it out, and then we'll be back to know our new top 10 right here on the Channel One Countdown. I'll be right back after this. Enjoy So It Goes.
I'll be working all the summer, getting my bread out and shit. Moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit. I'll be doing this for a while, searching a better place for my life. Cause where I'm from, no resting. All we had was nothing. Say it was zero and blessings. But I had blood in my eyes, fire on my hands, survival plans full my head. I was getting tired, but you make me wanna trap again. And she said, if you see the lights, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the lights, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. I saw it go, 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 I saw it go.
Yeah, and so it goes. See, this life is a lonely road. Every day hustle for the dough. I'm on the road, put my body, mind, and my soul. That's why me I head to the door. Cause man, I've been walking, nobody can stop me. See many people talk, many people do, many people yeah, many people try, but I keep walking. Nothing will disturb me. Mark by me, oh, and now we never rest.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel One Countdown right on Channel One TV with me, Nicole Kumsin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start it off at number 10 for this week's episode of the Channel One Countdown. I mean, special shout outs to you, Bright. But at number 10, we have a Cheat on You. Yeah, black men don't cheat. That's what Kitty says. I actually hosted Kitty last week on the chat, so you can check out that video on our YouTube pages. But yes, Kitty is featuring Jackie on this one they call Cheat on You. Enjoy it.
Number 10.
Everyday temptation, baby, yo, I just wanna kiss on you. I just wanna kiss on you. I don't wanna cheat on you. Everyday temptation, baby, yo, I just wanna spend on you. Come here, make I spend on you. Oh no, don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, you know, say I try. Don't let me cheat on my woman, no, no. I try, yeah. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my grace. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my grace. It's a me, telling me what I'm gonna do. Everybody want a piece of me, telling me what I'm gonna do. It's amazing, telling me what I'm gonna do. Everybody want a piece of me, telling me what I'm gonna do.
Say they love me scatter. I know you see this backer, and I will make you never want another woman. Cause I be crossing the border. Give me my love on a platter. Ora me chea, me da energy. Wo pese wo do me ya enjoy me po. Biana me sio ye me ya kumajiko. Da bena o beba, dona da bena o beba. Da bena o beba, dona da bena o beba.
Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my grace. Look at that face, look at that bum bum, look at that waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my grace. I can't know on it in a yeah, me shake me. Yeah, never got me. Oh, I can't know on it in a mukana me say. Lord, I want I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Oh, I love my woman. I love my woman. I don't want to look another woman. Oh, I love my baby. Look at that face.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there. I mean, Kitty, I don't know whether men don't cheat, but yeah, probably men have changed. He says, I mean, he's cheated before. He has agreed to it. So yes, but let's move on to number 9. And at number 9 on your Channel 1 countdown, we have Amrado with Merry Go Round. Enjoy.
Number 9. God is king.
Your love is like merry-go. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body? Pose for the photographer. I want to show you money. Can you please give me body? Baby say cash, baby say dough. And so there I found me side. Oh, I can't take my phone. Coco phobia, say that. Pepper phobia, Coco fabulous, never fabulous. Now I'm taking Coco phobia, say that. Pepper phobia, Coco fabulous, never fabulous. Take a yeah, I crack to Kumasi, Masi to Boga. Men found shit there, he want to go fly away. You buy to know it. Let me try, we are mommy sika. Otu me fupa, ukuma topa, atupa. Go fly away, you buy to know it. Let me try, baby say cash, baby say dough, and so there I found me side. Oh, I can't take my tongue. Coco phobia, say that. Pepper phobia, Coco fabulous, never fabulous. Now I'm taking Coco phobia. Coco, fabulous, member fabulous. Coco, phobia, say that. Member phobia, Coco, fabulous, member fabulous. Coco, phobia, say that.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Moving swiftly to number 8 on the Channel 1 Countdown, and at number 8 this week, we have DJ Viralski featuring Joey B and Shaker. I mean, 2 OGs, or 3 OGs actually, in the industry, and they are asking a question. Good girl someday, today, you get to find out. Enjoy it and help us find out whether there are good girls around still, right here in Ghana.
Number 8.
Shaker, some girl way. I put my trust for in top way. She dey make I ask myself, say, I wonder, good girl someday. He did, he did, he did, he did. You sure? Good girl someday. He did, you sure? He did, he did. You sure? Good girl someday. I get heartbreak like 12 years. Since then, I dey chop 12 gears. I speed wah, I did 12 gear. She take Guinness, so I take club beer. Shaker, this girl don't fear. I catch am, hey bros, come here. Manipulation, oh my eye don't hear. I wonder, good girl someday. He did, he did, he did, he did. You sure? Good girl someday.
Joey, I get heartbreak like last week. Since then, I dey chop Nancy, Mandy, Sandy. You dey kai Sewa, she dey Ivandi, auntie, Mrs. Humphrey. Okay. You know I'm safe, she dey drive Camry. That car safe, the back seat. Then you know say me I dey hardly they do this, but since last week, where I see some girls no get heartbeat. So now my water hose, the pop shandy.
Good girl someday. He did, he did, he did, he did. Sure. Good girl someday. He did, you sure? He did, he did, you sure? Good girl someday. I get heartbreak like 12 years.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from DJ Viralski, Joey B featuring Shaker. But let's move on to number 7 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 7, there's a phrase that a lot of people feel like it's been used so many times in music. We're talking about too late, and this time around, when the shade joins the train and drops too late. Enjoy it.
Number 7.
You love my confidence every day, and you never thought that I would be okay. You lie to me. You make me want to freeze. Coming back on your knees, oh no. So you know go get again, boy you won't get again. Make you no disturb me, cause I no go demand you. Oh no, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You lost a good one. My Obia Shami Ringo. It's too late. It's too late. You lost a good one. My Obia Shami Ringo. With pressure been rising, I've dreamed no better get. When you see sexy body, sissy yeah me wine nessa. This one I'm a bossa, I'm a trista, sa sa sa. So pressure been rising, I dream no better get. When you see sexy body, sissy yeah me wine nessa. This one I'm a bossa, I'm a trista, sa sa sa. I say you don't go get again, boy you won't get again. Make you no disturb me, cause I don't go demand you. Oh no,
I hope this time around you're not too late. A good one there, Wendy Shea. And recently she's been in the news because she decided to pay for the school fees of one young lady who decided to show energy during her performance. I mean, from primary to university level. That's a good one. That's what musicians are all about. Make sure you put your money to good work. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a segment on the Channel One Countdown where we bring you our Discovery of the Week. And this week, who features on our Discovery of the Week? We have Jube. He has a song titled Rua on our Discovery of the Week.
Spanish music.
Eager fire, there's yeah. See me na body in particular. So love, you put down my no good they want me na adita. All up, adimina. All of the money majinina. All up, papadi. Na go de iga mekanina. No. Show me your body, make I display all the money for your dog. Yeah, Monica, make I know the money tie you for your dog. Finally, yes, I don't reach because I'm on know the door. Yeah. Monica, make I know the money tie you for your dog. Yeah. Rua, oh no. Yeah. Rua, oh no. Yeah. Telling me things, yeah. She go to lick in my brain, yeah. She go to lick in my brain, yeah. Monica, take it easy on me. Make you no go kill the person. This your body, they do me something. Baby, go chop on my money. Show me your body, make I display all the money for your dog. Yeah, Monica, make I know the money tie you for your dog. Finally, yes, I don't reach because I'm on know the door. Yeah, Monica, make I know the money tie you for your dog. Yeah.
This is the Channel One Countdown.
Good one there from Jubed. I love this guy so much. And yesterday I was actually hanging out with him at Sit with Trendy Rail and friends. I mean, an event that we're all at where the stylist for Sarkodie, the legendary Sarkodie. Sarkodie himself was there as well. And we actually got to learn how, style is very, very important in the creative industry. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we get to know the other songs on the Channel One Countdown right on Channel One TV. 4 down, 6 more to go. We found out right after this break.
This is the Channel One Countdown. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So I've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesday, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel One TV. This is the Channel One Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel One Countdown right on Channel One TV with me, called Kumsin. You can find me on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin spelled with a double N. And now let's move straight to number 6 on the Channel One Countdown. And at number 6, we have the Tinini guy. Yeah, last week with Olivia.
Number 6.
Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. I'm on the sofa, oh. And say I for the radio. Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on. No matter for my joe, Bolivia. On this lonely road, bitches that be stepping on my toes, making me feel sad, oh. Now I'm living on my own. Now I'm pretending to be alright. Tell me why I'm so sad. And what I thought it was intent, Louis, Bolivia. See me now, why you gonna put the blame on BB? You touching me that, in the end you only have yourself. But I've been preventing all these years. Love been too fast. And what I thought it was intent, Louis, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. You say I put it out. Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on. No matter for me, I do, Bolivia. Look at me on the log now. Maybe some choice sitting anger. And maybe you know even broken clock is right in the day. Telling my mother to the police, or the prison on me. I try to give you the peace, I give you everything that you need. See me now, why you gonna put the blame on BB? You touching me that, in the end you only have yourself. But I've been preventing all these years. Love been too fast, and what I thought it was intent, Louis, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. You say I put it out. Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on. No matter for me, I do, Bolivia. Baby, I'm on the road, drinking tequila, oh. My mind is so far, oh. You say I put it out. Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on. No matter for me, I do, Bolivia.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Bolivia by Lasmid at number 6. Now let's move on to number 5 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 5 this week is one of my favorites of his brand new album, Iron Boy. I'm talking about Black Sheriff. And this time around he has Sma Obi, Send Somebody. Smoby.
Number 5.
I need some help, but my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Slowing down on the marijuana, baby. Spending time training my mental. Softly make I take it to the right place. K-Bones, I'm on him, Zemidenda. You can't testify, no be easy. No be who say, he say, she say. When you hear say I need some healing, I be up how much and I'm screaming, Father, Father. My demons still they after me, yo. Principalities force what I me do. Make I know the verse, make a coolie body, yo. But say me cash a man, ya in me musu. Na cash out times to me, who yo. I know who I'm before. They want net, they wanna do too. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, for my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Obi Mwamie, Obi Mwamie. Sumo Obi Mwamie, Sumo Obi Mwamie. I need some help, for my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool. Of late I've been needing racks, salute too much money. Margin in a mullah. Naturally, na mamuna. When shall the wicked die? Na me to me rested. Me nya some operations. Na me to me party. Go to join him sound. Mrs. Shebras is not way. For me age is a fine wine. For me age is a fine wine. Me go to turn him sound. Mrs. Shebras not in way. For me age is a fine wine. Mommy age is a fine wine. Obi mo mie, obi mo mie. Sumo obi mie, sumo obi mie. I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Obi mwamie, oh, Smoby Mamie, beautiful song by all standards, great production, great lyrics. The artist himself, he did 100. That's Black Sheriff. I mean, on his sophomore album, Iron Boy. I love it so much. Make sure you stream this album on all, streaming platforms and get to enjoy and support Black Sheriff. He's actually been nominated in a couple of categories for the TGMAs. Make sure you vote for him as well. But now let's move on to number 4 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And on number 4, we have Molly, who has been blazing it hot on stages in the US with Vybz Kartel and everything. And they now have Shake It to the Max, the remix, featuring Skillibeng, Shenseea, and Silent. No, the guy is silent, but I'm not sure his music on the song. But hey, enjoy it.
Number 4.
And if you hear this song, then go and bend your back, go and bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. Bad man, she love. Yeah. Bad man, she love. You inna your shot.
Oh, you dealing with the boss?
Make you come first, coulda never take a loss. Yeah. Like a ball pump up, see fast. Skin out, if me fuck it. Girl, you make it cocky brad. Original girl, some of them are dinner calf.
And if you hear this song, then go and bend your back, go and bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. The DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say they ma watch a match. Yeah, anything him say them girl, I do it like it's tax. But make my own money like the girls in movie trap. Classy, real bad girl, ma get nasty. I do whatever I want just because I'm bossy. Yes, I'm the one in charge. Never get my pums and him still fall in love. Yes, I know anybody can touch this. Baby, I am not a hoe. Rice and peas, body hotter than jollof. I feel bigger taste anyway, you see my pass.
And if you hear this song, then go and bend your back, go and bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. The DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Don't got to fear, number 1 in command. I came just to kill, me ain't too militant. They won't figure it, but I don't need a man. So they love how me whine, and me true religion. You dealing with the body, of course. Oh, you dealing with the boss. If we break up, yeah, you know that it's a loss. Upgraded every dude I ever tossed. Study want me back, you can't touch this.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Molly, and most people have been debating whether Molly is a Ghanaian. She's actually a Ghanaian. So just so you know, but hey, she blazed it hot on Vybz Kartel's stage. She actually brought Vybz Kartel out. That's good for us as Ghana as well. But talking about people who blazed it hot, Amare also was at Coachella last week, and she blazed it hot, performed different Ghanaian songs back to back to back to back. So we are looking forward to seeing what more she has for us right here in Ghana. But let's move on to check out our African Song of the Week. And our African Song of the Week is coming all the way from Nigeria. It's not a popular Nigerian, this one come out, we've been able to dig deep to bring someone brand new to you. Enjoyed My Darling by Tella, all the way from Nigeria.
I owe you? What is it that they told you? Telling me how they be fooling you like on the telling me how they be fooling you like on the my darling, my darling. Juju, why you do me till I can't hold up? Me don't know why you be feeling awkward. My pump, she carry a carry. My darling, my
This is the Channel One Countdown.
My Darling by Chella, all the way from Nigeria. But let's get to know a little bit more about Chella. Now, Chella, his stage name by his real name is Uzochukwu Michael Ikechukwu, and he's a fast-rising Nigerian Afrobeat singer who has quickly gained popularity with his infectious melodies. Now, he was born on July 9th. Yes. Now, Chella also hails from Abia State in Nigeria, and he comes from a supportive family of 4. His parents played a significant role in his nurturing his passion for music. Now, Chella's career officially took off when he moved to Lagos after spending some time in Abuja, where he began crafting his signature sound. His breakthrough hit was Nyash Na Nyash. Which propelled him into the limelight, and he became a fan favorite following the success of his track. I mean, he's dropped song Sacrifice Up in 2023 and Single Life in 2024. And now, My Darling, which is a brand new one. These songs helped him build a strong presence in Nigerian music scene, especially within the Afrobeat genre. His relatable lyrics and unique vocal delivery earned him a rapidly growing fan base on social media with over 535,000 followers on TikTok and over 100,000 followers on Instagram. Make sure you join in blazing hot the African talents when it comes to Chella, because he's a fast rising star, so we need to support. And we'll go for a quick break. When I return, have a conversation with Ara the J. After that, we get to know our top 3 songs right here on the Channel One Countdown. Stick and stay.
This is the Channel One Countdown. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel One TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel One TV and let's grow together. This is the Channel One Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel One Countdown right here on Channel One TV with me, Akol Kunse. It's a show that chronicles the top 10 songs right here in Ghana. But I'm in the streets and I'm getting to have a conversation with a guy I've actually engaged. But hey, once he's doing a good job, you have to bring him back and engage him all. Recently, he was in Nigeria to make a few rounds to also know what is happening in the Nigerian music space. I actually recorded a song also with a guy I can confidently say is his very good friend, Bella Shmurda. Ladies and gentlemen, I have right here with me, Ara the J. I catch you say, "You be Christ," and I say,
"Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ." Hey, Radiadum.
Yeah, hey, Radiadum. Yeah. And he's actually alive. Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, I mean, I love my family.
What are they saying? Can I see what some of them are saying?
Killaren, what are you saying? Tell him.
Oh, is that Sad Dre? I see Sad Dre. Yeah, X-Ray. Yeah, Sad Dre, shout outs.
Hey, Dre, who be this guy?
Yeah.
And then you say when I go come on, go mama test him. This mistake boy nobody waste me. But yeah, mama tells me my G.
You be your G, eh?
Yeah.
You guys were in
Mama tells me the animal old school.
Oh, when you were in Presec?
Yeah, Presec.
Oh, hard.
Yeah.
Hard. What have you been? How has life been for you? What's going on?
It's been gracious by the grace of God. Yeah.
Wow.
You know, we are working. So it's been gracious. Just a little more demanding. Yeah, because there's like a responsibility to keep working the grace. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's been gracious.
When you say it's been demanding, how do you mean? Is it that now more studio time, more writing, more productions?
I'm just saying that you need to constantly work at the grace that's given you. Yeah, whether it's a platform, no matter what privilege it is, you need to work at it. So that's the only thing demanding of us. And I mean, to think about it, that's just work. Yeah, and I mean, we love to work, so
that's good. Yeah. I mean, you've produced quite a number of songs. The Capsule, which happens to be my favorite, Finding Nemo series, the Capsule, I enjoyed it so much. I'm not even done listening to that, or I'm not even done enjoying that. And he decided to bring another one called Fire.
Yeah,
with Bella Shmurda, and I'm like, yo, like, take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Why another production at this time?
I'm just getting ready for the main project.
Oh,
yeah, because there's another project we are trying to find Nemo, you know.
So you're still finding Nemo?
Yeah, we are still.
Oh, so the series.
Yeah,
so the Capsule.
Exactly.
And
so
then now the next one.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
And this next one has Fire. It has the previous song, Jesus Christ. Too. It has Grenade.
Finally,
yeah,
you put Jesus Christ on an album.
Yeah. By the grace of God.
Yeah. But I actually really love this song. Let's cross to the side.
Okay.
But I actually love that song so much.
Obviously.
Reason being that, I mean, it's a very spiritual song and it's a very relatable song. So that's the reason why I love it so much. And then you also got Burna Boy on the remix, and it was
Black Sheriff.
Hey, I mean, Black Sheriff. No problem prophesying into your life, you know.
Oh, amen.
Because recently you met Burna Boy.
Yeah.
That's why it's in my head that you have a song with Burna Boy. But yeah, I mean, you're likely to have a song with Burna Boy very soon. But how was it? Let's talk about that. You were in Lagos recently.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got the opportunity to meet Burna Boy.
Yeah. A big love to Bella introducing me to Burna Boy.
Yeah.
By the grace of God, also met Fola. That's one of Bella Shmurda's new artists. Yeah, and he's an outstanding artist, a great guy. Met Lona, I met Sounds. I mean, I met so many amazing artists.
Wow.
Yeah, and the work goes on.
Now, can you just run us through that moment? Because that's the moment that's all over social media. The moment between you and Burna Boy.
Okay, I think I was at Obi's house to premiere my song, Fire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was only right to go to Nigeria because Bella is Nigerian.
Yeah.
And we need to.
And when he says Bella, we mean Bella Shmurda.
Yeah, I'm talking about Bella Shmurda, please.
Yeah.
So Bella Shmurda is Nigerian.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was only right we be there to represent the song because it's my song.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I needed to be there. And
it's your song featuring Bella,
yeah,
right?
featuring Bella.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so we had to be there in person so that they see at least the voice. Because at the end of the day, I'm wearing a mask. If you keep being anonymous.
For how long can you be anonymous, my brother?
You know, so you have to be there at least. There has to be. So we're there to connect to the fans, the audience in Lagos, and it was crazy.
Wow. How was the reception like?
It was crazy at Obi's house. I mean, Immediately we got to Lagos, the next location was Obi's house. Yeah, because I mean the works keep going on. Yeah, and big love to Bella Shmeda. I got to Obi's house, held my hand, took me to Bena, told him about our new song. Bena asked me about Jesus Christ. Moving forward, we met other amazing artists, T.I. Blaze. I mean, I have a song on T.I. Blaze's album.
Oh.
Yeah, the Deluxe, which just came out a couple of days after Fire. Yeah, the title is Mario.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a splendid song.
Wow.
Yeah, so the Nigerians love that too. So with these two songs, we play Jesus Christ to crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's just by the grace of God. And I love their energy, how they receive.
Which part of the song do they receive the most? Can you sing that part?
They were just singing the chorus. Mostly, especially when they got to the chorus, I was very surprised at this. I'm in Lagos. Yeah, but I mean,
can you give people the chorus?
Oh, only we are down for
Mama. And they could sing that.
What did I say?
That's hard.
Yeah,
that's hard.
By the grace of God.
But then let's talk about Fire. There's also another. You know, I keep telling you, keep like making spiritual songs. Is it also another spiritual song for you?
It is another spiritual song. Yeah. I mean, all my music will be spiritual, no matter the genre or whatever I'm talking about.
C'est la vie is the spiritual.
It's a spiritual song.
Man, we are party, bro.
When I say spiritual,
yeah,
I don't wish for my music to just
peak and die.
No, not even about those things. You know, our music, I don't see music like that.
Okay.
Yeah, music is spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, so for me, I always want the music has to impact you. Now, the music has to impact you in a way that is beyond. Let me go and buy a drink. Let me sit down. The music has to impact you in a way that you are thinking. You're actually now thinking about your entire life, and you want to do something positive. Yeah, and that's my goal for music. I wish to impact you eternally. Yeah, I want you to make. I want you to be able to make a very important decision through the kind of things that you hear me say. Yeah, and if you listen to Selabi, it's talking about innocently but still the vex it, even when we don't finesse. Like when I'm just trying to be with my love, like normally they're trying to act like I'm doing too much, but no matter what they say, we are still out here. Yeah, and you know, this kind of messages, it's not an everyday party.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. I feel you. You've been able to convince me that Selavi is a spiritual song. You've done that. That's a good one. That's a very, very good one.
Yeah.
But I mean, where can people listen to Fire? I mean, how was the Bella's? No, first of all, how was Bella's reception? When you dropped in the track, you were like, Bella, I want to feature you on this.
We were in the studio together. Yeah, we actually. So Fire was recorded at the Sonicam. Yeah. By the grace of God, through people like Amujay, the producer of the song, I got to meet Bella, enter the studio, and we made Fire.
You know, literally produced Fire.
Yeah, so it wasn't even like I needed to write it at home and send it to him.
Yeah.
And big love to him for even allowing himself to be at the studio with me.
Yeah.
Because he could have been at anywhere that he wanted to, but he chose to be at the studio with me. Yeah, for us to record that particular song, and chose to see the song through until we released the song, shot visuals for it, and he took me to Obi's house to go promote the song. I mean, think about all this.
Special shout out to you, Bella Shmeda.
Yeah,
man. Like,
big love to Bella Shmeda.
If all of this is coming from a Nigerian act, Ghanaian people should also.
I mean, they do more.
They should take a cue. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying. But hey, you've also been nominated. I mean, finally, before we go, in the New Artist of the Year for this is TGMAs. I mean, look into the camera and tell the people why they have to vote for you to pick up the award. Because I think you deserve that award.
Oh, so for me, I don't think I deserve anything. I believe everything is by the grace of God. And then the main motive of everything is not competitive. Yeah, for me, I believe we are just trying to take our nation, our message, our sound, our culture, our belief. We are taking everything as a whole to the world. Yeah, so it's not really so much about who did this better. I'm actually praying for everyone to win, in as much as they are praying for me to win. Yeah, I'm praying for everyone to win. And when whoever wins, we have won. At the end of the day, whoever wins is part of us. You understand? Yeah, and that makes us. I mean, who we. And if you think about it, the Ghanaian. Anyway, let's not go so much and make it seem like
we could find problem for us.
Yeah, maybe not be like Ghana.
What can they do here?
Yeah. So but big love to TGMA for supporting us, for seeing the work and recognizing us, for nominating us, and big love to every single person who supports, pray for us, vote for us, and vote for everyone else as well. I mean, let's all win. Let's take Ghana to the world.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Nice one. Now you can get Fire on all streaming platforms. The video is out, right?
Everything is out.
Hard. So make sure you go check the video out on his page on YouTube and get to enjoy it as well. Support this talent. Listen, I'm not saying this because you are here. I've even said it in your absence.
Yeah.
I love Ara the J.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We love you guys.
No. I think one time I was hosting a show, The Chat, and then I think I was having a conversation. One of the partners was like, but you is Ara the J that you love. And I'm like, oh yeah, shamelessly. I love her. See, bro, I love every single thing you do. And I want to wish you all the best. I mean, keep pushing, make it happen. Yeah. So if you're wondering why his name is so, he's receiving funds from somebody else. He's a superstar.
But I mean, I have something I need to say.
Oh, tell them.
Give me wings, which almighty power, make I never sink. No father, no this hour. Tell you by this pain on this journey, show me now. Tina me coca cry, na ma chin kwanso. Give me light, blessings you for shower, make we live your life. Cause nyama ya ne kosu ne tima kumampo. Shisheme na sumame, kama se me believe, obransu ni mi DSA. Give me wings, my brother. Give me energy, Holy Father. Yeah. Somebody pour me holy water. Any small thing I don't para.
It's okay. If I don't stop him, it will be fireworks right now, man. We'll go for a quick break when we return. And we get to check out our top 3 songs right here on the Channel 1 Countdown. But Ara J, yes, my guy, make sure you support him. Listen to Fire featuring Bella Shmeda on all streaming platforms. Charlie, Mogo.
Yeah. Hey, you're crazy.
Anyhow, we battle with the fire. This should be the face if we the talk and me go para. Come and queen the father, still wanna go farther. I just wanna run up with the mic like I'm Jagga. I took a chance to me slow, I'm focused. Whatever becoming, we go face, I'm with the full stop. It no matter weather, what all the fire. Blood to custom band if they wanna put us on. No support, no support. Lonely on this journey, so I say bitterly fun. No returning in the place where we go sleep. So we no figure make any bag I take a piece. No comfort, no. We no comfort. Me was it stress, say, oh, and some man on the fire. She share me and some me walk come and say me believe you. Brand to me DSA. Give me wings, my brother. Give me energy, Holy Father. Somebody pour me holy water. And it's not I don't the power. Give me wings, my brother. Give me energy, Holy Father. Somebody pour me holy water. Holy smart, I don't the power.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown. That was such an excellent, entertaining, exciting conversation with Ara the J. Let me tell you, I really appreciate this guy's hard work, man. He's putting in so much work. Make sure you enjoy his song featuring Bella Shmeda, which is a fire. A brand new one they dropped this year. But let's move on to check out our number 3 song on the Channel 1 Countdown. And our number 3 this week, this boy was on the number 1 spot, or occupied the number 1 spot for 7 weeks in a row. But now he's dropped to number 3. It's okay, because everybody have their peaking time and when they begin to drop. So it's good that he's dropping, which shows that he has to put in more work. And I'm talking about Kojo Black featuring Kelvin Boy with Excellent.
Number 3.
Only you bad feet my chest. Your back asset. You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly. Pano bata me kongo no. Baby kongo so. You dey see me no fi kill am for my head. I need to know where you did. Oh yeah, send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, when there's not the I need to know what you did, yo. Send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, when there's not the come to my da. Oh.
be baby. Wanna do many things very crazy. Now she telling me say she be Jensen. She working Fendi, pull up in a Benzie. Bum bum they offend me when she bend it. She go put me for it. I need to know what you did. Oh yes, me all look kicking. Shabali girl no delay. Oh, my nest are not taking. I need to know what you did. Send me all look kicking. Shabali girl no delay. My nest are not taking. Come to my da. Oh, excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good song there from Kuja Black featuring Kelvin Boy. And number 3 is good. A lot of people love this song. A lot of people love the dance challenge. I cannot do it, so I wouldn't try. But let's move on to number 2. And at number 2, we have Oh My God by Mr. Drew featuring Olive the Boy.
Number 2.
Yes, I'll be single, forever single. No go mingle. The one I don't want is not single. Oh, single. Another love and lost on this side. She was an angel, more than an angel. I no go on you, heaven knows the girl I did tell you. But spoon some holding, so she's not my days. Somebody steal my baby. You know make I carry your love. Cause mama go back up, no. Oh my days, I never want to share my girl. You know make I carry your love. You never me say love, say love. Them don't carry my cross, oh trust, oh trust. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. They don't carry I'm going, they pain in my heart, in my mind, baby down to my liver. I told them anything I figure if anybody go tell them, she not go believe him. She no feel look me in my eye lately. I no feel reason on my mind to fail me. Me drink the wine that drive me crazy. Cause it really pay me. Oh my days, somebody steal my baby. You know make I carry your love. Cause mama go back up, oh no. Oh my days, I never want to share my girl. You know make I carry your love. You never me say love, say love. Them don't carry my cross, oh trust, oh trust. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. Oh my God, God, God. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. Them don't carry my somebody, oh somebody. My body they pay me. Them don't carry my somebody.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
And that'll be it for today's episode on the Channel 1 Countdown with me, Cole Kumsin, confirmed on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin spelled with the double N. We've had a good time on the show today. I had a conversation with Ara the J, and I really enjoyed myself. Make sure you go listen to his brand new song featuring Bella Schmeder, Fire, on all streaming platforms. We get to go, but we cannot leave without letting you know our number 1 song for this week. And our number 1 song for this week is a song that has retained the top spot. So it goes. Black Sherry featuring Fireboy DML. Next week.
Number 1.
I'll be working all the summer, getting my bread out and shit. Moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit. I'll be doing this for a while, searching a better place for my life. Cause where I'm from, no resting. All we had was nothing. Say it was zero and blessings. But I had blood in my eyes, fire on my hands, survival plans full my head. I was getting tired, but you make me wanna trap again. And she said, if you see the lights, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
Yeah. And so it goes. See, this life is an only road. Every day hustle for the dough. I'm on the road. Put my body, mind, and my soul. That's why me I head to the top. Cause man, I've been walking. Nobody can stop me. See many people talk, many people do, many people yeah, many people try, but I keep walking. Nothing will disturb me. Mark by me, oh. And I will never rest till I see my mama smiling. VVS diamonds dancing, oh. We up forevermore.
Asoiko, 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 Asoiko. I'm tryna put you in designer, fly you Bahamas, Maldives, Jamaica, take you everywhere I go, show you Mama Africa, from Ghana to Bafana. So send a little prayer, and please try to say less. Cause nobody really cares like that. Nobody gives a fuck higher. But them all ready to listen. Don't let our love be entertainment. To all these motherfuckers, on my life they don't deserve it. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you. When you are lost and lonely lover, don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Nabahalia, Malina Chotama, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeche Anna Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire. Hablo ya kirikira, oh, oh, male, 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 na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, ane kasi, abe hanso, oh, bekantona, na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, ane kasi, abe hanso, oh, bekantona, war, war, nothing but destruction.
Hello and welcome to People in Profit. I'm Charles Pellegrin, and today from our studios in Paris, we deliver a new show to all of you watching around the world about delivery workers. In cities like Paris, London, and Beijing, they zigzag through traffic, rushing to move food orders across these cities, the rhythm of their work life dictated by the faceless online platforms that pay them as independent contractors for every delivery they make. Well, one of these platforms is Deliveroo, popular in the UK and France, and for the first time last year, they finally turned a profit. But what about the delivery drivers and riders? Well, in France at least, their revenues are falling. Between 2021 and 2024, they've seen their hourly rates drop on the country's 3 major delivery platforms, close to 26% lower on Uber Eats to 20 euros an hour, and 13% on Deliveroo to 26 euros an hour. Well, to better understand the plight of these workers of the digital age, we'll talk to Jamie Woodcock. He's a senior lecturer in the digital economy at King's College in London. He's also the author of the book, The Fight Against Platform Capitalism. Jamie, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to join you.
First off, why have these delivery drivers' revenues fallen in the past few years?
So I think this is a very good question. And I think, this is an almost universal thing that drivers talk about. If you speak to drivers, whether in London, whether in Paris or anywhere else, that there is a really strong downward pressure on drivers' wages. And a lot of this is about the movement towards piece rate, so being paid per delivery. And over time, the amount that people are paid for deliveries, falling lower and lower. And I think, a lot of viewers will also recognize the cost of living is increasing, almost everywhere at the moment. And so we have this cost of living increase along with a downward pressure on drivers' wages.
One major problem for these workers is the employment status that they have. In the UK, a court upheld their status as independent contractors. That's also how they are considered legally in France. Yet platforms seem to be the ones who are able to set the prices for their labor.
And this is a very long-running issue for this kind of work, of what kind of status these people are actually working under. And, you're right that there has been a case in Britain to talk about whether or not these riders are self-employed. But this has come up time and time again in the courts. And my understanding of this is that if you are genuinely self-employed, you should have the right to set your own rates. You should have control over your own work. What we're seeing with this kind of work is people who previously would have been employed by a company no longer having the full rights that they would have as an employee. And in particular, this is about rights like social protection, to have access to a pension, sick pay, holiday pay, but also crucially about access to things like minimum wages. And I think one of the problems we see in this work is so many people want access to flexible work. And on platforms like this, they're only able to get that if they give up protections that, other workers have had access to for a very long time.
They face significant dangers on a daily basis, which is why this protection could be important, whether it's exposure to pollution, potential traffic accidents and injuries. Are there any kind of existing safety nets that exist?
So I think this is an important question. One of the differences of having this self-employment relationship is that technically and legally, platforms don't have a responsibility to pay sick pay or to cover the cost of accidents or damages if these things happen. And there's been quite a lot of research carried out in this kind of work that shows if you pay people not an hourly rate, but you pay them by delivery, the incentives mean that people work harder, they work faster, and they're much more prone to accidents. The way I think about this is, even if there isn't a legal responsibility, I think there is a moral responsibility to platforms to think of what they should be doing to support people when there are accidents, because these do happen very frequently. And too often it's left to workers themselves to look after each other, to find ways to deal with accidents and illnesses in this kind of work.
So potentially one thing here would be advocating or pushing for being paid on an hourly basis as opposed to being paid per delivery. And we've seen labor organizing in the UK and France on part of these workers with the protests and even some advances in France in 2023. Unions signed an agreement that set a minimum hourly rate of €11.75. But you've shown that there's also solidarity and organizing happening across borders. Tell us more.
So I think this is one of the things that has come up in lots and lots of different countries in different contexts, is everywhere these platforms operate, they have been met by protests from workers, often around issues of payments changing or access to rights and benefits, and increasingly also unions becoming either established or becoming involved in supporting these workers to improve their conditions. One of the things that I think is quite interesting about this is, in lots of low-paid work, there are similar conditions, between France or between the UK or elsewhere. But these are common employers. So Deliveroo or Uber become common employers across national boundaries. That mean what we've seen in practice is workers coming together transnationally to think about the similarities in their conditions, and then to think about how they can take action together. So to give two very quick examples of this, during Deliveroo's IPO in London a few years ago, there were international protests in the run-up to this, showing that Deliveroo still have these problems with how they're treating workers. And on May Day this year, there will be a strike of Uber drivers coordinated across different countries that I think is important not only for this kind of work, but also for showing what unions can do more widely.
Can you give us a sense of how these platforms actually work and how they attribute orders to drivers?
So one of the big innovations of this kind of platform work is the use of what we would call algorithmic management. So using computational systems to automate the distribution of this work and also the monitoring of workers. So checking how long it takes for orders to go out. There is quite a lot of mystery with many people about how these systems work, because platforms have developed these technologies and are very they don't want to share them more widely because they become trade secrets.
Let's focus on one country in particular, China, where all three of the country's top delivery platforms almost simultaneously announced new social security benefits for their drivers in March. This could be a significant moment. Youth unemployment has reached 17%, and its economy is stuck in a slump, meaning there are over 10 million people who have become delivery drivers in the country. Our correspondent, Yenna Lee, went to meet them and sent us this report.
They're a part of the landscape in every major Chinese city. Delivery drivers weaving through traffic or resting in between orders. 32-year-old Du Ai-chin is one of them. He works from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
I'll just put it here, okay?
He makes a little over €1 per delivery, and the more he completes, the more he earns. Having done this for a decade, Du knows all the shortcuts to the apartments and office buildings on his turf.
It's lunchtime now, got lots of orders, got to go to the next place.
Newcomers can struggle to make ends meet, but Du is a veteran. Last month, he completed around 1,400 orders. Except taxes, most of that falls directly in his pocket as he has no social security. Meituan, China's top delivery platform, the app he works for, has just announced plans to widen coverage for its drivers. Du is cautiously optimistic.
Once you have social security, when you get sick or need to do something, everything should be better. When you grow old, in the future, at least you'll have some form of security, right? But what if they end up lowering your salary?
He does worry, though, just how much it'll cost him. Labour rights researcher Julie Chen says gig workers like Du are in a structurally disadvantageous position.
They are facing the false dilemma to choose between income versus security. They do not have institutionally protected labour rights for collective bargaining.
While platforms expand social coverage, they're also looking into ways to cut costs elsewhere. Meituan has started using drones. The flying machines made 200,000 deliveries last year and could slowly replace human workers across China.
So, Jamie, what do you make of that development for China's delivery drivers?
So I think this is a very important development, and I think it's a recognition that, workers can't continue to work in these kinds of conditions without any access to social protection. And I think a very big one here is, for example, access to pensions, that a lot of workers don't realise, initially the impact that a loss of a pension might have, but these costs will have to be borne by society as people start to retire and don't have access elsewhere. So I think this is a very positive development.
And finally, because we're already running out of time, I'd like to end on a recommendation on your behalf with regards to the tipping of delivery drivers, especially in countries like France, where it is completely optional. What do you recommend?
So what I would recommend is, historically we always used to tip for this kind of work, and it's become much less common with platform delivery work. And what I would say is you should tip people. You should tip people for this kind of work. But also, when you're doing the tipping, talk to people about their work and their conditions, because these are issues that affect everybody and not just delivery drivers.
Jamie Woodcock, you are a senior lecturer in the digital economy at King's College in London. Thank you for sharing your insights here on France 24.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it here. You know what to do the next time you order in. And maybe you'd also like to watch some of our previous episodes. Just look up People and Profit on the France 24 app or listen on the podcast platform of your choice. In the meantime, thank you for watching and stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to People and Profit. I'm Yuka Royer, filling in for Charles Pellegrin. This week, we are going to look at the state of global debt. As European nations pledge to boost their defence spending in the face of a new transatlantic security reality, and as burgeoning trade wars threaten to raise prices faster, are countries able to achieve growth while keeping borrowing in check? The Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development has just released a new annual report on this issue. Luke Schrago gives us an overview.
Governments and businesses borrowed a record $25 trillion in 2024, nearly 3 times more than before the 2008 financial crisis. It's pushed global debt to over $100 trillion, and with interest rates on the rise, paying it back is getting much more expensive. Among OECD members, nearly half of all government debt will mature by 2027, meaning more borrowing at higher costs ahead and less for spending elsewhere. That's problematic for much of Europe, which is looking to boost defence spending in the face of recent unpredictability from its traditional US ally. However, developing nations will be facing the worst of the potential economic fallout. The UN has warned that an alarming number of developing nations are in debt distress, with interest payments exceeding 10% of government revenue in 56 countries, and of those, 17 are spending over 20%. What's more, these nations are most at risk when it comes to climate change, itself requiring massive investment for a transition to zero carbon and clean energy. Ultimately, the OECD report indicates the world has been borrowing on easy terms for far too long, and it seems the bill is about to come due.
Well, for more, we can speak with Carmine Di Noia, Director for Financial and Enterprise Affairs at the OECD. Carmine, great to have you on our show. Now,
thank you.
Governments and companies have been borrowing more and more, but with the period of cheap money now behind us, how unhealthy is the current state of debt markets?
First of all, let me say, as also it was anticipated that in the presentation, that it was good to have we are sitting on a lot of bonds, a lot of debt. But this is, in a sense, was good. We had an expansion of debt after the 2 big crises, the global financial crisis, 2007, 2008, and the COVID. And this is exactly, especially in terms of the role of governments, what they have to do. So they have to intervene as a buffer against shocks. What is important, and we had monetary policy, so accommodating a lot of liquidity, and also corporates profited of it. So there is a lot of debt, a lot of bonds around. The problem, I would say, is that this is a lot. A lot is keep being issued. So also this year we have a 25 trillion out of a 100 trillion stock of debt. And there is a lot of issuing, but the topic is that refinancing these bonds, both on the sovereign side and on the corporate side, will be more expensive than when they were issued. So half of it, a lot of it will expire in 3 years, 40% of sovereign and more or less even more of the corporate, but the cost of refinancing will be higher. So we need to be, let's say, careful, and also to try to issue bonds and to issue more debt for more important and, let's say, profitable, sustainable investments, rather than just support the recovery.
So, as you say, the cost of refinancing is set to go up. Now, European countries have pledged to boost defense spending over fears that the United States under President Trump might become a less reliable ally. But that would increase their borrowing. Germany, for example, is overhauling its debt brake system. Could Europe then face another debt crisis?
I mean, I don't think so, because these markets are, very liquid. European Union countries, they also are, big issuer. But for example, Germany is we have seen after also this announcement that we had some effects on the market, but no one is putting into question, the stability of the European financial system and of single sovereign. Obviously, there will be that it is possible. We will see also what are the details of the plan that are being announced in these days, in these hours. But I think that there will be sufficient push coordination to go on the market without creating tensions. Obviously, with these kind of levels, and then we will see also what will be the response of different central banks of these. We may have some short-term impact on the market, but I think this will be solved. There is still a lot of liquidity. There is a lot of interest for this kind of debt, and maybe we will see what can be the detail of the response. We could even have some issuance of maybe common European bonds, which may maybe even make the market more resilient and interested to this kind of issuance.
Now, the cost of refinancing, the challenges posed by that, does not affect everyone at the same level. The United Nations recently warned that some 56 developing countries are facing the risk of debt crisis with high refinancing costs. That number nearly double from a decade ago. How is that impacting their economic development?
We have a focus this year, and this report is Chapter 3, focus on emerging markets and all MDs. They have issued, I would say, a lot proportionally also with respect to others. Both, so they have still a big, stock and also big flow. The issue for these countries is that, especially for the small one, the market is not so much the local market developed. So typically they're issuing in foreign currency, typically dollars on international markets. And in case of international tension of financial market and increasing costs, as we are seeing, and this is common for everyone, they may have proportionally more difficulty in case of particular tensions to refinance. So it's important also that all the to develop, for example, this is something that the OECD is pushing a lot, to develop strong, local also markets, to develop also important tools for managing public debt, but also, all the framework for, for resolution, which has been quite effective in these years, I think must be keep on being strengthened.
And developing nations in particular need more access to financing for their climate transition as well. But if it's in the form of loans, then that could drive some countries further into debt distress. How then should debt markets adequately play a role in this?
This is a very interesting question, and actually we have in this new chapter, the 4th chapter of the report, which is really tackling the topic of climate finance for all countries, both developed and developing countries. Obviously, we have important shortfall for all of them in terms of financing for reaching the Paris Goal Agreement and targets. And now we have some simulation, some scenario in terms of what is needed from, let's say, public finance. but also for private financing, and in particular for bond financing, energy companies and others. We all know that in order to reach these targets in all countries, and in particular in emerging countries, there cannot be only public financing that is doing that, again, because we have very high level of debt and already end of issuance. So we need a combination of public. You mentioned loans, but we think really that bond market should be more and more developed. They can really contribute to reaching earlier the transition, given again the level of debt, which is really already quite high.
And so it is indeed, we do tend to focus on sovereign debt, but as you mentioned, the private sector is important in this market. How are they though? How are companies readying themselves to play a more an increased role in this?
This is really important. We had a record issuance of corporate bonds. After the crisis, today more or less the stock of corporate bonds is around 35 trillion. A lot has been issued. Actually, a lot has been issued also very favorable, terms. Still, a lot is issued. Around 70 trillion is still this year. There are similar features, and this is a positive. I always say this has been the way for corporates to enter the market after the crisis in a financing different from the traditional bank loans, also due to a lot of new regulations. Now, and by the way, this is also important for our citizens, because this is also an interesting asset class for investors. Now, the topic is that not only this is big and will be refinanced at a higher cost, but our analysis shows that in many cases, what we have seen in terms of increasing level of bond issued by corporates has been used just for refinancing purposes or for financial management operations, buybacks and others, but not really issuing for new investment purposes, so for what we call in technical terms the capex and R&D development investments. So what is important is that even an increasing level of corporate debt is really issued for productive investment. These are the only ones that can be able to repay the debt in the future.
Carmine Di Noia, OECD Director for Financial and Enterprise Affairs. Thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's all for this week. Thanks for watching. And remember, you can watch this and all our previous episodes on France 24's website and app, or listen to them wherever you get your podcasts. See you next time.
France 24, your economy explained.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Armenia is facing a serious demographic crisis. War, infertility, emigration, the population is declining.
If families don't start having at least 3 or 4 children, our country will cease to exist. The country would disappear.
And the government has decided to act. Fertility support, IVF for women up to the age of 53, surrogacy. All methods are being tried.
This new baby will change things. We'll be able to continue the family line.
Giving life while mourning the dead, whatever it takes.
If there's a war, I'll send him, yes. Irene will destroy the enemy if he must, to avenge his brother.
Watch Reporters on France 24 and France24.com.
2025 is here. The day we've all been waiting for. Well, if you were one of the lucky ones. And it's happening, people. I couldn't sleep a single wink last night. I was too busy wondering if I was gonna miss the bus. But here we are.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you're ready.
It's 5 a.m. and the final setup is in full swing. The sponsors are getting everything ready. The buses are all lined up. And guess what? Our amazing patrons are already arriving. How exciting is that?
Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay.
Let's talk about the first thing on our to-do list, registration.
I mean, I didn't know you. I also, yeah. Okay. So it's all set. So when it's time for registration, she should find her name. Her name is.
All will be happy and gay. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you ready belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip.
When you sign up, you'll get a super cool colored lanyard. Yes, you too. Your luggage gets one too, for easy identification. Here's how it goes. Bus 1, orange. Bus 2, green. Bus 3, purple. Trust me, these lanyards are going to make everything so easy peasy. And during registration, don't forget that patrons will also receive some fantastic goodies from our incredible sponsors. So you'll be all set for the journey ahead.
A lot of them have been on the trip several times, so they are familiar with everything. Now, they lead us. They are the ones who lead us because of the knowledge of the terrain. But there are some places when we get to, the police will take over for their own security reasons, and we'll have that understanding. We are not going on a safari ride. So we know. I know that you go there, you know your way proper. We'll move at the same pace that we've been moving, and as you can see, there are a lot of adults on there, and then some people want to stop every now and then. At times it's uncomfortable because some of the places are not that safe, but they insist, and so that's why we have our people here. So over here, we don't have a boss. We are all working. So let's work like that. Don't go back to the office, they'll go and do boss. Let's work like that. Let's have a good understanding. And then I'm sure that will give them a good experience.
After a couple of quick announcements, we all grab a delicious breakfast because, hey, we've got to fuel up. And then, a drum roll, it's time to hop on the bus. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Our first stop, as you know, is Accra. A good number of you were born in Accra, but I can assure you that you know nothing about Accra. You probably understand metropolitan Accra, but traditional Accra is still in the history books. So we'll spend maybe 1.5 hours trying to tell you about Accra. So that'll be our first stop. My name is Samuel Atta-Mensah, and I am the Managing Director for the organization. I'm here with some of my managers. I'll introduce them to you quickly. Mr. Bernard Avle is the General Manager and the host of so many programs on TV and radio. And then we have Mrs. Vivian Kailoko, Head of News, Current Affairs and everything in between. Vivian. And then we have Mrs. Apioko Seirap Ashon Abi. She runs the programs outfits of the organization. So everything you see on TV is coming from, and she's a poet, proper one. Yeah. And then we have Miss Victoria Dogbe. Victoria is head of technical production, and so everything you see, the processing of it, video, still pictures, everything will go through her. And let me say that she works very hard. If you see any nice picture of yourself on social media or videos of yourself on social media, please thank me. If it's bad, go and attack her. That's Victoria for you. Now, for the Heritage Caravan Project. Oh, please, we have to leave, people. Hang on. We have 7 days to do this, so we can be on time. The Heritage Caravan Project is a project that actually drags everybody into the space. It actually puts our everything on hold for like a month, 2 months. It's led by 2 of our managers. There's an operational person and then there's a business person. The business person also doubles up as a chief in the Ekuapim area. But he's also a chairman. He's plenty things. He's Sakura, but Charlie Oni Capre. He's Mr. Omani Mensambos. But Omani is not here. For those of you who have been on Caravan before, Omani, he's always ahead of us. So as we speak, he's organizing things in Accra, which will be our first stop. So we'll meet him there. But he wouldn't need any introduction because of the shape of the head. You understand? So when you see him, please let him know. And then the operational person who is in charge is Miss Frima Edunyame. As for the let's go there. Okay, so quick one. I know you have gone through the itinerary, but for emphasis, we leave here straight to Ho. That's from Accra to Ho. From Ho, we move through the Eastern Corridor. A lot of you have not seen or experienced the Eastern Corridor. The closest you have come to is what the politicians say about the Eastern Corridor. There indeed is a corridor. So we use it from Ho straight to Yendi. Sit with the Yana small, give him fun small, and then we move from Yendi to Bolgatanga. We try as much as possible to avoid traveling at night. For which reason, every day we'll be on your case to wake up early so we can set off. As for night travel, we don't like it. So between Yendi and Bolga, it's a straight one. We move, I think 2.5 to 3 hours. We are there. Sleep in Bolga, have our experiences, go to Paga and all the places. And then we come back to Tamale. Tamale, we go through Mole to Sunyani. Sunyani to Kumasi, spend some time there. From Kumasi, we move straight to the Western region. Western region, we come back to Central region and on our way back to Accra. It's going to be a wonderful experience. I can assure you, you're going to meet new people, new experiences, a new network of friends, and more importantly, creating new families.
Our dear Lord, we thank you for another opportunity for Heritage Caravan 2025. Thank you for the 180 people you've brought together. in these buses. We ask for grace. Please go ahead of us. Make the crooked places straight. Let the darkness turn to light. Bring us back safely and give us a testimony. This we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
And just like that, the 2025 Heritage Caravan Adventure officially begins.
Makes you feel so happy. Dance the body music. Dance the body music. Music makes you happy. Music makes you happy. Dance the body music. Dance the body music. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance the body music. Dance the body music. Music makes you happy. Music makes you happy. Dance the body music. Dance the body music. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance the body music. Dance the body music. Music makes you happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance the body music. Dance, dance, dance. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Nabahalia, Malina Chotoma, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeche Ana the Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire. Abloya kirikira, oh, oh, male, 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 na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, anekasi, abe hanso, oh, bekantona, na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, anekasi, abe hanso, oh, bekantona, war, 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 nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. Yeah. Matalin na pulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chebulo. Matalin na pulong, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chebulo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Akando monweling, ankepe domontia.
years ago, on 28 May 1975, a bold vision came to life. The dream of a united, integrated and prosperous West Africa became a reality as leaders of 15 West African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria to lay the foundation of a regional organization with the capacity to address the economic, socio-political and security challenges facing the region. On that historic day, ECOWAS was born. Over the past 5 decades, ECOWAS has remained resilient, steadfast and committed to the ideals set forth by its founding fathers, promoting democracy, peace, security, good governance. Key achievements over the years include advancing intra-regional trade through the implementation of the Common External Tariff, spearheading regional infrastructure projects, including transnational road corridors connecting member states' capitals, establishing a regional electricity market, and progressing towards a single regional currency, supporting member countries in combating epidemics, strengthening healthcare systems, and improving food security, investing in human capital development, promoting gender equality, empowering youth, and fostering culture and tourism, providing humanitarian support to vulnerable populations during crises and disasters, and supporting democratic processes and regional stability through election observation missions. As we reflect on our journey over the past 50 years, we look to the future with hope and determination. Together, let us continue to build the ECOWAS of our dreams, an ECOWAS of the people, peace and prosperity for all. ECOWAS, stronger together for a brighter future.
Welcome, it's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Come on. Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to aid every Saturday night at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tank Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boko has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yende, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in us. You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in. begin.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
You know, this long weekend, those of you who have packed your things for short-term relocation, short-term relocation, you know, you want to go and do internal tourism. I want to appeal to you. This one, it is not birthday, it is funeral. It's not Christmas, it's funeral, it's Easter. Please go and unpack your bag. Stop it there. Stop it right there. Yes, we will so. Open say, no, you can't do that. Easter, we don't do bonyo party. Please. Please and please. Observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. In fact, this funeral cry, that's when I think about it some way. Because the man, see, family people bury you. We are still chasing a Busiafua who have promised, have pledged to give us funds. And to God that we used to defray the debt. Before we know, if we know sorry, no, Charlie. Seriously, no, think about it for a second. If it were today, like, no, if you stress, why you, Jesus, why? Jesus will see, I beg, don't verse. I just ask him question. Asuma, you know that you are going to die. After 3 days, you will wake up. Rise up, and you won't die again. Charlie, why did you let the family stress like that? In the voice of Kennedy, Yaboka, Yaboka, yeah. Oh, Jesus. When you saw us answer, I didn't know why Yaboka. Now, why you continue to walk a granny? I say, I did when I was on the yes, so what's on this say? Like how? Honestly, I was joking, of course, but funerals are becoming business in our part of the world, like huge business, not even for people who are vending or providing services, but even for especially the extended family. Well, don't ask me how we got here. I don't know. But whatever you do this long holiday, stay safe on the road. Wear your seatbelt. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive at night if you can't. If you're tired, don't drive, sleep. And don't text and drive because, as you know, the KNUST guy who has unfortunately killed himself because he saw someone else with this thing. the person you are texting and driving, if you die in the process, another person would text. Life is like that. So, brother, self-preservation. Do you understand? Hey, safe on the road, in the road. Motor riders, tricycle riders, pedestrians, please don't trust any of these people. You have to drive defensively. Everyone is mad. Only you are correct. Also, riders, pedestrians, please and please, I'm begging you, be extra vigilant. Most of the roads don't have sidewalks, so you have to be careful. I'm saying this again because, and two other, that's what they say. Since January, only this 2025, that people, it's my year of prosperity, it's my year of speed, it's my year. Since January, we are only in April. More than 700 people have lost their lives, not to COVID, not to cholera, but on our roads. How many people died to COVID? Thousands have been injured. And those of us who are lucky to survive, the things we are dealing with, it be stress. It's a lot of stress. So please, I beg you, be safe once again on the road.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays,
Tuesday, yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Okay, so welcome to the show. This is Backpage on Channel 1 TV. My name is Caleb Kuda. The director of the show is asking me in the in-ear monitor, what's the difference between on the road and in the road? Please go to Police MTTD. They can explain it for you. I have missed Reverend. Our darling Reverend. This week, dear, he didn't get any selection, eh? Reverend, you wait small, okay? This weekend, some hair met will land at a salon. Yes. Whether something is inside or not. Whether we have evidence to, nothing. We just go fire, okay? For now, you back yourself small. For now, the man who has managed to get the attention of the nation for some plus or minus 3 days is this man. A friend is simple. They call him King Zuba. He, I don't know if he and Napo went to the same secondary school or something, because on his first day at work, Charlie, like Napo, he do everything. He's poor there.
I don't want a situation whereby we'll put in place a police team, we'll go arrest people, and then they go to the police station, they find their own means, and they are back on the street. That would be a waste of time and resources for me. So I have my own democratic military style, which I'll be implementing. When we say leave this space, and you don't leave this space, and I get there, I am not lucky, and my boys are with me, there and then, we'll beat you. There, in the middle of a doom. If you're not lucky, if I'm alone, you'll be lucky. But if I'm there, and my 10 boys are in their pickup with me, with their hips, trust me, we'll beat you.
Hey, may you watch me? What is it what? Democratic military what? Style. Really? And he said, and there and then. He will do what?
There and then we'll beat you.
No, Gary. No, it's interesting. I mean, while others do meet and greets, some are doing meets and beats. Hey, Zuba, is that what you are bringing? I'm sure the enemy here. Hey, Kratchy, Sana Zuba and say, hey Zuba, I am press what to call so money. If they were beating us, like will you come and meet us to meet? Or like will you come and get us to meet? Oh, if you are wondering what I mean by meet and greet, democratically elected president. Ghana is a republic. We are democracy. Why would the president dress like it is career day in school? You know, I mean, how? How is the president dressed like that? How? Others to say, my God, this is the commander-in-chief we've not had in the last 8 years. Hey, so and so, as a Messi could never. Ghana for Ghana for and I'm here. I'm very worried. I'm worried about weighty items. Why? I was shocked. People are debating whether he should have won it, he shouldn't have won it. Didn't you people see that someone's father stretched his hand for a handshake where he chopped yawa? It's not matter for you? Eh? How? No, honorable Maniba Makafa, where you sang, hazards of the business, right? Won't be here. No, I know the man. Therefore, I feel him right. You know, as he chop your hour, they say, doing hand. He do so, and then chop out your hour. They say, it was like some slow event, but that was really fun. So, I mean, if you missed the meet and greet I was talking about, that was it. Some people thought the president looked good. Others thought it was just needless drama and things like that. But yeah, this is Ghana. Everything we talk about it is great. So this new mayor of the CMC, like, is he really serious about beating people? Not only is he warning of beating errant traders who sell unauthorized parts of the central business district in Kumasi. You know, I have been very frustrated about CBDs. I've been talking about these chaos and congestion and all that. So I'm looking for solutions to the congestion. But, well, not only is the congestion caused by traffic, human beings and all that, you know, in Ghana, you can be going somewhere and some Nenchiebi will just cross the road. So he said, as for the Nenchie, if you are Umaru Sanda, Hello, cowboy. Sanda. If you rather you are a cowboy or not, once you leave the cattle is doing You know, the thing they do at the sack, they'll just raise their tail. It doesn't matter. They'll just raise their tail and drop things and just be walking on them. If his boys catch your cattle, yeah, Allah, it will become meat and greet.
If you're a cattle owner and you have cattle, and your cattle stray, and they are coming into the vicinity of KMA, they can go to any assembly. That's not my headache. If they are coming into the domain of KMA, be rest assured that from the 1st of May, those cattle will be killed and be given to the Kumasi Central Prison for feeding.
No, as for the meat and greet, I kind of like it. My only concern is, you know, like, I really have trust issues. I don't know whether, I'm not sure whether the meat will actually get to the prison or the meat will be in prison on its way to the prison. You feel me? Yeah, that's my only concern. Otherwise, look, you can imprison the meat on the road and take it to the prison and make it meat for the inmates. King Zuba, so this guy, he has managed to divide opinion. Swami MP said, look, I feel the vibe. He likes his kind of fire. Yeah, they feel the vibe.
I don't know him personally, I haven't seen him, but I think that the fire in him is good for Kumasi. We really need to keep our cities clean. And so, yes, maybe he should be advised. Flocking people is not the way to go, but we should enforce the Local Governance Act and the bylaws of the Assembly and make sure that he's able to deliver on his mandate.
Okay, so that was a Swami MP, you know. But one man, you know, he's very relevant in Ghana in the scheme, in the realm of, he's a very important, his voice goes far, he matters, whether in the nation or in Kumasi in particular. But, you know, in the nation, he's the nation. When I say nation, you should know. Nation's prophet. No, he is shocked. Zuba, stand out here. Your first day at work, is this what you are coming to say? Ladies and gentlemen, Nation Prophet.
Ebiana, I don't know for me. When you're not doing so,
yes, sir.
And that's 10 numbers or canon. Ebiana, a dose one a noon and a new pay by Ghana for near Santa Man fan channel.
Nation Prophet. Nation, have you seen? Have you seen? If it's Napo that said this, you would have thrown yourself on the floor and you have been doing it. See the way you are begging for him. Nation, have you seen? You have seen you. Nation. It's the way Sub Chief calls me. Nation. Nation. Because the Mama is enjoying honeymoon goodwill. You people are being nice to his people. You are not able to fire them. If Napo has said this, like, oh, air will break loose. You know, air. Anyway, so the minority has been with the market people. You know, one, Edum people, you've lost your goods. Number two, you have this mayor that the president has brought. He's threatening to beat you, the least mistake. No, so the minority, they went to fellowship with them, you know, but they were not fellowship in the language of amity. They were doing St. Francis of Assisi. No, I love it. I love it. I love it. Prophet Afanyomaki. No. Which one is better? Evangelist Afanyomaki. No. Okay. Most happy few minority leader. No, you are big. Who you go? I say, me name is Radicals. Now off key, but me Raji. Well, Right Reverend Honorable Afanyomaki. No, man. In terms of order, who do you call to? Eradicasa. We can't cry. On the 7th of December, people say I should remind you that Eradiwa Kasadada, he actually spoke in December. According to Prophet Musa, the following personalities work hard to cause the voice of God to reverberate through the land and the oceans and the air of the land. In no particular order. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the main shareholder in the make some noise, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Danko Buzia Dombo tradition, we are grateful for the selfless blood and toil of our father that has led to generations, you know, massive, mighty, micro, you know, state of the... Ladies and gentlemen, the second leading contributory personality. Make some noise! No, it's the Jeremiah 2:4-3. No, I don't know the microphone. Jeremiah, no, Nehemiah, no, hey, Oporiata. Sune. No. You see, on behalf of the, you know, the people, we want to tell Ken and Agbafu do that. Let me say it. Niamudia Bedri. Dodo, Kobori. Niawaya 40%. It's also no penny. Ladies and gentlemen, contributing a generous 37% to the defeat, according to, Prophet Musa, is Rockstar. Now, Rockstar dear, why am I doing? Huh? I want a big gap. I want a big gap. Now the gap is gaping. No, there are others who contributed to the voice of the Lord that we heard. Say, Reverend Apenyo, say, was here, Radikasa. That's the song he was singing, right? Ladies and gentlemen, who was this if here? Yo, yen run po Ghana for behu aferi watse. Yada was adwuma so waye ama MPP amanyo ko. Yen run po this year papa. I heard you said you don't, have ambitions to run as a flag bearer in 28. Is it true? Nana yam pinu yen this year kron yen tiase na po wa na ye pe. See, let me take a break. When I come, I will speak that thing out of Napo. Napo is the guy who will bring the victory to the MPP. Napo.
Hi, friend. Where are we going today?
Just use your imagination.
Go, go, go! My family is the only thing that matters to me right now.
This is the stuff that Monique dreamed about.
These guys are the best. GoTV's ready to take you from your hometown to roaring stadiums and even on international adventures. So let's go together, from home or on the go with GoTV Stream.
Sounds like a great idea.
Woohoo!
GoTV. Love it.
Sorry, okay. The Easter is no, Charlie. Easter convention there. You like, welcome from that break. This is Backpage on Channel 1 TV. My name is Caleb. Honestly, I really admire the stamina of Professor Aaron Michael Quay. Like, oh, soldier never die. Oh, soldier. Did they come? You know, when Musa Dankwa did his post indicating what was to come some time ago, we don't tolerate those things. We don't have time for. We had our own posts that showed what was never to come. So now that he has gone ahead, just around the time we are coming to do, he's done another post showing what caused our defeat. No, we still won't accept it. We will never accept it. We have to do our own surgical, and the findings of the committee's work, it's out. So you party people, fellow patriots, ignore Musa Dankwa, Comrade Musa Dankwa, just that our defeat report, we will never tell you people.
Is that report going to be made public?
I don't think so, because it's an internal document that will be used to aid the party's reform process position as for 2022. So I can guarantee you, even though it's not expressly stated, it is implied that that document cannot be
we are not telling you people today, not tomorrow, but party people, you too, you can't say PIM. Don't let us hear PIM from you.
We want to caution members of our party not to be in the haste to say things which are not even in the report, and for people to make several assumptions, to even make accusations and counter-accusations.
Well, you see, right now, we are working for the peace of the party. We are not thinking about election, next election, flatbed. No. We're working for the peace.
Have you decided what next to do in your political career? There are rumors you could be running.
My interest now immediate is to get a united party for a flag bearer in 2025.
But are you thinking about 2028?
Me personally?
Yes.
No, I'm not running 2020.
Honestly, I'm sad. Napo, yeah, Brian Napo, who potential? We are Ghana next president. We are Ghana future president. Share Bememuya, which is now so. Napo, Okasa, no mining in a Unqua trendy. Napo, why do you want to be Fabella 2018? Yeah, Mumbia Nada, Okasabako, trending baby. Napo, me. Yeah, this life, you have to give everyone second chance. Napo, Ghana for me more second chance. Mahama Sambai, and Mahama came back. You know, even 2020, even Dr. Bawumia Kra, and he just said he lost to Mahama because Mahama now says, you know, and in your Ghana for because when he tasted the defeat, you know, the pain of defeat, he has transformed. You know, opposition has transformed him. So you too, as you are in opposition, you are transforming Napo. Don't let anybody deceive you. Look, a comedian used Napo to do chapia. Chapia, see.
They knew they were going to lose, so they gave us some comedy. No, because adding Napo to Bawumia, but now look, Bawumia can win 10 votes. Napo will say something, 7 will clear. You guys saw it. You guys saw it. Don't put it on me. You guys saw what Napo was doing. Look, me, I didn't know much about Napo. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I did not know much about Napo until like they put him in that vice presidential, because I knew him to be the minister for energy. I also knew him to be minister for education. I mean, he sacked teacher Kojo.
Can you believe it? A whole Napo, and someone has said Nano ya about you like this. Can you imagine what Napo said? Hey, Napo has changed. Napo, future president, Papa B.
If somebody who's a comedian is using my name and is filling calls, I'm very, very happy. I thank him because he's putting my name in there out for free. Right. But I'll let my lawyers write to him so we share the proceeds, the revenue, because I want to employ.
From go and bring your own timetable to he's using my name to fill the hall, he should bring the money, let's share because I'm unemployed. Napo is, you know, he's refined, he's become a nice gentleman. I saw those of you who said, when you read that Napo has said you ran for flag bearer 2020, some of you said, thank you, Jesus. It will shock you people. You don't know. Napo, therefore, Papa B. Napo. Share, energy minister, free education minister. One year pay. No, but it looks like therefore. I feel the Obano will tear a foot to a power, say, can a foot to a cranipa.
So, me bed, my Kazachan, what them tuneful. So, was in a banana, your Kazachan for them. So, that's my main control. So, Dr. Matthew was it? So, my Dr. Bawumia no who so you walk. So, my Dr. Bawumia no so you walk. So, and my no who so you walk. So, so you walk. O kwaya no kwaya sumpa ne di na chi na de obekere won na wo so ye. O kwaya sumpa ho blase ne di na chi na obekere eno wo so ye. So, dem no waka ne dem na America. So, pa ho brase kodi akire na ye ne kama mama. Pa ho brase kodi akire na ye ne kama mama. Ya sitie na de ono obekere won na ye. No,
you see, therefore, Pierre, I can hear what some of you are saying. The day the man gave this advice, that was the very day the man went to say, Samo Kwame Nkrumah. Hey, I even forgot he said, Charlie, Napo, God. No, but some of you are happy to see, you know, a more reflective, more refined Napo. Some of you too are saying, Futu and Sakrani practice opposition. Ghana for one way. Ghana for others too are saying, oh, are your sorties, yadidada. Me, I am waiting to see the full process come to the classroom because today I want a big gap. Now the gap is gaping. It is.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, today is a very special day.
Indeed it
because he died, but he did not stay in the grave. He is risen. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Easter! Happy Easter.
Happy Easter, my darling. I was tempted to attempt some voice.
Why not?
You died and then you rose triumphantly under the... You know what I'm talking about.
In the name of he who died and arose, triumphant on the third day, Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God.
Thank you.
Well, if you know, you know. You're welcome. This is the Upside Down Show on Channel 1 TV. I'm Frema Edunyami.
And my name is Nana Tufo. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to bring you nothing but total entertainment right in the comfort of your homes. Today we're celebrating Easter, all right? There's a reason for the season. You can ascribe your own reason, understand how you want to do it. But we know the actual reason, you understand? Where there was a loosening of a colt or a donkey, there was a mountain of shame, and there was a triumphant entry before the crucifixion, before the, resurrection.
Preach!
And today we celebrate and we revel in that resurrection power of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I believe in it.
Oh, I super believe in that. Well, I mean, with the way things are going, if you don't believe in Christ, if you don't believe in the resurrection, then quite honestly, I don't know what your beliefs are.
You got to believe in something, stand for something, or you fall for everything.
So we'll be taking it to the presence of God, and right back here in the studio, because today we have a man of God joining us. He is a brother, it feels super special when you have a brother who is a man of God, because you know that if for nothing at all, somebody is interceding for you always,
Constantly.
And we love that. Yeah, we love that. Because, once in a while we kind of fall off, but we've got a brother who always ensures that. In fact, it is his duty.
Yeah.
Because one day Christ will ask him.
Oh, of course. And that's why the sheep have a shepherd.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you're a sheep.
As meek as I am a sheep.
And I prefer to be, a sheep.
Very humble sheep.
And have a shepherd. I need that. We need to have a shepherd.
We need guidance.
But we also have a beautiful choir joining us.
Absolutely
because
fantastic.
when we get to heaven, we will be singing praises, to God. But the choir is ready.
Are they ready? Is the choir ready?
I think the choir
Ladies
is
and
ready.
gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah.
Witness greatness. Let's present to you the dynamic choir. Enjoy.
If you're in church, they'll tell you that do it until they get you. Keep clapping. Yes,
You're coming from far, so the louder you clap, the faster
they come.
Thank you. The dynamic choir is in the building. We're going to choose that to some amazing, amazing renditions of some of your favorite gospel songs. So please, we don't want to be selfish, we want to share it with you, you understand?
Yeah.
So let's enjoy together, all right? Dynamic choir.
time again. Finals. Oh yeah. Go TV. Let's go. Go TV. This is too big. The Premier League, La Liga, Champions League, FA Cup, Europa, and more. Finals. Stay connected to catch all the biggest football finals with your best football friend. Go TV. Love it.
That was a wonderful performance.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You know, we went to heaven and came back.
At the point, I felt I was in the Methodist church. And then there was a switch to the high life session. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, they came
now
for
we're
us.
jamming for Jesus.
Of course. But that was a great one.
Great.
From Dynamic Choir, you know. And this is what Easter is all about. You know, I mean, usually we go to church on Sundays and during the week and all, but I especially love Easter because it gives us a moment to reflect really on the true salvation, on the real death and resurrection of Christ. I mean, every day is there, but during Easter, we get to sit down, talk about it, and renew our love, you know, and our appreciation for salvation.
And if you believe in the death and the resurrection power of Jesus Christ, I don't think you should struggle to find a reason to celebrate Easter.
Oh no,
I think it's cast in stone, right?
It is our lifestyle.
You have more than enough reason.
It is our lifestyle. So this is who you are.
The biggest sacrifice
anybody can ever make.
To lay down their life for you.
Absolutely.
And Christ did that for us. But before he did that, Fremont,
yes.
But you know, day before the Easter Sunday, which is the Palm Sunday.
Yeah.
And on that day, when Christ sat on the donkey to make that triumphant entry, we're laying down our cloths on the ground for him to walk on. What the cloth not pamphlet?
Well, it means that if Jesus comes today, I will lie down myself. Because me and the cloth will be on the ground. I mean, Jesus will understand that times have changed. Times have changed.
High sense.
Christ.
And also settings.
Christ. You know, we too love you know, but we've done a beautiful dress with a cloth, right? Oh, so yes, I mean, if Christ comes today.
Oh, but I love it. Come on.
Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. This is how we sing our own resurrection.
And I don't know. So what do you have in there? Is that the National Theatre? Is that Noah's Ark?
You're so spot on. It's the National Theatre.
But you know the National Theatre, it looks like Noah's Ark.
You never know what the inspiration was. You know, everything is biblical. So yeah, so it's the National Theatre.
You look amazing.
Thank you very much.
You look amazing.
Thank you very much. Well, but it's now time to have one man who really understands resurrection well. You know, I mean, we all understand it. We know, and Christ died and all that. But from time to time, we need some sense of renewal. You know, to let us know why it's important, just so that we don't sway. Because for a lot of people, that is the period. I mean, Easter is the period where we have to eat fufu and abenkwai. We have to go do jamming. We have to do sit-ins. We have to break bottles. But
you can easily be carried away.
Absolutely. But it's very important for you to know why Easter. You know, and we can have none other than our very own one man that, you know, when you hear his voice at dawn, you know that something great is happening. Pretty soon we'll also have him, you know, at family consecration. And I really have admired how he has grown, because when I met him, when I knew him, he wasn't a reverend minister. But it's not easy, you know, to be among people who know you and to adhere to the call of God, and still you have the respect of your colleagues.
Exactly.
You don't really find that, you know. Now I can't even call him by his name.
Well, no, he's not your ordinary friend, the one you used to know. It's good that you have a man in his position and reverence as a friend.
Yes.
But then, I mean, we need to accord him.
He doesn't like plenty fans.
Yeah. He doesn't like fans. See, he gives fans more than anyone
But he
else.
Doesn't like to be given fans.
You let him come.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome our very own Reverend Mauli Chikata. Who's that?
Awesome.
Yes, boss. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You know, they say that when a man is in white shirt, he's in his best behavior. When a man of God is in a white shirt, then you that are not in a white shirt, you have to be in your best behavior.
Yeah.
You know. So today, Nana, I don't know if, you know whenever I meet Reverend, we have different levels of engagement. When it is on family consecration, there's a different level of the whole conversation. When it is, this is your day, it's different. When it's on Dynamic Friday, also, today which one are we going for?
We're going for This Is Your Day and Family Consecration Service.
You can't take out the other one.
But even within that, we have seasons of prayer.
Yes. So seasons of prayer. And we are in the seasons of prayer.
Exactly.
Yes.
With a sprinkle of Dynamic Friday. Anyway, you are super welcome. Don't we love you? How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. Grace abounds.
Great. But quite honestly, you are doing well. To get up at midnight, lead the prayer session, and 4 a.m. to lead the prayer session as well. Sometimes do the afternoon as well. No, you are an anointed man of God because this calls for special grace.
We don't do it by our own strength. Like the scripture says that by strength shall no man prevail. So we always depend on the grace of God. You're also doing well. You are able to combine a lot of things. You're doing events, you read the news, you are doing this program. You do all kinds of things. So it's where you find yourself and God's grace that He gives to you.
When you spoke about the fans, you see, now he's turning the thing back at you.
You see that thing.
No, but Man to Ford does the same. I meet him every morning reading the news on radio.
Now there's a Superman.
I see him on radio in the morning. I say good morning to him, and then by the time
you only say good morning.
By the time I get to the office, I try to watch Channel 1 TV. He's on TV. Later in the evening, he's reading news. All kinds of things. So we all
and it's
have the grace of God.
Initially, I thought it was just the grace next door, but now I know there's some grace from above.
Oh yes, God gives us grace. God gives us grace.
But you have grown. I mean, we have seen you, grow. When I joined then City TV at City FM, you were Mauli Chikata.
Yes.
But today, I mean, Reverend Mauli Chikata, and we can't even mention your name without the Reverend.
Of course.
No, for me, it means so much. Because. Yes.
You don't have to add the Reverend to it.
I have
but we cannot also downplay the fact that that's what it is now.
I am a new Reverend Emeka Mauli Chikata. No, it's heavy. You understand? It feels like I'm not giving honor to whom honor is due. Yeah. But let's get to know you a little bit. Just tell us a little bit about you.
Okay. So I am the sixth. I'm the last of 6 children.
Okay.
I went to school at Ghana National College, secondary school. I grew up in Nima, which a lot of people don't. When Nima? I tell, yes, I grew up in Nima. I'm a Nima boy. I'm a proper Zongo boy. I spit the Hausa. Like, yes.
So how do you say, brethren, God loves you so much in Hausa?
No. Mutanemu, Alana Sonku.
What were you doing in Nima, guy?
I told you I was born, bred. I spent 13 years of my life in Nima.
Wow.
What happened?
That's where we lived.
Really?
Yes.
Are your parents from?
No. So that's one thing people don't understand. When people speak of Zongo, they think about Muslims and they think about our people from the north.
Yes.
But if you do a proper study of a Zongo community, what you're going to see is the people from the north, Muslims, in terms of religion, Muslim dominated. The next group of people that you see are Eves.
Okay.
So where I lived, so you find Eves, then you find the Kweus, because there's the Nima market. And it's dominated by the cool businessmen. And then you find the Gans amongst. So the Zongo is not just. There are Ashantis as well, but not as dominant as. I mean, if you put Ashantis and everybody, they can group together, you find them as a group of people.
Makes a lot of sense.
But if you go to a typical Zongo community, one of the groups of people you find are actually Eves.
Because it's a migratory settlement.
Yes, a migratory settlement.
Wow.
Yes.
But what business were your parents into?
My father was with SEPS, Custom Excise and Preventive Service. Yes.
Oh, okay.
My mom was into business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I went to Ghana National College. From there, I went to the University of Ghana. I'm a Vandal. So yeah, after University of Ghana, worked at City, and then went to the seminary, Trinity, and then currently I'm doing full-time ministry. I try to do some one or two consultancy here and there. Yes, so that's the little bit about me.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yes.
So how was growing up in Nima like?
It was good. It was communal. I mean, it was good. I went to St. Kizito, the Catholic, St. Kizito school. We played basketball. We played football. Actually, one of the products of our neighborhood is Kudus. So I know Kudus very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I know his family very well.
Wow.
So we played football together. But for my parents, probably I would have been a footballer because I played football.
Wow.
We played basketball. We played tennis. We did it's communal. You live together. You are each other's keeper.
Yeah.
You study together, and it was a place where you had to study. You had to study and make your way through.
What was nightlife like? Because in those areas, the night there's cocoa will be available.
Oh yes, everything you
we all want to the streets at night.
So what you're saying is what it is.
Yeah.
There's no end to life. There's no end to life when you find yourself in a place like Nima. It's a 24-hour economy. Yes, if you choose to put it that way. Yes, so it's what it is.
Yeah.
What I can say is that it's a very communal area. People love each other. People care for one another. You are my brother. You are my sister.
But you know that for people who probably aren't too familiar with
the president lives there, actually. The former president lives there.
Yeah.
No, he's hardcore. But so for people who are not too familiar with, I don't know if I should say Zongo life or Nima life. I don't know how to put it. For want of a better word, people describe people in such areas as a bit rowdy.
There's a perception.
There's a perception. You have lived there.
Yeah.
Why do people think that people in these areas are rowdy?
It's a survival instinct because the things that come easily for others, you may not find it there.
Okay.
So naturally, if you live in an environment like that, you want to survive. It's like when you find out people outside of the country.
Yeah.
I mean, the kind of things they will do. I mean, you find somebody who was a banker here, but if he has to go and live outside the country where it's tough,
they're prepared to do anything.
They'll do anything. So it's a survival instinct. And I think that it pushes you to want to stand for yourself. It pushes you to want to fight. It pushes you, fight not in the negative sense, but to strive for success. And I think it's just a way of surviving because you don't have everything around.
The system naturally toughens you.
The system naturally toughens you.
So would you say that you living in Nima, and with everything you've said, has shaped you in a way in who you are today?
Of course. You have to learn. I know the street language. I understand what it means to survive. And so I am content. So and if I have, fine. If I don't have, fine. Because it comes from there. And if I have and someone needs, I give. It's communal. You are looking to support where somebody needs something. And that's where it comes from. I remember a story of when there was a day I was from work and I had to visit a friend in Asalam Down. I had my iPad because I was going to church from work. So from church, I was going to visit the friend. We had to do some things and then I'll go home. So I got to formally equip, how do you call it? Where the GRA office is now. You cross the street into Asalam Down. So I was holding the iPad and then there were these two guys on their motorbike. And then one said to the brother in Hausa, it's an iPad. The other said, no, he's holding a notebook. And so there and then, I thought if I should run, these guys would come after me. So what do? I know the Nima life. I walk up to them and I speak to them in Hausa.
What did you say?
This is an iPad.
No, I said.
Yeah, give us the, give us the street language.
Yeah. let me finish. Okay. So I said, this is an iPad. We are all brothers. We just went to the mosque today. We just finished praying. It's Friday. If you want it, you can have it. They said, get up from here. They sat on the motorbike and left.
No, but how did you say it?
So I said, Muduka mutani gudani. iPad ni. Ya munje muinsala. Nkuna sonku karibi. Baku sonkuma kubani. Nwuche. So that's all.
They catch me, they will take
so it's the life.
Yeah.
You know, it's the life.
Yeah.
And it has its own blessing. The language comes with its own blessing. Yeah. I mean, in this office, there are people I relate with as brothers because I speak the language.
Okay.
You know, like Umaru calls me his brother because he speaks my language. He speaks the Ewe, I speak Hausa, and we flow together.
Wow.
You know,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. Do you sometimes go back?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes.
Then when
but
you go to
the
memories
place has changed, you know. A lot of the places are becoming business centers.
Yeah.
People are converting homes into shops. But there's one thing about people who live in communities like that. It is that no matter how high you get to, you still come back. It's home.
Yeah.
There's homecoming. So I spent 13 years of my life there. We relocated to our own place. But from time to time you
have
visit.
To go back.
Yes, and when you go, they identify with you. You are accepted.
Of course.
Yes, that's the life.
Wow. Wow.
Great stuff. This is the Upside Down Show. We're having a conversation with the Reverend Mauli Chikata. You hear him on the Midnight Cry, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. You hear him, This Is Your Day, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And then, of course, there's the prayer encounter, which is happening from noon, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. We're getting to know him and, of course, what he does, what he is about. He just told us a story about growing up in Nima. When we come back, we'll have a conversation about the man he stands for, Jesus Christ. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings it all together. Get a daily dose of entertainment, discover new talent, and never miss out on the creativity that defines our vibrant culture.
Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle Ghana Weekend, on X Ghana Weekend, on TikTok Ghana Weekend, at Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube for the latest in entertainment, travel, and everything Ghana. Don't miss out. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, where entertainment meets creativity. Visit GhanaWeekend.com now.
All right, you're welcome back. This is the Upside Down Show, and Reverend Mauli Chikata is here. This time he's not sitting behind the console in the radio studio 97.3 doing Nana Toof. Nana Toof. And there you go. So you see what I'm talking about?
Only as one team chairman.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, Mauli Chikata is here.
This evening.
You started again.
Nana Toof.
You started again.
But before we zoom in properly to Easter, how did you join the City family?
How did I join the City family? So we were working on a project, Ghana Decides.
Okay.
We worked on that project in 2008.
Is this an election project?
It's an election project with sponsorship from Star Ghana, US Embassy. We had partnership from Al Jazeera, BBC Africa. It was the beginning of social media and new media in the world and in Ghana. And so 2008, we covered the elections online. And 2012, we repeated same. So at a point, we partnered with City.
Who is the we?
Blogging Ghana.
Oh,
Ghana
okay.
Decides. Ghana Decides is the name of the project.
Okay.
But it was run by Blogging Ghana.
Okay.
So after doing, and I was the project lead for the 2012.
Okay.
So in running the social media, the digital elections, but the main project lead was Kinali Kimani.
Okay.
So I ran the social media. In 2008, I was assisting Kwabena Kwama Boateng, who is now with the IMF. He used to work with the US Embassy as their social media manager. So we worked together. In 2012, we worked again on the same project. So after the elections, because in 2012 we partnered with City, after the elections, Bernard reached out and said they needed somebody who could assist with the City project in that area. So Kina said, then Mauli will be the best person.
Okay.
So funny story is that Bernard reached out to me on Twitter. We did everything on Twitter, my salary, everything.
Wow.
It was so
Well, maybe that was your own version of proving yourself for the new role.
I came to meet
Samens?
HR, and then she took me to meet Samens. And when I was coming, I was told I was going to meet the MD. So I prepared, interview questions.
Forget about it.
But when I came, Samens, like what you're asking me, tell me about yourself. I hear you are a Krife boy, you love God, you are a church boy. So he started talking about church, he went into action, he went into all kinds of history about the church. We just spoke about church. And then he said, okay, so Bernard, you can go with him. So I left thinking I was not going to get the job.
Because there was nothing
about the job. It was all about church scriptures. We're talking about the Bible here and there. So I got home and I was like, I have lost the job.
Little did you know that it was CP first. The kingdom of heaven, all other things shall be added.
So I came, I think, on Thursday. On Friday, HR said I should report on Monday. So on Monday, that's when I started working at City. That's how I came to City.
Wow.
I was working as head of online, restructuring our website and our digital products. And so that's how we...
Nana, when later, because I knew him as head of online when I joined City, and now Channel 1. And then one day I heard that, Mauli is now a pastor. I was like, so I was just trying to situate the whole Mauli is a pastor, in proper context. Because quite honestly, I don't know if anybody has told you, my initial
vibe.
My initial impression about you was as on Shedam Pinipa, as a, maybe it was me because it takes me time to warm up to people. But I say he minds his business. And I think when people are like me, I feel as
I get it.
So when I heard that he's now a reverend minister, I was like, hey, now I call your name microphone because the reverend microphone preach here. And then I started hearing, Mauli. When did that happen?
I've always been a church boy. I don't think anyone who went to school with me will be surprised.
Were you a chaplain in school?
No, but I held so in secondary school I was Bible Studies coordinator for Scripture Union.
Okay.
I'm a Scripture Union boy through and through. I was in Harvest. Harvest Chapel had a ministry in the secondary schools. I was part of I was Bible Studies coordinator in University Christian Fellowship. I was Bible Studies coordinator. UCF. I went for camp meetings. I went for missionary work.
So you were
in
on
school.
That path.
Anybody who knew me from secondary school to university would tell you that
they are not surprised.
They are not surprised, but I am surprised because I didn't think that I would be a pastor. People call me pastor, but I said no.
But what were you
still haven't come to the realization, or you still haven't accepted?
When we're on campus, people say, "Oh, this guy is going."
But with all the things you were doing, what were you thinking? What was the end game for you?
You thought that you were going to assist
just
someone.
a good Christian. Just a good Christian.
Yeah.
You know, I led praise and worship. I'll preach. I'll lead prayer.
But what was left?
But I mean, I never thought that I would become a pastor.
Like some ranking member is saying whatever as a shadow minister.
Exactly.
You were a shadow pastor. You were a shadow pastor.
Christian family.
Until it happened.
Wow.
So it so happened that you just have to respond to the call. And we responded to the call.
So in responding to the call, and
Yes.
especially in the period that we are in,
Yes.
what does Easter mean to you?
Well, Easter is the central event of our Christian faith. The Christian faith will not survive without the death, resurrection, ascension of Jesus Christ.
You know, we hardly had the ascension. It means that there are pastors in the house.
Yes,
we
Christ
stopped that
died.
resurrection.
Yeah, we stopped our
Christ died,
resurrection.
He resurrected.
We
and
forgot that he went back to heaven.
And he will come back again.
They're coming back in the day.
Yes, he'll come back again. And so without that, our faith, 1 Corinthians chapter 15 tells us that without that, our faith is in vain.
Yeah.
The things we say, if Jesus did not die, if Jesus did not resurrect, and his resurrection means that there is hope for eternal life for us. Because he resurrected, we believe that he will come again and we will also resurrect with him. So the foundation of our faith is that Jesus died. So if you don't believe that Jesus died, you cannot be a Christian. You have to believe that he died. You have to believe that he resurrected. You have to believe that he ascended into the heavens. And that is what makes you a Christian. A Christian is not because you are born in a Christian home. A Christian is not because you sing hymns. A Christian is not because you have a Bible. A Christian is not because you go to church. A Christian is not because you give tithe or you give offerings. A Christian is not because you pray. A Christian is the one who believes that Jesus died and Jesus resurrected. You know, that's what Romans chapter 10 verse 9 and 10 tell us. So if you don't believe in the death, burial, resurrection, ascension of Jesus Christ, you are not a Christian. That's why we say that the Easter season is the death, resurrection, ascension of Jesus is the centrality of our faith, because everything we do as Christians is connected to it. We are Christians because of that. And that's why we are not Jews.
Right.
You know, we are Christians because we believe Jesus died, Jesus resurrected. And we trust God because of Jesus. Yeah.
But the events leading to the eventual crucifixion and the death, resurrection, and ascension, like let's say the Palm Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay. Why was that important?
So the Palm Sunday,
that's triumphant entry. Why was it important?
It's important because in one way it fulfills something that happened in the Jewish tradition. So in the Jewish tradition, before the Passover, they had a celebration. And that celebration, they'll build like buildings with palm fronts, and to celebrate the Passover. And the Passover was a call on God to say thank you for bringing them out of Egypt into the promised land, out of bondage, how the Lord set them free. And so that celebration was the beginning point of their Passover. And when they celebrated it, they would say, save your people. So Hosanna means save us, Lord, your people. So when we say Hosanna,
that's in Hebrew?
Yes, that's in Hebrew. We are proclaiming the Lord's salvation, that save us, Lord. So when Jesus was entering into Jerusalem, it was like a mirror of what had been a tradition of the Jews in the past. So as he entered into Jerusalem, mind you, he was crucified during the Passover season. So it was just like a prophetic manifestation of the real thing, which they used to do as a shadow in the old covenant. So the people were saying, save us, Lord. At that point, they could recognize him as their Lord. They could recognize him as one sent from above. And so that's why we remember the Lord's entry into Jerusalem with Palm Sunday.
Are we still holding on to the real, like the principles of Easter, today's Christians?
Well, it depends on the type of Christian you are.
But generally, I mean, you are
a lot
a man
of things
God.
have been commercialized.
Right.
So the essence of Easter have been lost by some. But if you are a genuine Christian and you are a believer of Christ, Easter should present to you that season of gratitude unto the Lord. As the scripture says in the book of Romans, that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us, where you appreciate Christ's death and resurrection. And not just a celebration, but its implications in our life. So Jesus did not just die, he did not just resurrect, he did not just ascend into the heavens. There are implications for us who believe in him. So if Jesus died for me, the implication is that my sins are forgiven.
Right.
If Jesus died for me, the implication is that I am saved. So there should be no point in time in the life of the Christian where you doubt your salvation, if Easter truly means something to you.
Right.
So there's no point in your life where you are in doubt about where you are or what God's mind for you is, if you are a Christian. So if we understand Easter, that Christ died for us, the scripture says that while we were still sinners, he died for us to show. He says that God demonstrated his love towards us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. The implication of Easter, therefore, is that Jesus loves me. It doesn't matter what I go through. It doesn't matter the highs and the lows. God loves me because God has already demonstrated. So God is not now going to tell you, Freeman, that I love you. He's not now going to show that he loves you. He's not now going to demonstrate again. He's demonstrated it through the cross.
Even when you keep sinning, not willingly.
Not willingly, yes. But that is why Easter is important, because his blood cleanses us from all of our iniquities. It says that in him we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins according to the riches of his grace. So the blood of Christ is what brings us to that place of forgiveness of sins. And if we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive us and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. That forgiveness is founded on Christ's death on the cross. So the implication, so is Easter, even though it's an event that happens, its implication works with a Christian all the days of his life. So every day is Easter for us, because every day Jesus has died for us. Every day the resurrection power and the manifestation of the effect of the resurrection is evident in our lives. And that is why we can trust God.
Can you be a Christian and not believe in the second coming of Christ?
No. You are a Christian because you believe Jesus died, Jesus resurrected, Jesus ascended, and he's coming again. Jesus himself talks about his second coming. He talks about his second coming.
Like a lion.
If by his own words he speaks that he's coming again, and you don't believe it, then you don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Because quite honestly, like you mentioned, we can't pick and choose.
No.
You can't believe in the by my stripes you are healed, and not believe in I will come again.
The second coming.
No, it doesn't work like that. Wow. Also, I'm sure we can go on and on and on and on. You know,
by the grace of God.
Yes, but well, I'm looking forward to family consecration and to have you up there leading prayers. And when it happens like that, you're a different human being.
But even before that, he's been praying seasons of prayer.
Seasons of prayer.
Yes. Everything by grace. You know, everything.
No wonder your church is called Grace Center. Because we need the grace. We really need the grace. But
everything by God's grace.
Thank you very, very much. And we'll continue, behind the scene.
I'll wait for you to do the studio before I enter.
Exactly. So I'm sure we'll have more of you in this. We've already had more of you, throughout the Easter season, and also looking forward to the other pastors joining you for family consecration. Thank you very much for doing an amazing work. You inspire all of us, honestly.
Thank you for having me. Yes. Thank you for praying for me and for checking on me.
Well, we try.
I don't see you this month. Where you go high?
It's necessary.
It means a lot. You have no idea.
Oh, Charlie.
Pastors, people don't check on us.
That's a small thing we can do.
Thank you for checking on us.
When you go on the trips down south, take us along.
By the grace of God.
You know what I want. Don't take me, but I know what I want. He knows what I want. Only 2 things I want. Very well. I will say it. Also, thank you very much. So we've been talking to our very own Reverend Mauli Chikata. He's the lead pastor at Grace Center. And maybe he's also a resident pastor here at Channel 1 TV and City FM. Thank you very much also for joining us. And our regards to your beautiful family.
Yeah.
Right, this is the Upside Down Show. We'll be right back.
All righty, grateful. It's time to get into a conversation with the amazing, young, talented individuals who have been serenading us with some beautiful renditions of some of your favorite tunes. I'm talking about the Dynamic Choir. They would rather sing than talk, or we're going to force them to talk. All right. So I have 2 of them. 2 out of the team of many, right? If we want to bring all of them into the studio, they won't fit. So today we just brought a fraction of them. But there's an amazing event coming up. They're going to tell us about that. We need all of you to patronize that event, okay, so that you can better appreciate them. We're also going to show you where you can access or have access to their stuff, their works, the wonderful stuff they've been doing online, okay, social media, wherever. They'll tell us about it. The big one himself is here, Kofi Okran. Yeah, seated like a boss. The boss that he is. Kofi, how's it going?
Everything is going so well.
Good stuff.
Since we started preparing for our program and the opportunity to come to, this program to also talk about her lives, it's been an amazing journey so far.
Awesome. Kofi is not alone. Amma is here.
Hi.
Hey, Amma.
Hi.
Charlie, earlier I thought you wanted to challenge the angels in the heavens, so because that voice.
Well, I'll try.
Don't you, girl? Let's talk about the 21st of April. What's happening? He lives.
Yes. So by Easter Monday, our Lord have risen. So I think the time is even the day is very perfect.
Yeah.
We are having He Lives. He Lives is our flagship program. I think this year will be the 11th.
11th.
So we started in 2013, and we just. I think the COVID year was the year we didn't do it. So I think this should be our 11th. If I got it correctly, and you are doing He Lives now. Everyone comes to a choral concert, and what they think is coming to sit there. The people sing songs. I see most of the songs they'll be nodding. You have a lot of people pressing their phones and all that because they can relate to some of the songs. Others are very alien to them. But this year we are doing something we've not done before. That is a melodrama.
Okay.
So we are actually augmenting the singing with characters on the cross. We want to tell a very, let's say, hypothetical story without deviating from the theological thing, right? Imagine a conversation that could happen between Jesus, the one on the right and the one on the left, the one who got saved, and the one who, mocked Jesus to the end. So imagine what is the possible conversation that could come up. So we are trying to. We have a very interesting story coming here.
I'm trying to put my mind to it,
it's something that we so much want people to come and experience. So that's what we are doing. Conversation between the characters. I don't know if I should say something about them.
All right. So let's leave the actual food for the 21st. Where is it happening?
At the National Theatre. And because the melodrama, you miss a scene and you don't get the story. So we are starting at 5 p.m. But the audience are on the dot. But we are encouraging audience to be seated by 4:30. That is when we open the venue up for them to get in and get seated. 5 o'clock. We start telling the story. Yep. And then I forgot to mention the title for this year is Remember Me.
Okay.
Remember Me. So at the end of the day, we are looking forward to people actually experiencing God at their doorstep, where all that they will say is, Lord, remember me. As part of our promo materials on social media, we actually did a street interview, and one guy it was very humbling. So we met one yogurt seller, and we asked him, so what do you want the Lord to do for you? In line with the Remember Me. Essentially, he said he just wants to get a job where he will be respected.
Yeah. Wow.
was super humbling experience, and many other stories which we'll be sharing on our social media. So that's really what we want to do.
I was going to ask him about testimonies after your events over the years.
We've had a lot. Even recently, there was somebody who shared with us how he was going through a very tough season. He was going through some tough times in his closet. I mean, there are lots of people walking around with so much issues, but you find it difficult to reach out. You don't even know who to reach out to. But then, even through our Sunday hymns, this person heard one of our songs, and it helped him through that tough time. And there have been many other testimonies we've received. Dynamic Choir, I think it goes with our name. We are not just centered on the hymns and just the choir. We do diverse songs, but it's all centered on Christ.
Beautiful stuff. So now you have more than enough reason to show up, okay? It's happening on the 21st of April at the National Theatre. We need you seated by 4:30 p.m. 5 p.m. exactly, the show starts, okay?
The ticket goes for 100 cedis.
100 Ghana cedis.
Oh, you
come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Short code, you can actually buy online, star 713, star 33, star 930 hash.
Star 713, star 33, star 930 hash. All right, grab a ticket now. Thank you so much, Kofi. Thank you so much, Amma. We wish you well. We'll see you on the 21st at the National Theatre. You guys should come along, okay? This is the Upside Down Show here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Wow. You're not hitting this part, right?
Why?
Come on. It's been amazing, and then you have to say goodbye.
We will have to, because don't forget that there are other things that we also need to attend to. You know, for me, that whole Easter conversation and the reminder of the second coming of Christ, you know, puts me in a much more reflective mood this evening. Just in case you weren't too sure or you've forgotten, well, he's coming back, and this time not as a lamb. So just get prepared.
You know, when we were speaking with yourself, I wanted to try some Esther Smith song, but
which one?
I was looking for that my voice.
Nipa. Nipa, wana noti yasi. Minya da sene, wana noti yasi. Ebefa Jesus afano sande onche na wabo. Afana faniye usande onche na wabo. Obeba bebo biarate nemeni nyumato. Orima de ugomabio. Obeba ni de arena de na waketuna na ingwem. Fawa kumama Jesus naive unude oyo no kwarfo nipa naive unude irade oyo no kwarfo. Anyway, this has been the Upside Down Show right here on Channel 1 TV. Thank you very much for watching. I'm Frema Edunyami.
And my name is Nana Tufu. As always, be kind to your mind. We'll see you again.
Ago, on 28 May 1975, a bold vision came to life. The dream of a united, integrated and prosperous West Africa became a reality as leaders of 15 West African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria to lay the foundation of a regional organization with the capacity to address the economic, socio-political and security challenges facing the region. On that historic day, ECOWAS was born. Over the past 5 decades, ECOWAS has remained resilient, steadfast and committed to the ideals set forth by its founding fathers, promoting democracy, peace, security, good governance. Key achievements over the years include advancing intra-regional trade through the implementation of the Common External Tariff, spearheading regional infrastructure projects, including transnational road corridors connecting member states' capitals, establishing a regional electricity market, and progressing towards a single regional currency, supporting member countries in combating epidemics
robotics, strengthening healthcare systems, and improving food security. Investing in human capital development, promoting gender equality, empowering youth, and fostering culture and tourism. Providing humanitarian support to vulnerable populations during crises and disasters, and supporting democratic processes and regional stability through election observation missions.
As we reflect on our journey over the past 50 years, we look to the future with hope and determination. Together, let us continue to build the ECOWAS of our dreams and ECOWAS of the people. Peace and prosperity for all. ECOWAS, stronger together for a brighter future.
We use AI to answer your questions on sexual and reproductive health. But humans have very many ways of asking the same exact question. It's natural language. It's a gift of ours. But the cornerstone is technology that understands lots of questions, previous questions, to answer new exciting questions. And AI is our solution to that.
Right now, I'm currently documenting stories from elderly people that are aged 80 and above, from all the cultures, like everywhere in all parts of Nigeria. When I'm done in Nigeria, I'm doing it for the entire countries in the world, Africa and the rest of the world. I'm not just documenting, I'm also filming them, and I'm going to be exhibiting them in a holographic way. So in 50 years' time, you could be speaking to your ancestors.
Africa is young. Africa is innovative. And Africa needs to be healthy. Izola is a digital health tech startup that uses and leverages compassionate AI. We're giving families freedom and peace of mind. And that's the meaning of Izola, by the way. It's a Bantu word. It means calm. And we aim to bring calm to the healthcare journeys of these families.
Artificial intelligence is taking over the world. It's making it easier for people to make decisions. It's translating information that you did not even know you put. It's translating it into data for you that helps you make better decisions.
I need to My name is Wamoyo Wotoki. I am co-founder and CEO of Izola. Izola is a digital health tech startup that uses and leverages compassionate AI to create tools that simplify the health journeys for families with special needs, children, specifically the neurodivergent. Our goal is to simplify neurohealth journeys for families with special needs children. We have two products. We have an AI-integrated personalized therapeutic platform that's called Izola. And on this platform, the families can access qualified and vetted therapists. We have a second product, which is Zaidi, which is a health agent that is built on generative AI. And families, not just the families, but also their friends who want to know what's happening with this person's child can access information 24/7. It's a health agent, a chatbot. And we have made sure to train it on evidence-based information. Izola began as a result of some scientific research that was being done in Kenya by our parent company, which is an AI biotech based in Germany. And we were working on creating tools using machine learning to diagnose autism. And while we were here, we realized that there was this gap, and these families were not accessing the therapies that their children need, mostly because it is expensive. And we realized we could use technology to lower the cost and also close the access gaps that were there. We have virtual therapy, we have hybrid therapy. We even have some of our therapists attending to the children at school, where the parents agrees with the schools that in the afternoon the therapists can come. and this creates continuation. Yeah, there's scientific evidence that the earlier the intervention starts, the better the outcomes for the child. And it also needs to be consistent. So we don't have situations where somebody does therapy today and then, maybe it's not a priority next week. So we want to lower the cost, use technology, leverage AI to make this possible. So there's consistent intervention. AI for us is a tool. It's not the solution. There's no need to fear it. And as long as there is us behind the technology, there's humans behind the technology, I'm pretty sure that we're going to all enhance or embrace this superpower enabling technologies that are coming up. And we need to do this because the rest of the world is moving so fast. We need to do this as Kenyans and as Africans. Africa is young. Africa is innovative. And Africa needs to be healthy. So Africa needs our company because we are using new technologies to close any resource gaps, close healthcare access gaps that exist. And so Africa needs our company because we are creating tools that will speed up and create our superpowers. So ethically created, representative of human diversity, and compassionate. And we ensure this by localizing the tools that we are creating. We are able to see where the person who is logging in, where they're located, and then they're able to look at the data or get the information they need in their language. Saidi speaks Swahili now. That's exciting for us. So by localizing, that ensures scientific, cultural sensitivity. You can ask Saidi any question. And for example, families with special needs children, they need to know how to toilet train my child or what kind of recipes are appropriate for my child. And you cannot have recipes with ingredients that are not existent in Kenya. So we watch out for that. We definitely are working on the mother care aspect because when a mother has peace of mind that her child is taken care of, she's able to exercise her economic agency. So you can either have a mom who is running from work or has to get out of work because she has to take care of a child with special needs, or you can have a mom who has peace of mind that her child is well taken care of, the therapist is coming at home, or the therapist is coming to the school to provide the therapist. The child's milestones continue to be met and they're not left behind. That's definitely one of the ways that we are contributing to the socio-economic development. We're giving families freedom and peace of mind. And that's the meaning of Aizola, by the way. It's a Bantu word. It means calm. And we aim to bring calm to the healthcare journeys of these families.
My son was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. I didn't know about it there before. Since I was a new parent, I didn't know anything to do with cerebral palsy. I didn't know what was it. But through the app from Aizola, now I understand more what cerebral palsy is and ready to tackle all the challenges that comes with cerebral palsy. It has been wonderful. I'm a busy woman for first. I'm in business, and without the app, you used to get a lot of challenges because if you get like your son is sick, you used to look for doctors, look for specialists, look for now who can handle this. But through the app, you just click, get the information, and you're done. No wasting of time, and you get what you want from the app. There is hope. There is a lot of hope. So me, I'm hopeful for my child. I know he's a great man, and I know he's going to impact so many in this country and in the world.
The ultimate success will be that children are getting the therapy sessions they need. They're participating in society. They're getting jobs. So I see a world where the neurodivergent are part of the world, like they're very active in exercising their own economic agency like everybody else. 10 years from now, we have built a globally renowned company. We have created technologies that have crossed over across the world. The world needs Africa, and Africa is already young. Africa is already innovative. Africa needs to be healthy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Ivan Amukasa from SophiBot, and at SophiBot we use AI to answer your questions on sexual and reproductive health. Because this side of the world it's awkward and hard to talk about sexual health, we created AI. You can ask questions and get answers too. You learn soon enough. It's not a problem unique to Africa. We are the fast starting point, but then all around the world, no matter how free and how liberal the society is, sexual health is still a sensitive topic. People really need a private and anonymous way to get this information. It's probably one of the few things that unite us all as a continent, and that's sexual reproductive health and rights. And in some cases, legislation and lobbying from other parts of the world affect us and affect other parts of the world. So having the right information across the board is the best way to move forward. So AI is the centerpiece of what we do because we want to answer questions fast, but we want the user to be comfortable that they're not sharing the personal information with an actual human being who will judge them. So avoid judgment, we automate it and answer your question. Initially we weren't good enough, our technology wasn't good enough at understanding and answering questions because the technology was limited. We started off with it was limited where you had to predefine questions and answers. But humans have very many ways of asking the same exact question. It's natural language. It's a gift of ours. So if we use AI, we can learn the different ways. You can learn 6 different ways a user asks the same question, and then the AI can now answer the same exact question asked 100 and 150 times a way. So the AI learning from previous questions and synthesizing that to answer new unexpected question is the cornerstone of entire models. We had been tempted previously when the technology wasn't there to tone down the technology to a menu based, or press 1 to answer questions on STI, press 2 to answer questions on contraceptives, but it wasn't as impactful. The cornerstone is technology that understands lots of questions, previous questions, to answer new exciting questions, and AI is our solution to that. In 2017, we used to tell people we are the Siri for sexual health. Now we tell people, you know ChatGPT? Yes, so we ChatGPT, the teen ChatGPT, we have that of our own, and it answers your questions on sexual health. On August 2016, I think June 2016, there's a call to action by the United Nations Population Fund asking innovators, asking techies to solve for sexual health. I hadn't even thought of how big the problem was. And it was an instant eureka. It clicked. There's this technology I've been playing around with, and this is the point where it has the most impact. It was a nice intersection of 2 different worlds, and I ran with it. Make it anonymous, have how to automate it and deploy. Yeah, our data set is about 30,000 question answer pairs, so 30,000 times different unique questions and answers. Now we've added 3 other languages now translating those question answer pairs to exact question and answers, and now you can now train the technology. So Western companies, big tech companies aren't as invested in our problems and our unique experiences. So there's an opportunity for Kenyan and Africans to build our own data sets, to build our own AI model. I consider that as an opportunity. They call our local languages under-resourced. We don't have enough literature out there to train AI models. That's an opportunity for us as Africans to build our own models, to first curate our own data sets and create our own unique experiences, and then train our own models to reflect our own cultural experiences. The first ethical concern is, do you have sub-communities in your data set who are not completely represented? Or on the other angle, do you have larger populations that are overrepresented? They're not a true reflection of life. So start off with the data. The second thing is the claims. So very, very careful the claims that your AI does and the solution does. SophiBot does not diagnose diseases. It will offer you answers on symptoms, but then it will not offer diagnosis because our technology is not at that position, and technology in general is not at that position to reliably give you correct diagnosis. So that's our take on it. Data set, how you train it, monitoring it, and lastly, claims, because it's new, exciting technology. There are some people who are making claims that the technology cannot do yet. So be very, very careful with the claims you say your technology can do. For a long time, I've wanted SophiBot to be on SMS. So while global companies try and mass at scale, we want to localize it you and your unique experience. So we want you to talk about SophiBot on SMS in as many languages as we have in Kenya. Last year, we worked with the CBO in Nyanza to translate our dataset from English to Swahili, and by just retraining our AI model with that dataset, we can now answer new questions in a new language, Swahili. So from now on, our strategy will be like looking at other communities out there who run their own centralized interventions, working with their network of peer mentors who translate our dataset in new languages, and by just doing that, SophiBot can answer new questions in new languages and on SMS. That amplifies our impact. That cements our impact, helps us move the conversation forward. That's our plan. SMS is the most ubiquitous form of technology, whether you have a smartphone or not. So you talking to SophiBot, you talking to AI in the most, I try to call it low latency format ever. You don't need a smartphone, you don't need a fast supercomputer to interact with the technology. So using AI in the most low latency way, in a language that you understand, in a language closer to your mother tongue, in your mother tongue. So that's what excites me about SophiBot.
Aye. Let's go there. I will take that. Hi, I'm Oluwagbenga Oshowe, CEO at BuyLendLive. BuyLendLive is an AI-powered PropTech that ensures that all players in the ecosystem can make faster and safer transactions. We do this leveraging the power of technology and artificial intelligence to ensure that you can have the right information for you to make your decisions in the fastest time possible. The real estate ecosystem is broken. PropTech is one of the ways to solve it, which is leveraging the power of technology to make it easier for people to acquire real estate, to acquire properties, right? Either you're buying a house, or you're renting a place, or you're looking for a short let for a short-term stay. So in all of this broken ecosystem where there's a lack of trust, a little bit that we are solving the trust problem in that ecosystem, in that transaction space. So we sit in the middle of buyers, sellers, financiers, regulatory bodies. So for buyers, we become a platform then to see verified properties sold by verified sellers. Right? For sellers is that they do not have to take on all of that marketing effort before their properties can be seen by the people who need to buy them. So they list on a platform, they come to us with their properties. We provide media services, we provide lead generation services, and a couple other things to make sure that their properties can be seen by the people who need to buy them. For regulatory bodies, in the course of doing all of this, of serving buyers and sellers, we get access to important data that shows how are people transacting, and this data can become things that feed information either for what kind of properties to be built, and even for developers, right? So in where we sit, even for financiers, looking at what are people looking for, helps financiers to know who should they fund to build more of these things. So we're sitting in the middle of all of that. So we're getting data from buyers, we're getting data from sellers, and we are serving all of these people, being that meeting point where all of these interactions come to sit. People need to optimize their time. People need to make decisions faster. People need to make decisions easier. So those two elements, time and trust, we're saving you time, we're giving you trust. Because behind what we do is an extensive operation system that ensures that we verify who sells, we verify who buys, we verify the properties. And then there are more, and then we're using technology to be able to do this at scale. thus reaching more people in lesser time and also making it easier for those people to make decisions at the snap of their fingers. Artificial intelligence is taking over the world. It's making it easier for people to make decisions. It's translating information that you did not even know you put. It's translating it into data for you that helps you make better decisions. It can take information in the most unstructured way and translate it into the structured format that needs to get on the platform, because the people who are coming to for that information need it to be in a structured system. Then also it's now data. So artificial intelligence is able to learn what you've visited, what you've checked, and then even if you have not completed a transaction, if something similar to what you want comes up, it's able to give you guides, it's able to give you tips, and it also helps us as a team to find touch points so we can serve you better. At the core of it is the reason for us introducing artificial intelligence is we want to layer this on our technology to ensure that we can give more value to sellers, to buyers, and in all of that, using the data, of course, within ethical construct, using data we have to improve the entire experience for all players in the ecosystem.
I didn't even feel I was ready. That was interesting.
That was really, really good.
Hi, I'm Malik, a creative technologist and a storyteller based in Lagos, Nigeria. I love to experiment. I love to experiment on the next ways to tell stories, on the next ways to receive stories. Experimenting with VR and AR was what led me to AI, because I've done a bunch of things in that realm, telling stories, in an immersive space. Did a few things with Meta, sponsored by the Rockefeller Foundation and Africa No Filter. A couple of years ago, that we documented the performance of IPs to kind of keep that space, that heritage space. Even if it does die out, we have that space in the virtual realm as well. But that kind of evolved into me thinking about what is next in storytelling, what is next in consuming stories, and that's how I started working with AI. I approach AI as a tool, and it's not a replacement. It's just an enhancement, and if I approach it as a tool, that means that every other tool that I've used in the past, the same way I approach it. So it's not something I will just go and approach and try and use that to, type the prompts, get the product, and put it out there. That's not what I do. I create things, from scratch mostly. I train a neural network mostly, or I use it to speed up my workflow mostly. And because I experiment with it a lot, I find new ways to approach it, find new pipelines on how to, solve problems. As a creative, I want to shoot my films. I want to tell my stories, but what is the access? What's the entry to the bar? What's the barrier to the entry to all these things? So I think about all of those things. So when I find tools that I could manipulate to help me tell those stories, I'm always excited. And that was one of the things that made me do that. So AI was something that, before it became a facade, before it became a buzzword, I've been experimenting with AI for the past 3 years, before any of this thing became anything. And when I was doing that, it was not what we're looking at today, because what it was being trained on was not as much as what's being trained on right now. So the results were not as good, very mangled, very, very abstract. But I had hope. I felt like if I could create things with this technology, that means the future is going to be different. I didn't know in the next few months it was going to blow up. Like the access to OpenAI, ChatGPT, everything started to come up, DALL-E 2, DALL-E 3, and I'm like, okay, we're getting there, but it's not what it seemed. When I approached the technology, it wasn't what I was expecting at first, because I forget we're in Africa sometimes. I forget we're Africans. So most of the things are not built with us in mind. So we have to find our ways, to interact and to know what role that we play in that space. So when I first ever tried to create fashion show for the elders, I was getting images that were not representing our culture, not representing us. I was getting impoverished images, and I was thinking, why was I getting impoverished images? Is it that we don't have the right data online, or is it that it's trained on the wrong data? But when I delved into research, it was a lot deeper than that. And that was a rabbit hole for me. And when you look at the disparities or the comparison between the two cultures in a picture, you will see how minor we are and how, so that was what stock photography was trained on. If you go on stock photography today and type in stuff about Africa, you'll still find biased images. So what is AI trained on? It's trained on all these things, stock photography and every other thing that you find online. And there is no regulation, it's just literally everything. So if our data that is out there, it's not being intentional, then it's going to be trained on data that's just out there. So if we're doing TV shows, films, everything that will not be intentional about the kinds of things we put out there, it's a problem, because in the future, that is the trainings on this AI neural network and everything will be trained on everything that we'll put out. So what would the next generation have to feed on? So it wasn't great, but I was able to train it with my data. I've been in this industry for 15 years, and I keep data, I keep storage, hash of everything. So I trained it with everything that I had, from cultures to fashion to clothing to people. And that was what I used to bring out the first fashion show for the elders. In Africa, for instance, just in a village in Kenya, they speak 20 languages. Just picture that. So it's up to the people in Kenya, in that community, someone that understands that, to feed it the right data for proper representation. Same thing with Nigeria, same thing with all the subcultures, Africa and everything, because most of the time it sees Africa as a country, not as a continent. And Africa has many different countries. So we as creators, as individuals, we have to put out the right data that represents us, like in the most valid way, in the most credible way, from our cultures, from what we stand for, from who we are. So that way it's trained on that, because everything that we see about Black history mostly is slavery, but there was something beyond slavery, before slavery. But why is it stuck on slavery? Right now, I'm currently documenting stories from elderly people that are aged 80 and above, from all the cultures, like everywhere in all parts of Nigeria, all sub-levels, all major levels, everything. And the fact of that is, when I'm done in Nigeria, I'm doing it for the entire countries in the world, Africa and the rest of the world. I'm not just documenting, I'm also filming them, and I'm going to be exhibiting them in a holographic way. So in 50 years' time, you could be speaking to your ancestors. Nobody in our lifetime ever spoke to their ancestors or heard from their ancestors. So that's currently what I'm doing. So, and that came up from the Elder series, from the AI theater now into the physical, that now we're touching lives all around the world and preserving history, culture, values, heritage forever. So yeah.
Ago, on 28 May 1975, a bold vision came to life. The dream of a united, integrated and prosperous West Africa became a reality as leaders of 15 West African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria to lay the foundation of a regional organization with the capacity to address the economic, socio-political and security challenges facing the region. On that historic day, ECOWAS was born. Over the past 5 decades, ECOWAS has remained resilient, steadfast and committed to the ideals set forth by its founding fathers, promoting democracy, peace, security, good governance. Key achievements over the years include advancing intra-regional trade through the implementation of the Common External Tariff, spearheading regional infrastructure projects, including transnational road corridors connecting member states' capitals, establishing a regional electricity market, and progressing towards a single regional currency, supporting member countries in combating epidemics, strengthening healthcare systems, and improving food security, investing in human capital development, promoting gender equality, empowering youth and fostering culture and tourism, providing humanitarian support to vulnerable populations during crises and disasters, and supporting democratic processes and regional stability through election observation missions. As we reflect on our journey over the past 50 years, we look to the future with hope and determination. Together, let us continue to build the ECOWAS of our dreams and ECOWAS of the people. Peace and prosperity for all. ECOWAS, stronger together for a brighter future.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadu as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Bawku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yendi, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed in
us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadu airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel One TV, where politics gets real.
This is GW News live from Berlin. Tonight, the pontiff's passing, Catholics in mourning as the world remembers Pope Francis. The Pope died early on Monday at the age of 88, a man loved for his compassion and humility, but who dismayed many with his drive to reform the Catholic Church. The Vatican bells tolling for Francis. Tonight, we'll look back at his life, how a young man from Argentina rose to become leader of more than 1 billion of the faithful. And as flags fly at half-mast across Rome, the cardinals are preparing for the conclave, the elaborate and secretive process of electing the next pope. I'm Brent Goff. It's good to have you with us. Welcome to this special program as the world pays tribute to Pope Francis. The Pope died early on Monday at the age of 88. The man who led the world's 1.4 billion Catholics is being remembered for the compassion that he showed, but also for the anger that he triggered among many conservatives. Just one day ago, the Pope briefly emerged in front of thousands in St. Peter's Square to deliver an Easter Sunday blessing. His health was visibly in decline. He'd recently spent more than a month hospitalized with pneumonia. And these are live pictures that we're seeing now from St. Peter's Square in the Vatican City, where people have been gathering since hearing the news of the death of the Pope, the first Latin American leader of the Roman Catholic Church. Described today as a beacon of compassion, a man guided by humility and faith, and a pontiff who did not shy away from, quote, tensions held in polarity. There are mixed feelings among the faithful gathered in St. Peter's Square.
We were really shocked because the Pope said a lot. He caused quite a stir. He raised interest and so on. To those who loved that and to those that have hindered it. So in short, the news really struck in every sense.
It's a moment of a bit of sadness and at the same time thankfulness and celebration of life.
It's a great disappointment, a great loss. A man who has innovated the church and a man who has left a great mark. And this absence causes great pain.
Well, journalist Seema Gupta is in Rome. She joins me from there now. Seema, good to see you. We understand that Italy's Prime Minister Meloni has said, and I'm quoting here, "We are saying goodbye to a great man and a great shepherd." How have they been reacting to the news of the passing of this Pope?
Well, I think it's just been really a reaction of shock. It may come as a surprise. This was an 88-year-old man who had spent 5 weeks in hospital, in which there were at least 2 occasions that the doctor said that he risked to die. So considering that, why was it a shock? It was a shock because just a day ago, on Easter Sunday, we saw him on that balcony at St. Peter's Basilica. Yes, he spoke, his voice, there was a bit of struggle in speaking, and someone else had to deliver the main message, the Urbi et Orbi, that is done every Easter and every Christmas. But he blessed the faithful, and then he did the surprise thing where he got on an open-top Pope mobile and drove through the square and right down Via Conciliazione that you can see behind me, getting up close and personal to the faithful. And that really was a hallmark of Pope Francis. He wanted to be close to the faithful, close to the people. So bearing that in mind, many Italians I've spoken to have said they're simply shocked. They can't believe that they saw the images on Sunday and this morning to wake up to this news. One person said to me, perhaps he overdid it on Sunday. Who knows? But clearly he was determined to be close to the Catholics, the faithful gathered, even to the last moment.
Yeah. Seema, the Pope, he was cast or has been cast as a progressive, a reforming pontiff, and he also encountered opposition within the church to his reforms. I'm wondering, were his reforms, this reform agenda, was it popular with the Italian people?
Well, with Italians, it was like with those who follow those kinds of progressive ideas, they were quite happy that he mentioned fairly early on in his papacy the idea of who am I to judge, and when it comes to the LGBTQ community, that everyone should be welcome to the church. He drew the line, however, at gay marriage or gay adoption. So in that respect, he definitely followed closely church teachings. He also was against abortion, against euthanasia. Those kinds of things were very much in line with conservative Catholics, even here in Italy. But the fact that he always said the church had to be open to everyone. And I think in that respect, many Italians felt that he was a true shepherd, perhaps in the words of Giorgia Meloni. Here in Italy, as we saw in that report, flags flying in half-mast. Clearly, they are gearing up now in terms of the security and managing the pilgrims as well, the movement of people as we head into a funeral and eventually the conclave.
And what do we know, Seema, about funeral arrangements moving forward?
Well, what we know from this evening itself is that around 8 p.m. local time, his body will be moved into a coffin. And now the Pope was very clear. He actually made certain stipulations about how his funeral would be. He wanted to be in a simple coffin, a coffin that is wood and with a zinc encasing inside. He also said he wanted to be not for the coffin to be placed on a pedestal, but at a more regular height. And he said specifically that he wanted to be buried at St. Mary the Major or Santa Maria Maggiore Basilica. This is one of the 4 main basilicas here in Rome, and he has requested that he be buried there and not at St. Peter's Basilica. It's been a long time since popes have done that. Most popes have been buried there, but he made the stipulation that he wanted that. When the funeral will happen, we'll still have to wait and see. The stipulation is you need to wait at least some 6 to 7 days before that's in place, but the Vatican has yet to announce it.
And Seema, briefly, what about preparations for electing the next pope? What do we know?
Well, that usually it takes another couple of weeks before that happens. We will have the cardinals being called back here to St. Peter, to the Vatican, obviously to attend the funeral, and then they will stay on for the actual conclave. Now, the conclave is a secret vote. the cardinals. We know that there are about 135 or so that qualify, as in you have to be below the age of 80 to participate. And it is a secret conclave. They will be cut off from their phones, from access to the internet or newspapers, and the voting process will happen inside the Sistine Chapel. But of course, right now, thoughts really on the fact that the Vatican and the world, the 1.4 billion Catholics in the world, have lost their leader, Pope Francis.
Journalist Seema Gupta with the latest tonight from Rome. Seema, as always, thank you. And our coverage continues here in the studio now. My colleague Julia Saldelli is our political correspondent. She has also reported on Vatican stories for Italian television, which I just learned that today, Julia. It's good to have you here in the studio. I know you've been following what leaders here in Germany have been saying about the passing of this Pope.
Yes, we've seen many reactions coming from different sides, also of the political spectrum, but also looking at more institutional reactions. We've seen the president of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. He said that the humility and spontaneity and the humor of Pope Francis, but above all, his papably deep faith, have touched people all over the world and given them support, strength, and guidance. And we've also heard from Germany's Chancellor in waiting, Friedrich Merz, who is waiting to be proclaimed Chancellor. And he said, "The death of Pope Francis fills me with great sadness. Francis will be remembered for his tireless commitment to the weakest in society, to justice and reconciliation." So quite some touching words there.
People have been reflecting on Francis's papacy. Some have been calling him the reformer Pope. In what way was he trying to overhaul or change the Catholic Church?
So he brought in a quite new approach, especially also compared to his predecessors, where on the one hand he was seen as the Pope of the people, but he also really wanted to reach out to the faithful who were not sort of close to Rome or really close to the papacy. So people in far-flung areas of the world compared to the Vatican, and people coming from the lowest levels of society, the migrants, the homeless, people outcast from society. And in doing this, he also sought, for example, to reform the finances of the Holy See that were marred by scandal. For example, the Vatican Bank. He tried to reform the Vatican Bank, which had been marred by scandal, but also he allowed for investigations and actually for raids to be carried out within important institutions in the Vatican to try to clear the air and make sure that the Vatican wasn't seen as it was for many years, and sometimes still is, as, again, this ivory tower where cardinals were overspending and basically accumulating richness. He also opened up to the LGBT community, allowing for priests to bless same-sex couples. He also opened up to women, not allowing for women to become priests, but giving women more weight in the decision-making processes within the Vatican.
Do you think these reforms, will they live on past this pontiff, or is this an opportunity for the conservatives within the church to move to maybe take back the power that they think that has been given away?
Well, we've certainly seen a lot of pushback coming from certain conservative areas of the Vatican. We've seen pushback when it comes, for example, to the financial reforms, because in doing this, Pope Francis also wanted to push forward an idea of the church of the poor and not a church that was supporting the financial markets or the financial systems. And this was seen, especially in parts of Catholicism in the US, as something that they were against. Also, his opening towards LGBTQ communities, that is something that was also seen quite negatively from parts of the church. And this is certainly the time for these factions to try to change a course that they didn't find appropriate for the Vatican.
I was reading that 80% of the cardinals who will be electing a new pope were appointed by Francis. Do you think that will have an influence on who becomes his successor?
That might indeed. Out of the 135 that are eligible to vote, 109 of them were nominated by Francis. That is quite a big amount. And he also started diversifying the origin of these cardinals, many coming from countries that were never really represented within the Vatican. That might definitely have an impact. What might also have an impact, it's a very complicated process. There's a lot of negotiating going on. But that could certainly be an element that plays a role.
Okay. Julia, as always, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you. Well, the death of Pope Francis sets in motion a series of elaborate rites and rituals as the Catholic Church moves from one papacy to the next. We report now on Francis's wish for a simple funeral and on the conclave, how the cardinals will choose the next pope with secret votes and with white smoke.
When a pope dies, nothing is improvised. Ancient traditions provide a detailed playbook for the Catholic Church as it mourns the death of its leader and prepares to elect his successor. First come the confirmation of death and the sealing of the Pope's private home, presided over by the Vatican's so-called Camerlengo, who also informed the world of Pope Francis's passing.
Con profondo dolore devo annunciare la morte del nostro Santo Padre Francesco.
It's the Camerlengo who will run the Holy See administration until a new pontiff has been elected. He will also prepare Pope Francis's funeral. Over the coming days, the Pope's coffin will be transferred to St. Peter's Basilica, where the public will have a chance to pay their respects as they did here with John Paul II. What will be different this time is the burial. Pope Francis, who became known as the People's Pope, will not be buried in the Vatican, like many of his predecessors. He's chosen instead to be buried in his favorite basilica in central Rome, in a simple wooden casket. Over the next few days, cardinals from around the world will assemble in Rome and begin the highly secretive process of electing a new pope. After 9 days of official mourning, the so-called conclave will take place in the Sistine Chapel, which will be swept for listening devices and which voting cardinals aren't allowed to leave, except to sleep and eat. They will cast ballots until they've reached a majority. When white smoke emerges from a specially built chimney, the world will know, habemus papam, we have a pope.
From the future to the past, Pope Francis lived 88 years. We want to take a look now, a closer look at his life and his legacy.
Pope Francis's last message was one of peace. Appearing on Easter Sunday, he addressed the suffering of many around the world and gave a short blessing.
Dear brothers and sisters, happy Easter.
Buona Pasqua.
His sermon, however, was read by Cardinal Angelo Comastri. Like many of Francis's messages over the years, it was a call to action and an appeal for hope and faith. The Pope had recently been released from hospital after battling pneumonia in both of his lungs for 5 weeks. It was his most serious illness through the 12 years as head of the Catholic Church. Afterwards, he was rarely seen in public. But he leaves behind a remarkable legacy. Pope Francis was like no pope before him. The first from Latin America, devoted to justice and a controversial reformer. The white smoke that billowed out of the Vatican on March 13, 2013, signaled the election of Jorge Mario Bergoglio, who was introduced by his new name, Pope Francis.
Brothers and sisters, good evening.
Modesty would be a hallmark of his pontificate. Long before he became Francis, his message was, "I am one of you." Jorge Mario Bergoglio was the son of Italian immigrants in Argentina. He trained as a chemical engineer before studying theology. He then joined the Jesuit order and was ordained a priest in 1969. 30 years later, he was appointed Archbishop of Buenos Aires. He preferred taking the train to work rather than be driven around. He stayed true to form as Pope.
We are used to the big American limousines, and this is a Mr. Bean car by comparison.
The media latched onto his down-to-earth nature.
I've always carried my bag myself. It's normal.
The difference between Francis and his predecessor Benedict XVI, who resigned from office, could not have been greater. Francis was comfortable in the spotlight. Benedict was considered a shy theorist. Yet the two got along well. Francis saw himself as an advocate for those without a voice. He visited refugee camps during the migration crisis when xenophobia reached new heights in Europe. He welcomed migrants to the Vatican and prayed for the thousands who perished in the Mediterranean.
The sea, a cemetery.
Francis was a political pope who supported peace negotiations in Colombia and in the Central African Republic. He played a crucial role in forging the way to a diplomatic thaw in relations between Cuba and the US under the Obama administration. And he prayed for peace in the Middle East at Jerusalem's Western Wall and at the wall Israel built around the Palestinian territories. Pope Francis didn't shy away from taking on the most powerful politicians in the world, as then US President Donald Trump soon learned.
People often ask me, where is your belt? Isn't your outfit incomplete without one? Not at all. A belt is an accessory. It's optional. And even though I sometimes wear them, I don't really like belts for a variety of reasons. A belt kind of breaks the line of the suit. Visually, they cut you in half. Suit without this break is a much more harmonious affair. But wait, I hear you say, I need a belt to keep my trousers in place. Well, if you need a belt to keep your trousers up, they're just not a very good fit. This is why trousers in made-to-measure suits very often don't even have belt loops. They don't need them. Instead, they feature these clever little side adjusters for when you gain or lose a little weight. And who doesn't? And they also often come equipped with these buttons hidden inside the waistband. Which brings me to an accessory that you should consider: braces or suspenders. If you never tried them, you're in for a revelation. First, they let you wear your trousers a bit looser, which is much more comfortable, especially if you're working at a desk all day. A belt puts constant pressure on your waist area, so suspenders are the healthier option here. And if you're carrying a few extra pounds like me, all the excess baggage doesn't show so much. Suspenders also allow you to fine-tune the length of your trousers. Want to show more of your socks? Ha! Clip-ons like these are practical and a good start. But the classic looped variety is of course much cooler. So stop strangling your body. Liberate your trousers. Braces. Funny thing, time. It heals all wounds, they say. It can fly. And Einstein believed it can even be bent. Physics doesn't provide a clear answer for what time actually is. But today, on Dress Code, we will answer probably the most difficult question connected with time. What kind of watch goes with a suit? Don't laugh. People get it so spectacularly wrong all the time. Don't know what I mean? Have a look at this. I'm a big fan of classic timepieces. Nothing speaks of your sophistication more clearly than a vintage Rolex, Omega, or indeed Hoya. But that kind of statement comes with a hefty price tag. And that's why today I've brought you to a place that stands for contemporary watchmaking like no other. We're in the town of Glashütte, the home of fine watches in Germany. For nearly 2 centuries, the finest traditions of German engineering have been married to classic yet modern design in places like this. And here at Nomos, they really, really nail it. Make sure it's a mechanical watch, because in this day and age, where everything is digital, a mechanical timepiece is a beautiful anachronistic statement. Just listen. It's like a heartbeat. It lives.
The design philosophy of Nomos is based on the ideas of the German Bauhaus. Our aim, our goal is to transform this design idea now to the 21st century.
All of these, for example, are good options for the gentleman in the 21st century. Just look at those clean lines. Delicate detail. The adequate watch for the modern gentleman should be a demure affair. Don't let it scream. It can't be vulgar. So what time is it? Well, it's time you treat yourself to a decent watch. Viewers write to me and they say, I'd like to dress well for work, but I can't afford a good suit. I know the good stuff is expensive sometimes, but it's not just about money. It's about dedication. Let me introduce you to some of my personal heroes. These guys live in the Republic of Congo, where the average income is less than $400 per year, and yet they manage to present themselves with style and pride. The Sapeurs, that's what they call themselves, are a movement of African dandies that took off after World War II in the Republic of Congo. They've become quite famous now, since a large beer company shot this commercial with them. I think we all can take a leaf out of their book. But there are a few things you can do to save money. Only ever buy in sales, like I do. And consider going second-hand. There are amazing bargains out there. Go look for second-hand shops in more expensive areas of big cities. This is where designer suits go to die. Go rescue them.
The Society of Elegant Persons of the Congo.
Be a sapeur.
This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
What's cooking? You are very welcome to the show where we stir up delicious meals.
So who's Lali and who's Lola? Okay, should we confuse her?
Give me small water. A little more than you pour everything. So now if the thing doesn't cook well,
it will be you. We share inspiring stories.
I was planning to move to Ghana and I was looking for tea. Whenever I come to Ghana on holiday, I was always looking for different types of tea.
You were really in the UK before?
Yeah, I was in the UK.
And we savor every single moment at the dining table.
I said, what's cooking? Nobody minded me. But as the judges here, in fact, all rise.
Why are you like this?
Because I'm going to judge here.
My name is Apioko Seyram Ashong Abe, and I am your host. Apioko is enough for me, and here on the show, I'm ready to take you through everything that you need to know in the kitchen of kitchens.
Wow. That's beautiful. It's really lovely. Really fragrant. It's almost like perfume.
Yeah. What is macaroni pie? If you ask any Barbadian, they'll tell you that one of their favorite dishes is macaroni pie.
So it's time. Grab your apron, sharpen your knives, and get ready to get cooking with me right here on What's Cooking.
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper, and Susie Herbal Center.
Heritage Caravan 2025 is here. The day we've all been waiting for. Well, if you were one of the lucky ones. And it's happening, people. I couldn't sleep a single wink last night. I was too busy wondering if I was gonna miss the bus. But here we are.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you're ready.
It's 5 a.m. and the final setup is in full swing. The sponsors are getting everything ready. The buses are all lined up. And guess what? Our amazing patrons are already arriving. How exciting is that?
Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip.
let's talk about the first thing on our to-do list, registration.
I mean, I didn't know you. Yes, I also. Yeah. Okay. So we started it. So when it's time for registration, she should find her name. Her name is.
You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip.
When you sign up, you'll get a super cool colored lanyard. Yes, you too. Your luggage gets one too, for easy identification. Here's how it goes. Bus 1, orange. Bus 2, green. Bus 3, purple. Trust me, these lanyards are going to make everything so easy peasy. And during registration, don't forget that patrons will also receive some fantastic goodies from our incredible sponsors. So you'll be all set for the journey ahead.
Thank you, sir. A lot of them have been on the trip several times, so they are familiar with everything. Now, they lead us. They are the ones who lead us because of the knowledge of the terrain. But there are some places when we get to the police will take over for their own security reasons, and we will have that understanding. We are not going on a safari ride. So we know. I know that you go there, you know your way proper. We'll move at the same pace that we've been moving, and as you can see, there are a lot of adults on there, and then some people want to stop every now and then. At times it's uncomfortable because some of the places are not that safe, but they insist, and so that's why we have our people here. So over here, we don't have a boss. We are all working. So let's work like that. Don't go back to the office, they'll go and do boss. Let's work like that. Let's have a good understanding. And then I'm sure that will give them a good experience.
After a couple of quick announcements, we all grab a delicious breakfast because, hey, we've got to fuel up. And then a drum roll. It's time to hop on the bus. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Our first stop, as you know, is Accra. A good number of you were born in Accra, but I can assure you that you know nothing about Accra. You probably understand metropolitan Accra, but traditional Accra is still in the history books. So we'll spend maybe 1.5 hours trying to tell you about Accra. So that'll be our first stop. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and I am the managing director for the organization. I'm here with some of my managers. I'll introduce them to you quickly. Mr. Bernard Avle is the general manager and the host of so many programs on TV and radio. And then we have Mrs. Vivian Kailoko, head of news, current affairs, and everything in between. Vivian. And then we have Mrs. Apioko Seiram Ashon Abi. She runs the programs outfits of the organization. So everything you see on TV is coming from, and she's a poet, proper one. Yeah. And then we have Miss Victoria Dube. Victoria is head of technical production, and so everything you see, the processing of it, video, still pictures, everything will go through her. And let me say that she works very hard. If you see any nice picture of yourself on social media or videos of yourself on social media, please thank me. If it's bad, go and attack her. That's Victoria for you. Now, for the Heritage Caravan Project. Oh, please, we have to leave, people. Hang on. We have 7 days to do this, so we can be on time. The Heritage Caravan Project is a project that actually drags everybody into the space. It actually puts our everything on hold for like a month, 2 months. It's led by 2 of our managers. There's an operational person and then there's a business person. The business person also doubles up as a chief in the Equiapim area. But he's also a chairman. He's plenty things. He's Sakura, but Charlie Oni Capre. He's Mr. Omani Men Sambos. But Omani is not here. For those of you who have been on Caravan before, Omani, he's always ahead of us. So as we speak, he's organizing things in Accra, which will be our first stop. So we'll meet him there. But he wouldn't need any introduction because of the shape of the head. You understand? So when you see him, please let him know. And then the operational person who is in charge is Miss Frima Edunyame. As for the let's go there. Okay, so quick one. I know you have gone through the itinerary, but for emphasis, we leave here straight to Ho. That's from Accra to Ho. From Ho, we move through the Eastern Corridor. A lot of you have not seen or experienced the Eastern Corridor. The closest you have come to is what the politicians say about the Eastern Corridor. There indeed is a corridor. So we use it from Ho straight to Yendi. Sit with the Yana small, give him fun small. And then we move from Yendi to Bolgatanga. We try as much as possible to avoid traveling at night. For which reason, every day we'll be on your case to wake up early so we can set off. As for night travel, we don't like it. So between Yendi and Bolga, it's a straight one. We move, I think 2.5 to 3 hours. We are there. Sleep in Bolga, have our experiences, go to Paga and all the places. And then we come back to Tamale. Tamale, we go through Mole to Sunyani. Sunyani to Kumasi, spend some time there. From Kumasi, we move straight to the Western region. Western region, we come back to Central region and on our way back to Accra. It's going to be a wonderful experience. I can assure you, you're going to meet new people, new experiences, a new network of friends, and more importantly, creating new families.
Our dear Lord, we thank you for another opportunity for Heritage Caravan 2025. Thank you for the 180 people you've brought together in these buses. We ask for grace. Please go ahead of us. Make the crooked places straight. Let the darkness turn to light. Bring us back safely and give us a testimony. This we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. More fire, more fire, more fire. More fire. More fire.
And just like that, the 2025 Heritage Caravan Adventure officially begins.
Makes you feel so happy. Dance about the music. Dance about the music. Music makes you happy. Music makes you happy. Dance about the music. Dance about the music. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance about the music. Dance about the music. Music makes you happy. Music makes you happy. Dance about the music. Dance about the music. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance about the music. Dance about the music. Music makes you happy. Makes you feel so happy. Dance about the music. Dance, dance, dance. Makes you feel so happy. Makes you feel so happy.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Nabahalia, Malina Chotoma, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeche Ana the Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, oh, oh, Male, 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 Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Ane Kasi, Abe Hanso, oh, Betantona, Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Ane Kasi, Abe Hanso, oh, Betantona, war, 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 nothing but destruction. cantona.
Israel, kaba Egypt, kaja Ethiopia, kaja Sudan, waja Shong. Kaja yi Kujima, you know. So Timbuktu, Ghana, Mali, Sumanguru, you know waja Shong. Machetati, you know Sumanguru, you know walk where they get, waja Shong. What's that to do, you know? Wamasa, you know, Yasankua, you know waja Shong. Kaja Israel, kaba Egypt, kaja Ethiopia, kaja Sudan, waja Shong. Akwakaba, you know, when you're a full keracha, I catch my one year, I'm in your thing. Akwakaba, you know, when you're a full keracha, I catch my one year, I'm in your thing. I'm a Gamian matu, I'm a Gabonian matu.
Ago. My name is Ni. And when you come to Accra, the names that we use is Ni and Na. Ni is a title of a king and Na is a title of a queen mother. So my original name is Ni Pakpo from the Dutch area, Sempe. We do have so many historical things here. We have the fishing community. Also, we have a fort known as Fort James, used as a slave activities after they stopped the slavery, became a prison. And first Prime Minister of Ghana, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he was being jailed there in the year 1956 and come out 1957. So inside the fort, we have a slave marketing, female prison and a male prison all inside.
It's okay. Yeah. So where we are now was the slave dungeon. And then inside here is where the slaves were passing through underground to the fort. And then from here to the fort takes them 2.5 hours before getting to the fort. Because they walk slowly. They have changed their neck, their hands, their leg, so they walk slowly. And a white person died. They have their cemetery nearby, which is going to be buried very nicely. And then also, the reason why we have this underground tunnel, during slavery, some of the parents were part of the slavery. They sell their own children, so they don't want people to see. That's why everything is underground. So this place is known as only strongest survive. If you are not a strong person, you died on the way. You can see we are already sweating. Even the heat capacity here kills the slaves on the way going.
Let's start assuming this. We just arrived here. I would like experience the heat. A lot of slaves died here. And then you can see there's a wall over there. This wall was recently blocked because when it rains, water comes in here. So people in our community here do fetch water from here. When it is rainy season time, May, June, July, people come in here and then get clean water. That's the raining water. Because when people hear about history and then something history about this building, it makes people very sad and very mad. So this time around, we do fetch water from this dungeon. And it was built in 1633 as well. Yeah. We just arrived. You experience how you are sweaty, right? A lot of slaves died here. Wow. A lot of slaves. We are thrown away. Come again. They are thrown away. Yeah. When the slave died in here, there's a town called Vulture Town. Vulture Town is a town whereby black slave bodies were thrown there, and then the vultures eat the flesh of the black slave.
Oh, so was there a link from here to this?
Yes, please. Yeah. That wall over there was recently blocked. It takes them from here to the British fort, from the British fort to the point of no return. So we're gonna walk forward towards the British fort, and then you see where this tunnel leads them to.
Oh, wow, wow. The heat is unbearable.
Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're showing. What you're showing. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're showing. Majetaki, you know Sumanguru.
Also, where we have the best boxers from this community. So we have the boxing gyms around here known as House of Pain. No pain, no gain. Great boxers in Ghana train here. So famous boxers train here. And also we have go home or go out or go home. Best boxers in Ghana train here. So for now, we start the tour from the tunnel known as the strongest survive. When you are not strong, you never survive it.
So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're showing. What you're showing. So Timbuktu, Ghana Mali, Sumanguru, you know what you're showing. Majetaki, you know Sumanguru, you know what you're showing. What's that to do, you know? Why not saying, you know? Yasantua, you know what you're showing. Get your Israel, Kabaiki, get your Ethiopia, get Sudan, what you're showing. Akwaka, Bajima, 1 year, I forget, I get my 1 year, I'm in young thing. Akwaka, Bajima, 1 year, I forget, I get my 1 year, I'm in young thing. I'm a Kamian Matu, I'm a Kaoyangotu, I'm a Kawayan Watumo.
I told you this is the oldest part of Accra. This is Jamestown. And this part known as the Vultures Town. That is why the king of Vulture Town lives here. He controls the whole community. That is why the walls has been drawn with vulture. So the king of Vulture Town lives here, who controls the whole community here. Please. So this is one of the border between British and the Dutch. So when you walk all this side, you are in Jamestown. When you walk all this side, you are in Dutch town. So we are going to walk on the border between British and the Dutch.
You can see we've told the slave story here in Accra. Centuries ago, the white man came under the guise of friendship, under the guise of trade, and instead they enslaved our ancestors and took them away from us to work on their plantations in the US, in the Americas, and elsewhere. We're going to continue the slave story. This is Heritage Caravan 2025.
Go! So we are standing on the boundary between the Dutch and the British. From here up to the long monument over there on our back. That's end of Jamestown. Jamestown ends up over there. So when you walk this way, this is Dutch, which known as Sempe. And then when you walk this way, it's British, which known as Odododiodo. And I spoke to you earlier on that a lot of Ghanaian slaves were slaves that picked from here to Brazil in Salvador by here. Most of them returned back in 1830s and settled in the Dutch area. So when we talk about Portuguese language, a lot of Ghanaian people speak good Portuguese. Portuguese words like krata, pano, spatre, and etc. These are all Portuguese languages. And then names like Azuma, Nelson, Nutrot, these are all Portuguese names over here. And then moreover too, when you can see the first post office that built by the British slave masters. The first post office that built by the British slave masters.
Them say me no fit jump, them say you no fit jump, them say we no fit jump. Them say we no fit jump, them say you no fit jump, them say we no go fit jump. I'm a girl when you're what my boy na cha cha catch my work wa banya. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Na be wa you know. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Padi kete ku you know. Kaya ding sa ma wa ba wa. Kumre kwedu. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Kumre kwedu. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Suminge ura pa. Kaya ding sa ma wa ba wa. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Kinya bibi you know. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Juju wa juni me. Kaya ding sa ma wa ba wa. Kaya ding sa ni ma ba wa. Tuna me baba yo.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Nabahalia, Malina Chotoma, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeche Another Montesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire. Abloya kirikira, oh, oh, male, 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 na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, ane kasi, abe hanso, oh, betantona, na balia, male na cho, oh, domo, ane kasi, abe hanso, oh, betantona, war, 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 nothing but destruction. Akoju apaka akama we domo dakika chebulo matalel na bulo akoju apaka akama we domo dakika chebulo na bale unko balia maya sisinwo na bale unko balia maya sisinwo akando mongwelin ankape domontia abloya keregira abloya keregira abloya keregira wo wo matalel na bulo akoju apaka akama we domo dakika chebulo na balia manena cho domo anekasi abe
ago, on 28 May 1975, a bold vision came to life. The dream of a united, integrated, and prosperous West Africa became a reality as leaders of 15 West African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria to lay the foundation of a regional organization with the capacity to address the economic, socio-political, and security challenges facing the region. On that historic day, ECOWAS was born. Over the past 5 decades, ECOWAS has remained resilient, steadfast, and committed to the ideals set forth by its founding fathers, promoting democracy, peace, security, good governance. Key achievements over the years include advancing intra-regional trade through the implementation of the Common External Tariff, spearheading regional infrastructure projects, including transnational road corridors connecting member states' capitals, establishing a regional electricity market, and progressing towards a single regional currency, supporting member countries in combating epidemics, strengthening healthcare systems, and improving food security, investing in human capital development, promoting gender equality, empowering youth, and fostering culture and tourism, providing humanitarian support to vulnerable populations during crises and disasters, and supporting democratic processes and regional stability through election observation missions. As we reflect on our journey over the past 50 years, we look to the future with hope and determination. Together, let us continue to build the ECOWAS of our dreams, an ECOWAS of the people, peace and prosperity for all. ECOWAS, stronger together for a brighter future.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Watch the latest updates, send us your thoughts, and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
What's cooking? You are very welcome to the show where we stir up delicious meals.
So who's Lali and who's Lola?
Okay, should we confuse her?
Give me small water. A little more than you pour everything. So now if the thing doesn't cook well,
It will be you.
We share inspiring stories.
I was planning to move to Ghana and I was looking for tea. Whenever I come to Ghana on holiday, I was always looking for different types of tea.
You were really in the UK before?
Yeah, I was in the UK.
And we savor every single moment at the dining table.
I said, what's cooking? Nobody minded me. But as there are judges here, in fact, all rise.
Why are you like this?
Because I'm going to judge here.
My name is Apioko Seiram Ashong Abe, and I am your host. Apioko is enough for me, and here on the show, I'm ready to take you through everything that you need to know in the kitchen of kitchens.
Wow. It's beautiful. It's really lovely. Really fragrant. It's almost like perfume.
Yeah. What is macaroni pie? If you ask any Barbadian, they'll tell you that one of their favorite dishes is macaroni pie.
So it's time. Grab your apron, sharpen your knives, and get ready to get cooking with me right here on What's Cooking.
What's Cooking is brought to you by Tasty Tom, Kivo Pepper, and Susie Herbal Center. This April, 97.3 City FM invites you to join us for a powerful journey of faith, reflection, and connection in our seasons of prayer. As we step into this season of renewal, we bring you a month-long special encounter that will uplift your spirit and strengthen your soul. Whether you're seeking peace, guidance, or simply a deeper connection in faith, this is the perfect opportunity to come together in prayer and find inspiration in the midst of daily life issues. It's time to reflect, refuel, and reconnect. So, mark your calendars, gather your loved ones, and be part of something truly reviving. Seasons of Prayer is on 97.3 City FM this April. Stay tuned and let's pray together for brighter days ahead. It's from the 1st to the 30th of April 2025. Tune in to Midnight Cry from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is your day from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and Prayer Encounter from 12 noon to 1 p.m. Call 0244-981112 for more information. Let the power of prayer guide you this season. Seasons of Prayer is powered by 97.3 City FM. This year, take the first step towards a deeper connection with God and one another. Join us for the Family Consecration Service, a powerful journey of faith, love, and renewal. In 2025, we are called to consecrate our homes, our hearts, and our lives.
The Lord is protecting you with His favor this morning in the name of Jesus. May the Lord favor your going out. May the Lord favor your coming in.
To dedicate ourselves and our families to the path of faith, grace, and unity. Through prayer and reflection and a shared devotion, the Family Consecration Service 2025 brings families closer together, strengthens bonds, and invites God's presence into every corner of our homes. It's on Thursday, 1st of May 2025 from 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The venue is the Oil Dome, Royal House Chapel International, Accra. There will be renewal of vows for married couples.
On this occasion, I'm asking you to forgive me for all the hits and pain I have caused you.
Join countless families around the world as we come together to consecrate our lives in the spirit of love and faith. A consecration for today and for generations to come. Make this year a new beginning. Family Consecration Service 2025 for the love of God and the love of family. Join us this year. Together, let's consecrate our families and our hearts.
Where politics meets power, where the tough questions are asked, welcome to Face to Face. Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou as he takes you face to face with the key players shaping the future of our nation.
I lost over $10 million at the trade fair.
You had a fight with the management of trade fair?
I don't have a fight with them. I just deplore the way they went about what they did.
Let's talk about the chief prosecutor of the state at the time that you were being prosecuted, Godfrey Yeboah-Dame, the Attorney General.
Yes. I think he was directed to jail us.
By who?
By the system.
Boku has been a failure for your government, though.
Can't be a failure.
You have not solved it.
No, you are not praising them, the previous government for solving Yende, which was even a more difficult case.
It's quite obvious that from these votes, the people felt that let's just let you go.
So they were disappointed
in us.
You are essentially the worst government in the Fourth Republic.
I don't know how you are doing that. If you based on the indicators.
Yes, based on the number of people who refuse to come and vote for you.
If that is your analysis, then why not?
No filter, no boundaries, just the truth behind the headlines. Deep, bold, and unflinching. Face to Face with Umaru Sanda Amadou airs on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV, where politics gets real.
Looking for the latest buzz in Ghana's entertainment world? Welcome to Ghana Weekend, your ultimate destination for all things creativity and entertainment.
Stay in the loop with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and then insider stories from your favorite creatives and stars. From music, movies, fashion and art, lifestyle and culture, Ghana Weekend brings